All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to you. I think we are up and running. Let's confirm that. Yes, indeed. All right. How you doing, everybody? Hope everyone is doing well. Yes, indeed. And let's get over here and see what we got going on this morning here early this morning. Got some things to show you. I hope everyone is doing well. And hope you've got your coffee ready. Yes, but at least I do have 68 shares of CYCU. All right. Yes, I do too. My dollar cost average is 99 cents. I see it. I'm going to show you some things this morning. Hold on just a minute here. And let me get to iCloud. Here we go. iCloud photos. In case you haven't been following it this morning, what's going on with CYCU? I definitely have been. And I'm going to show you. Shoot. They want a 943352. Enter. Oh my gosh, come on, man. Let's go. All right, we are up and running. Okay, so here's what I want to show you in regards to CYCU. Okay, so last night at 9:48 p.m. Oh, that's not the right one. Hold on. Let me move over here. Oh gosh, I'm not even close to the end. Hold on a minute. Let me get down to the end. A lot of pictures here. There we go. Here we are. So last night, you can see right here at 10:54 p.m., the stock price of CYCU was at 110 a share, and it was up 23%. Now I'm going to show you this morning's session since just before 7. Well, what do you know? It dropped down to below my DCA at 98.76 and the time 6:59, right before 7 a.m. Okay? Now, here's why it could be advantageous to you to begin your trading at 7 a.m. on your Charles Schwab or whatever account you've got. Because you can see here, right before 7 in the morning, it was 98 cents, up 11%. Then, boom, it jumped up 3%, almost 4, right at 7 o'clock, 7 o'clock and 15 seconds. Then, it jumped to 103 at 7 o'clock and 20 seconds. Then it jumped to 104 at 7 o'clock and 31 seconds. Then it jumped to 105 at 7 o'clock and 42 seconds. Then it went to 105.97 at 7 o'clock and 55 seconds. So it went from 98 cents in 1 minute's time to 105.97. All right. Then at 7:01 exactly, it was at 106 a share, CYCU. And in case you don't know anything about this company, they just received last week on, I believe it was Thursday, a contract for 65 million or something dollars with some company. I think it was $65 million. made their stock price go up 450% on Thursday. Then Friday, they announced a public share offering, a direct, warrants, and in the amount of 5 million shares, $4.5 million worth. And I want you to know, ladies and gentlemen, shares outstanding on this stock are only 16 million shares, and somehow it traded 156 million shares on Friday, and the price dropped 44% after that announcement that they were going to do exercising warrants. Then this morning at 7:02, the price was back up 21%. It was at 107.98. And then at 7:15, it was at 115 a share, up 30%. 7:15, up 30%, folks. Now, again, this is why you might want to consider getting up early and start trading at 7 o'clock, because this has just gone now from 13% up to 30% up in literally 15 minutes. And then it hit 116. It was really starting to take off at 7:16 a.m. But look, that's 7:16 and 28 seconds at 116. And then boom, in 20 seconds, it was back to 109 from 116. So it went a 7% drop right there, 30.62%. And then in just 30 seconds, a 7% drop. That was at 7:16. At 7:17, it was back up to 112, and then back up to down to 111 at 7:17. At 7:18, it was at 113, up 27%. Then it drops right back down to 708, 108. So you see, this stock is being played big time, folks. This stock is definitely being manipulated and played by some large entities. And it went from 113 at 7:18 in 5 seconds to 108 at 7:18 in 22 seconds. So 17 seconds later, it's gone from 113 to 108. Then it goes right back up to 119, 35% up. Look at the time here. 4 minutes later, and it went from 21% up to 35%. See, 14% gain in just 4 minutes, folks. This is CYCU. So this thing is going to be very herky-jerky today, it appears, 119. And then the high today, so far this morning in the pre-market, 122.98, 38% up, CYCU. Now, I want to address everybody that's here this morning. Good morning, Nisi Jane. And good morning, yes, let's rise and shine. Good morning, everyone. May we all have a blessed day today. Yes, Jayhawk, indeed. Good morning. Yes, CYCU. I see that. R. Richie B. Good morning. Marsh, good morning. Jayhawk and Nisi, yes. Good morning, Richie B. Yep. Good morning. And then I came in with T minus 10 minutes to launch, cats. Yep, someone called out FCUV on Friday. Sure wish I would have got some. It went from $6.65 to over $18. Yes, FCUV was indeed called out. I'm not sure who called it out. I wrote it down. It was at the end of the day someone called it out. I think it might have been GD0721. I'm not sure, because that's the one stock symbol that I did not put anyone's name next to. All right. And so after it hit 122.98, so I'm going to write this down. CYCU. FCUV. All right. CYCU. 122.98 high. 122.98 high. And that was at 7:26 a.m. Then after that, Uh, I wrote down, there was the high right there, 127.82, and it went, so that was actually the high. I got to rewrite that, 127.82. 12782 high, and that was at 7:27 a.m. All right, and then it drops right back down to 108. 13 minutes later, it's back down to 108, and that's the last picture I took this morning at 7:41 a.m. So we're going to go over here to CYCU, and now back to 109. And up 22% today, this morning. CYCU. Now, Ray Costello called out FCUV. It was Ray Costello that called it out. So let's go over to FCUV. By the way, DFNS, which closed Friday at $27, is at $37 now, up 33% from the close on Friday, just so you know about DFNS. And now we're going to take a look at FCUV. FCUV. There we go. FCUV. And by the way, this stock was up 517% on Friday. 517% gain on Friday. Just so you know, that was at the close, 1160, now 1485. This is going to be very volatile today, so we're going to be watching this one closely. FCUV. This could be a great day trader today. CRB Jonesboro. I sold 500 CYCU at prices up to 133. All right. Yep. Morning, Jayhawk. Rusty Prater. Good morning. Good morning, Rusty. Mr. Mexi Brown. Okay, got it. HYFM. Thank you very much. ATKR. Got it. FFAI. Yes. I wrote that down. Peacemaker called that out. It was up 10% on Friday. Friday, it opened at 514 a share. And it went to, oh man, 620, then down 310. Man, that thing was all over the place. Friday, man, big time. Thank you for calling it out. FFAI. Yep. And SUPN. All right. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Mexi Brown. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I've been selling. Yep. Good morning, Mr. Mexi Brown. HYFM just skyrocketed. Yep. Mr. Mexi Brown called it out just now. All right. Mike Larson, UPC and CYCU for me today. Okay. So, just so you guys are aware, as of this morning, these are the stocks that have been called out. FFAI, which closed at 593 on Friday, CYCU, HYFM, ATKR, FFAI, SUPN, and UPC. Okay. And I like to keep these in alphabetical order. So A, B, what's this here? SMPL. Yeah, I do not like the look of that. Someone asked me about it on Friday. I also want to look at SKYQ. Okay, up 22% on Friday at one time, and then it closed up 9.41%. So they worked that thing down Friday afternoon. They worked it down 13% before the close, and it's down another 8% this morning. SKYQ. Hold on. Also, I want to look at this one, NUWE. Whew, down 61%. And down another 4.6% now. And that thing made a very nice run on Thursday. Okay. And someone asked me about SMPL on Friday. I said I did not like the look of it at all. So I'm going to get that off of here. SKYQ. Okay, here we go. We are going to move this down now. FCUV. Right there. All right, FCUV has a move on it, go, ladies and gentlemen. FCUV up 31% right now. But be careful because it is pulling back right now. And I'm going to check again with CYCU since it's so herky-jerky this morning. So they've dropped it now 20 cents from this morning's high, 20 cents down from this morning's high. This morning's high on CYCU was 127.82 at 7:27 a.m. So 30 minutes ago, this stock was at 127 a share. And again, the news on this company was they got a $54.6 million contract. $54.6 million. $54.6 million government contract. And I believe it was over 10 years. Cycurion adds another 37% after stunning 496% surge. What's fueling the rally? Yep, 10-year award with a top five global consulting firm. So this is what caused the spike of 450% on Thursday. And then on Friday, they announced a warrant inducement transaction for $4.5 million in proceeds, which is 5,120 something thousand shares. Yep. CYCU. 5,012,000 shares added to their shares outstanding. Now, I do want to look at their statistics because on Friday they were showing that they had 11.47 million shares outstanding. So let's go see if they've added those shares now. And they're showing now, yep, still showing 11.47 million shares outstanding. And the warrants were exercised on Friday. So I guess they went from about 7 million or about 6 million to 11 million shares outstanding. They must have had 6 million on Thursday when they made the announcement on Friday, and then now they've got 11 million shares outstanding. And then on Friday, somehow this company traded, how many? 161 million shares. Wow. it went up another 5 million shares in after hours. 161 in after hours, they went up another 5 million shares sold in after hours. 161, 267, 755. So this stock, which only has 11.47 million shares outstanding, traded 161 million shares on Friday after they did that warrant, 4.5 million warrant inducement transaction. All right, I'm just letting you know, folks. I'm just letting you know. And 108 seems to be the sweet number they want to try to hold it at, and that doesn't surprise me at all because they love to accumulate at 108. And for those of you that are joining me late here this morning, this stock, CYCU, has been on a real tear. I'm going to show you one more time very quickly here. Last night, this stock was at 110 a share, up 23% at 10:54 p.m. right there, 10:54 p.m. Last night, 110 a share, up 23% from the close on Friday. Then, and this, and this was at 10:54 p.m. This morning, right before 7 a.m., I decided to take a picture, and it was up. It was barely up 11% from the 8881 closing. Now, my dollar cost average on this stock is 99 cents. So they dropped it from last night at 110 a share to this morning, right before the market opened, to 98.76. But after the market opened at 7 a.m., boom, it jumped to 102. Then at 7 o'clock and 20 seconds, it was at 103. At 7 o'clock and 31 seconds, it was 104.98. At 7 o'clock and 42 seconds, it was at 105. At 7 o'clock and 55 seconds, it was at 105.97. At 7:01. So in 1 minute, it went from basically 98 cents to 106. Then from 106, it jumped to 106.98 in 42 seconds. And then in another 40 seconds, it was at 107.98. Then, boom, it jumped at 7:15 to 115, up 30% at 7:15, okay? Then at 7:16, it was at 116. At 7:16, the same minute, back down to 109 from 116, folks. So someone's working this stock, no doubt about it. 116 dropped to 109 in less than a minute. And then right back up to 112 in just a few seconds at 717. And then 111. And then boom, 113 at 718. So this thing's all over the place. Then back to 108. See? Look at that. 718 in 5 seconds, $1.13. 718 in 22 seconds. So 17 seconds later, it goes back down to 108. So this thing is being heavily, heavily manipulated, ladies and gentlemen. Be aware of that, okay? Then it goes back up to 119 at 722. Then it was at 122 at 726. And the high was 127 a share at 727. And I didn't get a picture of that. But just so you know, this morning's high on this stock, CYCU, has been 127 a share. Okay? So just be aware of that today, if it gets back up to that number. 127.82 was the high at 7:27 a.m. So I've been tracking this CYCU, and right now it is at 112. So it just jumped from 108 back up to 113, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the stock CYCU. It's going to be very herky-jerky today, most likely. And just so you know, the reason they went up over the last 5 days, 172% over the last 5 days, is because on Thursday they announced that they got a $56 million 10-year contract with one of the top five. I can't remember what the word was it used. A government contract with one of the top five companies. Yep. And it was up 496% after that news of the contract. 10-year with one of the top 5 global consulting firms. This is CYCU on Thursday, announcing lands the largest contract in company history, $54.6 million, 10-year award with top 5 global consulting firm. So that's what made it spike so much on Thursday. What made it fall on Friday was a measly $4.5 million warrants inducement, which was 5,012,000 shares that they put into the market. And now they have 11 million shares outstanding right now, 11 million. So this stock can really move, folks, very rapidly, as you can clearly see. And right now, the price in the pre-market is 111, and who knows? It could go back up to 127 or higher, because it's already been at 127 this morning in the pre-market. And so we'll see what happens with it. My dollar cost average on it is 99 cents. So let me go over here, and I guess my Charles Schwab Thinkorswim is not connecting here, so I'm going to close this out. It says it's connecting, but it isn't. So we're going to log off. It's been saying it was connecting for a frickin' half hour. So I'm going to log off of this right now, and then I will log back into my Charles Schwab Thinkorswim. Now, for those of you that are new to this channel, I trade with Charles Schwab Thinkorswim, okay? And I have a real account. Well, actually, I have 3 accounts on Charles Schwab, and I have another where I hold all of my long positions in my Fidelity account and all my dividend-paying stocks. If you happen to want to get a copy of the list of all the stocks that I'm holding long, I have them right here. I can show them to you. These are the stocks that I've been holding long over the last year. And over here, you can see how they've done on this column right here. And I have over 70 stocks here that I've been holding for the last year. And you're welcome to get this list from me of all these stocks and how they've been doing. And you can pick and choose which ones you like out of this 1-year portfolio. And all you got to do is pay $24.99 and become a Goliath level member cat. And you'll get this list from me. And these are all the stocks I've been holding over the last year. And I'll give you this list for $24.99. And on this list, not only do I show what they've done over the last year, but I show the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and last year. Here is the market cap, and here is the PE ratio for these stocks. Now, my dividend-paying stocks are here. And again, I can show you how they've done. It's set up the same way. It shows you here how these stocks have paid over the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days, and over the last year. And on this list, I actually show you not just the market cap and PE ratio, market cap, PE ratio, but I also show how much they pay in dividends and what percentage they're paying. And this, by the way, folks, this list is only available here on this channel. $24.99. Become a Goliath level member, and you'll get both of these lists and a list of all the stocks we've been day trading lately. Now, how can this list of day trading stocks help you out? Well, these are known to be big movers, so you can just go over here and check the whole list every day and see which one's moving. And one of them right now is this one here, and that one is BURU. So you can see that's a big mover here. And this shows the percentage gain on Friday. And you can just roll down this list. There's another good mover here, which is GDC. Here's another good mover recently. I mean, this is what I use, folks, to try to hit, because these have made big moves in the past. So you know they're quick and capable of moving very rapidly. Buru. This is the hottest one on this list right now, it looks like, BURU. And also ABCL has been on the move. And then another one, QNCX, up 31% on the 5-day chart. up 24% on the 10-day and up 26% on the 30-day. And that is QNCX. So go back over this list and look over all these stocks that we've been trading over the last year, day trading, because you can find these in the past have been quick, fast movers, and they can do it again if they've been quick. And the reason that these stocks have been fast movers over the last year is because most of them have a general commonality, and that is that they all have few shares outstanding. Okay, so just this is how you can use this list of the stocks we've been day trading lately. And I try to update this about once every couple of weeks. And lately I just updated it. You can see this stock is up, SHPH, up the last 5 days, 10 days, 30 days. And another one, let's see here if there's any others that are on the big move up. Oh, SHPH up 23% on Friday. SHPH. And looks like SKYQ made a nice move on Friday, up 9%. And so that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. All right. So just so you're aware, I don't just day trade stocks, folks. I do hold a lot of stocks long, and I do have good dividend paying stocks as well. All right. So let's get back over here and let's get logged in here to my Charles Schwab. Now, I want you to be aware, I'm going to be trading on this account on a paper money account so that there's no risk. I want to teach people on this channel how to trade using Charles Schwab Thinkorswim with zero risk. Zero risk. All right. You don't need to be using real money until you get familiarized with this software. All right. I don't want you doing that. I want you to get good at this and how to use this software before you start trading with your real account, okay? I don't want you guys to make mistakes and lose any money. All right, so we're looking here at SKYQ, but I want to look at some stocks that have been called out this morning using the one-day chart, just so you know how I have this chart set up. Right up here, the green line is a 200-day moving average. The red line is a 50-day moving average. The dark blue line is a 45-day. The orange line down here is the 10-day moving average, and the turquoise or light blue right there is a 5-day moving average. So I'm using a 5-day average, a 10-day average, a 45-day average, a 50-day average, and a 200-day average, okay? And we're going to look right now at CYCU. And as you can see, this has been very, very herky-jerky this morning. But one thing I like is this 200-day moving average. Nicely moving along here, slowly rising. Now, the high this morning was right up here, and that price was at, where? 134 a share at 7:24 a.m. 134 a share at 7:24 a.m. 134 at 7:24 a.m. All right. Okay, so this is CYCU, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see if it continues to hang out at the 108 number that they seem to love. Look at this thing at 108 right here, Savannah. 108 a share. Look how long it sat at 108. All right, CYCU, folks. We'll see where she ends up, where she lands. And big mover on Thursday on a $54.6 million contract with one of the top 5 global companies. So we'll see, because on Friday, then they did a public share offering, basically a warrants offering they did. Well, if they've got a $54 million contract, they probably need a little bit of cash to start producing, you know what I mean, to fulfill their obligations. So they're going to need cash, folks. And so, they got a $54.6 million contract on Thursday, and it's a 10-year contract, ladies and gentlemen. So they're going to need a little operating cash. Makes sense. All right, let's take a look at these stocks that have been called out this morning. FFAI called out by Peacemaker on Friday. There you go. And it looks like it may have just reached the bottom. FFAI. And the high this morning on this stock was at 4:35 a.m., 770 a share. All right. FFAI. High 770, 4:35 a.m. All right. And the low was 599 at 7:24 a.m. That's a big move, folks. Down $1.71, 7:24 a.m. All right, this will be a good one to watch today, folks. FFAI. It could be a great day trader. All right. Now, just so you know, this stock, FFAI, ladies and gentlemen, this stock can be very volatile. Okay. Look here. And Friday, it closed up 10%. But I want you to know, Friday, it opened at 514 a share, shot up $4.16 at 11:30 a.m. to $9.30. So from 514 at the open, it went up $4.16 to $9.30. And then from there at 11:30, it fell $3.10 to 620. So 514 up to 930, back down to 620. Gosh dang. All right. And then it closed at 593 a shares in the after hours. The after hours high was 677. Then it fell 73 cents to 604, then up 50 cents, then down 48, then up 50. Man, I tell you, this stock is herk and jerk, baby. FFAI, be aware of it. And you can already see it this morning. FFAI. Yeah, go CYCU. I got you, CRB Jones. 133 sell of CYCU was at 723.48 this morning. I showed the high at 134. Yes, I concur. 134 at 7:24 a.m. Well, congratulations on that great sale. That is awesome, awesome. Don Bordelon, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Mexi Brown is also calling out another one this morning, and that is EDBL. Be careful with that one though, because it can sometimes not hold up real well. They got a big contract with Walmart last year that their dry herbs were going to be put through all the Walmart stores in the Mid-Atlantic region. That's what made them spike last week, but they didn't hold up real well on that news. They kind of just tumbled all day long after they hit their high in the morning and on the news, and they did not hold up real well. So be careful with that EDBL. All right. So, in case you're joining us late this morning, these are the stocks that we're looking at this morning from the line there down. And next, we're going to look at HYFM. HYFM. Oh boy. All right. Close at 0.5. HYFM. What's the news? At 7:30, Hydro Farm announces completed 16 million sale of Aurora peat products to Raven Holdings, including 5 million promissory note. Proceeds to reduce term loan debt. Okay? All right. HYFM. High of 412 at 7:57 a.m. Well, you know you should have sold there. 408 through 413 is sells, folks. 412 at 7:57 a.m. All right. And then the low has been twice $3. Wow. From 412 down to $3. And that was from 7:57 a.m. to when? 8:04. Gosh dang, 7 minutes. 7 minutes and it fell $1.12, folks. HYFM. Then it went back up to 412. Then it went back up $3 to 412. Wow. Oh man. Down $1.12. Then back up $1.12. Then back down $1.12. Oh my gosh. High here, down here, back up here, back down. Jeez. But look at that 50-day moving average and the 45 rising there. And look at that 200. So, hey, I like this one. HYFM. We'll keep an eye on this one this morning. All right. HYFM. We can make some serious money on this if it keeps getting herked and jerked around like that. And the cool thing is, I want you to be aware of something here so you're aware of this. When this thing hit this high of 412 this morning at 7:57 a.m., look at this. Look when it hit 412, look where the 200-day average was. I mean, the 50-day. When it hit 412 the first time, the 50 was here. When it hit 412 the second time, the 50 had jumped all the way up to here. I tell you, I like this one. I'm going to be watching it very close. It closed at 54 cents, folks. Announces completed 16 million sale of Aurora peat. $16 million sell Aurora peat. And they're going to be eliminating their debt with that money. All right. Thanks for calling that out. That looks like a good place to buy it too, right there. Because here, the 50-day was down here. Here, when it reached it again, the 50 was here. Now they can only reach this level, and the 50's climbing right on up under it. I like it. HYFM, folks. I really like the look of this. HYFM. Okay, next. And that was called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. Now we're going to look at another one he called out, ATKR. ATKR. And in case you're new to this channel, the way this works is we have a lot of individuals here that trade with me, and they come in here in the mornings and shout out all these stocks that are taking off, like this one. And they tell me to take a look at them and kind of observe. This morning, their earnings was $1.35 estimate, and they hit $1.92 actual. So they had a very big earnings beat this morning. They closed at 72.96 on Friday. Closed Friday, 72.96. This morning's high, 93.50. And that was just moments ago, 93.50 at 8:03 a.m. All right. Have to sort of be careful of this one, though, because, hey, the news is already out. The price is already spiked. And you have to be careful because, man, they could pull this right back down to the 200-day average. All right? Be careful on this one, ATKR. All right? I'm just warning you. Be very careful about that. Very cautious. Next, FFAI. All right? Yep. Peacemaker called this out, and also Mr. Mexi Brown. So we got two of our viewers with this one on their radar this morning. I'm not too hip on that one right now where it's sitting. We'll have to keep an eye on this one. Looks like it might be a good day trader. It closed at 593. This morning, it hit a high at right around 4:35 a.m. of $7.69. $7.69 a share for the high today. So they've already tested how high it's going to go, and that is $7.69. FFAI. It was actually at $7.69 at 4:35 this morning, okay? Now, let's go see what the news is that is the catalyst behind this move. FFAI reported Sunday, Friday sets monthly robotic sales record with 152 units in July, 394 sold year to date. Okay? July sales hit record high as U.S. expansion begins. Okay? So that's the news about Faraday Future Robotics. Okay? FFAI. Let's hold off on this one, but this could be a good one to watch during the day today. Next, called out by Mr. Mexi Brown, SUPN. SUPN. And in case you're joining me late, these are the stocks below the line that have been called out this morning. Okay? FFAI, CYCU, HYFM, ATKR, and now SUPN. And SUPN, let's go see what the catalyst and news is behind this. SUPN, enter. And the news came out early this morning on many venues. Boy, they got the news out. Supernus Pharmaceuticals and Indivior Pharmaceuticals to merge, creating a diversified CNS biopharmaceutical leader with significant scale. All right. Merger. I got it. SUPN closed at 444.63 Friday. This morning's high, 57.20. 57.20. Friday close 44.21. high 57.20. High pre-market 57.20. Merger news. Okay. And then the low pre-market here 50.40. Low 50.40. So they made it fall $6.80, down 6.80. Boy, that's a big drop. And it is starting to bounce off this line right now. 680 at 8:20 in the morning. And the high was at what time? 7:10. It took an hour and 10 minutes. An hour and 10 minutes to drop from 57.20 to 50.40. All right, SUPN, merger with another pharmaceutical company. And I just want you to see, they put the news out, folks. Look at all this news breaking here on this here. Here. I mean, they're just putting this news out like crazy. Man, they're just flooding every possible. This company, they have a way of getting the news out, folks. Look at all these entities that are announcing this. Okay, so they get the news out when they must have somebody on the phone calling every single freaking stock reporting agency that there is, and man, they get the news out, okay? And they did it at 6:30, 6:30, 6:30, 6:30. Guy must just be calling someone, said, hey, we got a merger deal. Hangs up the phone, calls the next one. Hey, we got a merger deal. Hangs up the phone, calls the next one. Hey, we got a merger deal. Hey, we got a merger deal. Hey, the next minute, hey, we got a merger. Hey, we did a merger. Hey, calls another one. 2 minutes later, hey, we got a merger. 1 minute later, hey, we got a merger. Calls another one. Hey, we got a merger deal. Merger deal. Merger. Holy crap, man. Look at all those. They're getting the news out, folks. They got somebody that's doing a powerful job of getting the news out. When they get news, they spread the news. That's a good thing. That's a good thing for SUPN. But anyway, there you go. Merger deal. Next, we're going to look at one by Mr. Mike Larson called out UPC this morning. UPC. So we're going to take a look at that. And you better be careful with this one right now, ladies and gentlemen. 1061 at what time? 409. High 1061 at 4:09 a.m. And from 1061 at 4:09, it fell to 674. Oh my God. At what time? 5:15. In an hour and 6 minutes. Golly. Hour and 6 minutes, the thing fell $6.13 a share. Coincidentally, 613 down 613 to 674. And then from there, and that was at 516, from there it hit a high at 7 a.m. of 873. Alexa, oh, stop. Okay, so 674 to 873 is $1.99 up, basically $2. And 873 was achieved at 7:01 a.m. So from 4:09 a.m., it was at 613. Then at 5:15 a.m., it was 674 for the high. I'm sorry, at 4:09 this morning. Listen, folks, at 4:09, this stock right here, which is UPC, 4:09 a.m. at 1061. And then when in 1 hour and 6 minutes, it fell $6.13 to 674. And then it went up $2 to 874 at 7:01 a.m. And then it fell to 680 from 874. So basically 96 cents down. All right. Just be aware, a lot of herking and jerking on this UPC, ladies and gentlemen. And just for kicks and grins, I'm going to put a line here where they just achieved the low right there. And now I want to see if there's a previous low over the last 5 days at that amount over the last 5 days. See if that's a good place to get in. So let's look at the 5-day chart. And now you can see there was actually, and I'm just going to show you here on this 5-day chart, ladies and gentlemen, right here, you can see a line of resistance right there at this point right there. So there's a line of resistance there. And then there's a line of resistance right there at that point. And then the next line of resistance is actually here, right here, as it rose. All right. And so when they got to the high, sure enough, they dropped it right to that low again. Now, even though the price went here, the 5-day only went down to there. Then they made it rise again, and they pulled the 5-day down below the 50 right now. I like it here, folks. Now, it closed at 316 a share. Closed 316. UPC. Let's go see what the news is. What is the news behind UPC? I don't see any news. All right, UPC. I don't see any news, so that be careful, folks. That could be a pump and dump. I don't see any news on this stock, UPC. It was called out this morning by Mike Larson. Mike, do you know any reason that it's up? Okay, let me get up here and see what else is called out this morning. We got a lot of people calling stocks out. Okay. Mr. Mexi Brown is calling out some other ones now. And who called out EDBL? Let me see who called that out. EDBL. Well, I don't know now. I don't see it. Where's that call out on EDBL? I warned about it as soon as I saw that someone had called it out. I says, watch out, that stock. It can run up, but then it doesn't hold very well. Well, I don't know. Let's look at for MOOD and KIDZ. Man, we know that KIDZ can move. All right. Yep, DFNS. Yep, I showed people that. Oh, there it is. Mr. Mexi Brown called it out. All right. Larry Pitts is calling out. And you're not the only one. Jayhawk, Mr. Mexi Brown, and now we also see Larry Pitts calling out this one. H, and that is HYFM. Um, Man, that stock has been majorly run around this morning. I just want you to be aware of that. Be careful with that HYFM because, man, the high was 412 at 757, and they drove it down $1.12 in 7 minutes. They dropped that thing $1.12, and then it went right back up to the high again, and then it dropped again $1. So just be careful because this HYFM is all over the place, people. Okay, just be careful. Now we're going to look at EDBL. See, this EDBL, this is what I'm warning you about on it. See how high it spiked up and it just couldn't hold. It just dropped, 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 dropped. It just couldn't freaking hold. It just never could. And then here we go with another spike. And is it going to be the same scenario where they just sucker a bunch of people in on this thing and then the next thing you know, it just drops like a freaking rock? Man, I warn you about this stock, EDBL people. Be careful because they had big news that they were getting a contract with Walmart to go all over the mid-Atlantic region. Price shot all the way up, and then it just couldn't hold at all. It just sold off and sold off and sold off. So be very careful, very, very cautious on this EDBL, people, okay? Be careful, be careful. It just can't hold. It just can't hold. Or at least over here, it sure as shit didn't. So just be very careful about that EDBL. Man, oh man, that thing, wow. Watch out. Danger, danger, danger. That's what I'm going to warn you about this stock, EDBL, because I got burned on it last week. I got burned on it. So be careful on this one. See, it's already falling. So I would suggest you stay clear of this freaking stock, okay? Let's go see what the news is today with its catalyst. Shares are trading higher after the company announced that it has entered into an expanded multi-year supply agreement with Midwest big box retailer. Okay. Well, that's the same reason they spiked last week because they announced they got a contract with their herbs were going to be with Walmart and all over the mid-Atlantic. Their herbs were going to be distributed with Walmart and their dry herbs. And that's why they shot up so much last week, but they just could not hold. They could not hold. So I'm warning you, be careful, EDBL. I would advise against getting too much of that. Okay? I'm warning you because I learned my lesson last week. Man, oh man, did that thing freaking fall last week. Look at the 10-day chart. Just look at it. Here's the news that they spiked up so much on the Walmart deal, and just look at them completely collapse all freaking day. Just sold, sold, sold off. So just be careful, folks. If it's done it before, it's going to do it again. Look over here. Spike right there, couldn't hold. Spike right there, could not hold. Spike on the Walmart deal, could not hold. Even went lower on that big deal with Walmart. And now they got another deal with some big box company. And be careful, folks, okay? The history shows this stock can't hold a gain, all right? EDBL. I would very highly warn you about that. Next, we're going to look at MOOD, called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. Okay, MOOD. Well, on Friday, they hit a high of $43. Holy crap. Jayhawk. A Jayhawk alert right now. Jayhawk alert right here. Please Jayhawk, look at this. Okay? I'm letting you know, Jayhawk. Bid 1742, ask $44.94. Jayhawk alert. See, one of the members I have here named Jayhawk, he's been making very good money off something I showed him, and I showed everybody, but he's been doing it. Look at the spread between the bid and the ask. So, Alexa, what is 44.94 minus 17.42?
44.94 minus 17.42 is 27.52.
$27, 27.52 gap. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this is a tactic I've been showing people on my channel that you certainly can make a lot of money doing. Ask Jayhawk and he'll tell you. So what I'd like you to do is put a bid in for 2 shares at 1742 and then raise it after 5 minutes to 1745 and then raise it to 1755, 1766, 1788. Just keep raising it and keep raising your bid slowly. Now, once you finally fill, and it could be because there's such a big gap of $27, half of 27 would be 13. So it could fill right now somewhere around $30, okay? But as soon as you buy and get it to fill, say around 30, then put your sell order in at 44.90 and let it sit there for a while. Then put it in at 44.88, then 44.77, then 44.50, and just keep dropping until it sells. And then you'll know the gap between where the buys are coming in and where the sells are coming in. And you just keep buying at the low and selling at the high. So let's just say it's $30 and then your sell comes in at 40. Well, you just keep buying at 30, sell at 40, buy at 30, sell at 40, buy at 30, sell at 40, buy at 30, sell at 40. And Jayhawk has made some serious money doing this, okay? This is a huge gap between the bid and the ask. All right. So I'm showing you a little trader's secret here that you just keep putting in your bid a little higher, a little higher, a little higher until it fills. And then you put your sell in a little lower, a little lower, a little lower until it fills. Then go back to where you filled on the buy and put it in again. Then go back to where you sold on the high and sell it again. And folks, you can make some very good money on big gaps like this. Okay, just be aware of it. You can make some good money, and you're just like Jayhawk says, it doesn't always work out. It doesn't always work out with all stocks, but some of them you can really make some serious money on such a high spread between the bid and the ask. All right, so I'm teaching you a little something here. Put in your buys slightly higher, slightly higher, slightly higher, slightly higher, slightly higher, slightly higher. Wait 2 or 3 minutes between each listing. And then if it doesn't sell, buy, go in a little higher, go in a little higher, and you'll finally catch where it sell. You can buy it. Then start from the top and then start working your way down, 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 down. Man, you can make some serious money doing this once you figure out what the gap is where you're constantly buying, say at around 18 and selling at 35 and buy at 18, sell 35, buy at 18, sell 35. Folks, I'm telling you, this works. I know for a fact. I've done it myself many, many times. Wow, that is a huge spread. That's probably the biggest spread I've ever seen between a bid and an ask, folks. I think that's the biggest spread I've ever seen. Wow. Holy smokes. That is insane, folks. Wow. Oh man. Wow. Wow. Crazy. That is insane. MOOD. Let's look at the 1-day chart on it. What's up with this chart on that 1 day? That is weird. Let's try the 5-day chart. Listen, guys, this stock, MOOD, this must be something new. Let's go look at it. What in the world? I don't understand. MOOD. And I don't see anything on this company. No news at all. As a matter of fact, I don't even see them showing up here. MOOD. I think this might be an IPO or something. Anomaly. Thank you very much. Wetor Robotics. Help me out though. 1 for 100 reverse split on WETO. Ugh. Edible does have news. Well, I know it has news, but doesn't mean a damn thing. Last time they had great news on Walmart and they fell freaking day after day, just collapsed. You know, they had great news from Walmart and then they just completely fell out. The bottom fell out of them, you know. MN Roots, yes, SoFi I hold a lot of shares of. I've been buying that since it was $4 a share. It's the number two stock in my portfolio. Well, actually, it's my number one held stock in my portfolio. I've been holding it since $4.66 a share. I sold a lot of it. I sold about 33% of my position in that stock when it hit $32 a share. I'm just waiting for it to drop all of, I haven't been trading it lately. I still hold a lot of it, but I sold sold a lot of it at $32 a share. GXAI buybacks. Thank you, Lori. Appreciate that very much. Yep. All right. Good morning, Port Bear. Okay. Yep. CYCU, if we can get some volume up. Stock surged more than 64. The stock has since paired those gains and is now trading flat. Yep. That's right, Red Squirrel. That's right. EDBL, man. Be careful. Yep. Got that profit and out. Yes. CYCU is going to be the move today. Yes, Mr. Mexi Brown. That's what I think too. I've already shown people this morning. It's been very, very moving around a lot. Let's go, Hawk. Yeah. I've already tried all the way up to $32 and it wouldn't fail. So I'm going to try it more. I'm not going to try anymore. Yes. Oh, I've already tried all the way up to 32 and it wouldn't fill. So I'm not going to try anymore. Okay. All right. I got you. Well, that's what I was thinking, around $30. Around $30. Okay. Yep. Yep. Do it, Cat. Yeah. LOL. You're right, Larry Pitts. EZRA News. Okay, Lori. Thank you. EZRA News. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Mexi Brown, Cameron. Nice. Sorry, I didn't say good morning. Thanks for your streams, Lori. Oh, you're welcome. Smokestacks said hi. Good morning, Smokestacks. Cameron Sinet, hey there. I made a small fortune riding the JPY short. That movement was the telltale sign of what's to come. Gotcha, Cameron. Well, welcome to the channel. EURO shorts are a great play for leveraged gamblers. All right. Now, in case you're joining us late here today, ladies and gentlemen, these are the stocks from the line down that were called out. These are the stocks that have been called out this morning, okay? And I've been looking up all of the information on all these, and we're going to next try KIDZ. And by the way, on this mood, MOOD, that was just called out by Mr. Mexi Brown, I can't really see any news at all. I don't see any news. So I don't know what's going on with that stock. All right. I don't know what's going on. Let's try KIDZ here now. That was also called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. I've made some good money on this stock in the past. It can move. Oh yeah. And I mean, listen, folks, this is another one, a lot like EDBL. You can see it it gets news and it gets very herky jerky and it gets big moves up and then down and then up and then way down and then moves way up and then way down and up. And man, this is KIDZ. It has very few shares outstanding, folks. And this is why it can move way up. And then are you going to see the same thing where it goes all the way up here and then tanks all the way here? I mean, way up here and then tanks all the way to here. Are we going to see the same thing way up here and then just tanks? I think so. So, man, I wouldn't touch this stock with a freaking 10-foot pole right now, folks. No freaking way. No way. The pattern is run up and tank, run up and tank, run up and tank, run up, tank, run up, tank, run up and tank. Thank you. Thank you, KIDZ. All right, next, GXAI. No, I wouldn't touch that stock, KIDZ, right now. No way. No freaking way. uh-uh. Nope, I'm afraid not. No, sir. Probably break below this 200 and come all the way down all day long, man. This stock can do it. I've seen it before, folks. Be careful. Don't you dare. Stay away. Danger, danger, danger. Okay? All right. Now I'm going to look at GXAI, just called out by Lori. Let's look at this. I like the look of it right now. I sure like this. This is a triple crossover on the 1-day chart, but let's get a bigger look at this one. I like the look of this. It's building a nice shoulder on that 45 and 50 rising there. And they just tapped it once, trying to tap it again. Nice 200-day rising. But let's look at this on a longer term chart, 20 days. Okay, that looks very, very bad. Okay. And let's figure out why it's going up today. What's the news? GXAI. 8:30 this morning. Okay, GXAI announces a $1 million share repurchase. All right. Well, how many shares do they have outstanding? Let's go look. GXAI. And by the way, the high this morning on GXAI, 86 cents. 0.86 high. And that was at what time? 8:40 a.m. 8:40 a.m. 86 cent high. And then they dropped it to what? 78. So it's down 8 cents. All right. I see it. 1 million share repurchase. Well, let's go see how many shares they've got outstanding. Is that going to make a big difference? How many shares are outstanding of this stock? Shares outstanding, 10 million. So they're doing 10%. And the short position on this is very small. There's no short squeeze capability on this stock. No short squeeze going to happen here. So GXAI announces a 1 million share, $1 million, not 1 million shares, $1 million. So that's it's only 80 cents a share. Roseland, New Jersey, Gaxos Incorporated, a company developing artificial intelligence applications across various high growth sectors, today announced that its board of directors has authorized a new share repurchase program under which the company may repurchase from time to time up to an aggregate of 1 million of the company's common stock, $1 million worth. It may do that, it says. I like that. That's a good way to make a price spike up by saying, we may buy some shares back. Oh, man, that's shaky, folks. That's shady business right there, if you ask me. So that one, I'm not going to jump on that too heavily because they say they may do that. Okay, yep, and they may not. They may and they may not. It's like my kids, grandchildren. One time, riding home from uh, their mom's house to ours, they asked, "Hey, can we stop at McDonald's? Can we stop at McDonald's?" They wanted to get the little McDonald's Frosties or whatever they have, and then I says, "Well, we might." And then Maisie says, "We might not, huh?" I said, "Oh, that's right." She had already caught on to that, and she's only 4 years old, and or actually, I think she's only 3 years old. And it was interesting that they said, "Hey, can we stop at McDonald's?" And I said, "Well, we'll see, maybe." And then she goes, "Maybe not, huh?" And I laughed and I said, "Yeah, you got it. You got it. We might not." But of course we did. All right. All right. So let's be careful with this one here, GXAI, because they may buy the shares back and they may not. All right. I'm just letting you know. They just went from 6% up to 2% up. So I'd be very careful about this one, GXAI. But thank you for calling it out, Lori. And next, we're going to look at EZRA. EZRA. Whoa, up 78%. What's the news? 43 minutes ago, Reliance Global Group signs letter of intent to sell Altros Benefit Consulting for $11 million in cash. All right? So they're selling one of their subsidiaries, and they're up 74%. High on this thing this morning was at 9:02 a.m. 9:02 a.m. the price spiked to 367. Well, listen, you guys, if you're in this, you got to know you got to sell 366 a share, people. I mean, 367 for the high, man. That is why you always sell 366, everybody. If you look at my buy sell sheet and I see they've closed out all that, I don't know. I guess this computer must have restarted. But I'm going to show you something. Here we go. And recover the selected stocks. All right. So here you go, folks. Look at these sell numbers. Sell 64, 65, 66. It's always a sell, folks. 66, 67. Get out there. Get out there. Get out there. And the same could be said for the stock that we just looked at there, GXAI or EZRA. Man, you got to sell the 67, folks. And after you do, where's the buyback come in? Right here. 67, 315. They dropped it 50 cents, folks, after that 67. Dropped the stock price 50 cents. Man, you got to sell that 67, folks. Now, I like this one very much, Lori, so I'm going to be day trading this one today, I believe. EZRA. What's the news? Reliance Global signs letter of intent to sell Atreus Benefit for $11 million in cash. Okay. Selling subsidiary. $11 million cash. All right. Yeah, this will be one to watch today, folks. This is going to be one to watch here for sure. Average volume is 128,000 shares, and I'm wondering what it's going to be today. So we're going to be watching this one closely. EZRA. Thank you. That's a very good call out on that one. I appreciate that, Lori. All right. That looks good. CYCU AM buying a little bit at 105, 104. I want you to be aware of something about CYCU, and I'm going to show you right now what was going on this with this stock. Oh gosh, hold on. All right, here we go. So first of all, here's what the gig is with this stock CYCU. Okay, and right now it is currently sitting at 106, up 19%. But I want you guys to know something about this stock here, CYCU, and I'm going to show you right now. Last night at 10:54 p.m., 10:54 p.m., the price was at 110, up 23%. Now, those of you that might not know about CYCU, on Thursday they announced on CYCU announced a $54 million contract over 10 years with one of the top 5 global entities. So they had a $54 million contract, and this stock went up 450% on Thursday. Then on Friday, they were up in the pre-market another 38% until they made an announcement at 8:30 for a public share offering, warrants, 5,012,000 shares. And when that announcement came out, they fell 44%. Okay. Now, just so you know, that was a huge drop, but this on last night, this stock was back up to $1.10, up 23% last night at 10:54. So this morning I started watching it, and look right here. They dropped it back down to 98 cents at 6:59 in the morning. 6:59, right before 7. Right before 7. It was at 98 cents just before 7. Now here's what I want you to see. Right after 7, it was at $1.02, up 14%. Right at 7 o'clock and 15 seconds. Then at 7 o'clock, 5 seconds later, it was at $1.03. And then 20 seconds later, it was at $1.04. And then at 7 o'clock and 42 seconds, it was at 105, up 18.23. Then at 7 o'clock and 55 seconds, it was at 105.97, up 19%. Then at 7:01, it had gone from 98 cents right before the market opened at 7, from 98 cents to 106, now up almost 20%. Then at 7:01 and 42 seconds, it was up 20%. At 7:02 and 29 seconds, it was up 21%, 107.98. Then it went to 115 a share at 7:15 this morning. 115, up 30%. Then look how fast it went from 116 a share at 7:16 in the morning. Check this out. It went from 116 at 7:16 and 28 seconds, and it went down to 109 in 20 seconds, from 116 to 109. It went from 30 something percent up, 30.62% up, to 23%, almost a 7% drop in just 20 seconds. So this thing is still being manipulated, my friends, in a big way by market makers, just so you're aware of it. Then it went back up to 112. Then it went back up to down to 111. Then it went to 113. And then at 7:18, it was back down to 108 from 113. So, man, they're playing games with this thing. Then from 108, in just 4 minutes, it went back up to almost $1.20, up 35% at 7:22 a.m. in 23 seconds. And then at 7:26, it was up 38%. Now, let me get this clear with you. In just another minute, it hit $1.34 high. $1.34. Now, I didn't get a picture of that, but I can see it on the radar. $1.34. But then from 7:26, it went, and here you can see right here, right there was one of the highs, 127 a share, but it actually hit $1.34 this morning, okay? And it was up 35%. It almost got back all of its 44% down on Friday. This was this morning. CYCU is the stock I'm talking about it. CYCU. Okay, so just be aware this morning's high was $1.34 on this thing, and it's been getting yanked all over the place. All right, CYCU. And right now, it's sitting at 105. So 29 cents down from the pre-market high, just so you're aware of it right now. And my dollar cost average is 99 cents on this stock. CYCU. There it is. CYCU. And this is the long-term chart on it. This is the big spike. I'll show you on the 5-day. Hold on. There it is. So here's the massive spike up. This is on the news that they had achieved and acquired a $54 million, $54.6 million contract, a government contract for $54.6 million. It went from 26 cents all the way up to $3. And then the next morning, it continued that run back up again after they yanked it around in the after hours. And then they made a public share offering announcement. And they were going to offer 5,012,000 shares. And the price was $1.35 per warrant. $1.35 per warrant. So right now, it's actually 25 cents below the warrant exercise price at $1.35. And by the way, the company, whoever the entity was that bought all the warrants at $1.35, they can only exercise them at $1.65, $1.65. Well, it already went over that price. It was at $1.80 All right, so I'm sure that those people probably already exercised those warrants when the price went up to $1.80. So we'll see. I don't know for sure, but I'm just telling you right here, this is the gig with this stock, CYCU. And ladies and gentlemen, the time now is 9:24. So the market opens in 5 minutes. 9:25 is the time right now at my beep. 9:25, the market opens in 5 minutes. So I'd like to ask you all to do me a favor. In 3 minutes at 9:28 and 8 seconds, can you guys do me a favor and hit the like button together at the same time at 9:28 and 8 seconds? So in 3 minutes, let's hit the like button together. I'd be very grateful for those of you that do that. And I'm going to come over here right now and go to my channel here. Oh, I just closed it out by mistake. Shoot. All right.
I hate that I can't keep this a secret.
Oh, I can't stand it. Here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to skip this ad and we're going to come over here now. And would you do me a favor? Again, at 9:28 and 8 seconds, I'd like to hit the like button at the same time. Good morning, Scuba McDubin. Kim Danielle, hello, good morning, everyone. I'm heading to North Carolina, pulled over to read and say, morning. So far, I forgot my glasses, so I'll grab cheaters and we will see what else. I think I will stay in the market open to see if I can scalp a few dollars. Meanwhile, heading to a dollar store for glasses. Gotcha. Good morning, Kim. Yep, that's... Yeah, I got my DCA down on CYCU. Good, good, good. Heck yeah. KIDZ, another drama day. Yeah, for sure. That's right, Scuban. He's got my shirt on too, Mr. Mexi Brown, after Friday. Yeah, Cat has my shirt on, Mr. Mexi Brown. Yes, CYCU. Am buying a little bit of 105. Gotcha. It'd be about 1.2 million shares at 80 cents. Jayhawk. SNES, okay? RITR. Well, I'm going to have to start another sheet of paper because I've already run out. I've already run out of room on my sheet, folks. I don't even have any room left for all these called out stocks. Holy crap, look at all these stocks that were called out. And by the way, these were all called out on Friday afternoon, late after hours, Friday afternoon, okay? And then this is what was called out this morning. FFAI, CYCU, HYFM, ATKR, FFAI, SUPN, UPC, EDBL, MOOD, KIDZ, GXAI, EZRA, which I'm going to be watching closely. And now we've got even more. So I'm going to have to write down these, the newest ones that are getting called out now, because I've run out of room on this sheet of paper. And this is going to be 8-3 continued. All right, 8-3. DFNS by R. Richie B. Okay. Okay. RITR, Lori. Okay, thank you. RITR News. Okay. Thank you, Lori. Okay, we got some other ones here. Lori and Mr. Mexi Brown on that. RITR, CYAB. CYAB, all right? Yep, KIDZ is a pump and dump. I said that to people earlier. Be careful. SNES. Okay, got it, Mr. Mexi Brown. Thank you. Oh, hey, here we go, folks. 9:29. Well, we'll just hit the like button at 9:30. Okay, I missed it, dadgummit. And give me some love here in the tank, would you mind? Let's get a little love in here at 9:30. We're gonna hit the like bell. Here we go. Now let's hit that like button. And let's see some love flying in here. CYCU. 9:30. Hit that like button with me, everybody. I'd appreciate it. And a little love on the screen for you guys. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for the love this morning. We appreciate a heart on the screen. Everybody always does. Everybody likes to see a heart on. I'm going to jump over here right now, and I'm going to trade CYCU, trading CYCU, and I'm going to sell some right now. And I've got a lot of shares to sell of this. So I'm going to be selling a lot of shares of this. And I'm selling right now CYCU. I'm selling it at 114. My dollar cost average on it is 96 cents. My DCA is 96 cents on this stock, folks, CYCU. And I'm selling it right now, and I'm trying to get out at 114. And man, are they running this thing around? CYCU, sell. Right now, let's try and sell 113. And the price is 112 right now. We're going to sell 113 on CYCU. I just sold 112.5. I'm going to try for 113, and we are selling CYCU. I just sold 112.5 again. I'm going to sell it again. 113.5 just sold. Yep, we're selling again right now at 115. Selling CYCU is the stock I'm selling. Yes, CYCU. Yes, selling right here. 113, 114, 115. Sell here, folks. Sell right here. I'm selling some here. I don't know if you can afford to or not, but I definitely am. And I'm selling at 114 and a half. I'm going to continue to sell. We're now up to one. The bid is 114. Ask is 115. Yes, indeed. Sell is 117 right here. CYCU. And remember, this morning's high on CYCU, ladies and gentlemen, was, as I said, 134. 134 a share on CYCU. 134 was the high. So I'm going to try and see if I can get out here at 119. We're going to be doing here 1,000 shares, and we're going to try to sell it at 119. 119. And I love how they're trying to hold it now at 113, 114. And I'm just selling it right now at the price I see it at. I am up very nicely on this stock today. And if you look at my monitor page right now, I am currently up right now. A beautiful gain today, ladies and gentlemen. How do you like that? Profit today, $16,000 freaking dollars. Oh yeah, baby. 16 grand in one day on my paper money account, and I just sold 116 and a half. Oh yeah, baby. Congratulations, anybody that bought in on this with me when it dropped into the 88-cent range in 92, 93, 90s. And congratulations, everyone. Very nice profit today. And we could see this thing go much higher than even where it is now. Here it is on the chart right now, CYCU. And I also want to look right now at HYFM. So we're going to look at the one-day chart on this. One-day chart. There it is, CYCU. Oh, yeah. CYCU hit 118.04. And I want to look now at HYFM. And they are coming out of the gate right now. HYFM could be at its low right now. It never stopped at this price earlier. It never stopped here before. It's never stopped here. So just watch it. See, and this is it's up 449%. HYFM. Mr. Mexi Brown called it out, and Larry Pitts, and Jayhawk. Okay, so it's been called out by a lot of folks this morning. HYFM, plenty of room to still fall. Let's go to trade. HYFM. HYFM. And right now I am selling quite a few shares of CYCU. CYCU. Back up to 112 now is where I'm getting out here. 112. And now we're at 114, selling 114. I just sold 113.5 CYCU. And I'm now holding $2,000 worth of this stock, 2,380 shares. That's what I'm holding right now on it, CYCU. And a nice profit on that. Now, I want to also look here at another one called out EZRA. EZRA, doing a share buyback. Oh my gosh, look at all the volume here right in the middle of this. Let's try to buy the low on here. All right, let's come in here with 30 shares at 407, 408, 409, 410, 411. I'm going to buy the bottom underneath all this volume that's been bought already today. That's where I want to buy, down underneath here. And then I want to sell here, okay? 430. 430 is the sell. There it goes. And she's finally broken away. And don't be surprised to see him pull it right back down here, folks. There you go. Buy at market there. There's the dumper. There's the dump. There's the dump. Buy and market here. And they're going to keep trying to do this, folks. Don't be surprised to see him come down here. God dog it, man. Fill my market share order right now. Here it comes. Now we're getting the lows. Come on down here. Let's get the bottom of this down here, down here, down here. There you go. Come on down. Let's see if we can get 401, 402, 403. Oh, yeah, we've got some 397s coming across the board right now. Oh, yeah, here we go. 408. There we go. Now we're talking. Let's go to 392, 393. EZRA, ladies and gentlemen, they just announced they're going to be doing a big possibly $1 million worth of their stock buyback. EZRA, enter. Reliance Global shares trading higher after the company announced the sale of its Atrius consulting unit for $11 million. So they sold for $11 million. And what I want to do here now is I want to buy the lowest lows down here, way down below where the big mountain of buyers already bought. That's what I'm trying to do. Buy down below where this mountain of buyers already bought. And now my dollar cost average is, in fact, 407 a share. I freaking love it. 407. And this is EZRA. EZRA, ladies and gentlemen. DFNS halted. Thank you for letting me know. And I just got through buying EZRA, and I'm now up $36 on it. Oh, yeah. We're going to lower our DCA even more. Beautiful. Let's get down here to 392, 393. Let's get some 388, 389. Come on. And my dollar cost average is now 405, way below where all these buyers already came in. I mean, you've got 20 million shares right there bought above me now. 20 million shares bought above me. And this is EZRA. Man, I knew this one was going to be a good one to trade today. I had an asterisk beside it as soon as Laurie called it out. And now I'm going to sell 427, 428, 429, and 430 right now. Uh-huh. I'm up $59 on this position as we speak. And right now, my stock position is up on that CYCU, up 16,000 today right now. And anything else that's on the move? Yes. KUST is up. STKH is up a little bit. XRX is up a little bit. The only thing I'm down on is KEEL, and I'm down $30 on that. I'm up on EZRA. I'm up on BYRN. All right, BYRN, folks. I told you that was going to be a good one, BYRN. Look at the charts here. BYRN. And I just sold EZRA at 427, 429, and 430. And look at BYRN this morning, folks. BYRN. Nice. And I'm going to sell it here. Oh, yeah, I'm going to sell it here. 481, 482, 483. Those are sells. 82 and 83. 77 is a sell as well. I just sold 479, and this is on BYRN, which I'm up $50 on right now. I've got 170 shares. BYRN. Man, this stock has done well since I called this out a week ago, and I'm very happy for you guys who might have bought into this with me on my advice. BYRN. And I just sold it near the high of the day, and I think it's going to rise even more. Looks like they've got a spoof sell at $4.94 a share, 2,400 shares at $4.94. So right now they actually believe the price is going to go to $4.94 a share. Okay, so these are good sells here at 482, 83. They should sell here, and that is BYRN. And I'm also going to try to sell 486, and also try to sell 488. BYRN. Now let's go look at CYCU. Yep. $111, huh? Okay. I was already telling everybody the high on this stock this morning, CYCU, was $1.34. The high was $1.34 a share. And so I'm just letting you know, I've got about $2,300 worth of this stock, CYCU. And now I'm going to get over here to charts. There we go. And this is the one I just bought into. BYRN, I just sold out of. I sold some of that. And now we're going to go over here to EZRA. EZRA. There we go. Yep, looking good. EZRA. And look at that little pullback right there now. Just then saw a pullback, and here we go. EZRA on another run up. Nice leg coming up here. A lot of green down here on these candlesticks, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look. Look at all the green. Buyers more than sellers. Buyers more than sellers. Right here, more sellers than buyers, but buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers, buyers. Oh, yeah, EZRA. Trade, EZRA, EZRA. And I'm up $108 on this position. I told you, now you can see why my dollar cost average, I wanted it below this wall. And I'm going to sell this thing again at 429, 428, 425, And I'm up $69 on this stock right now. EZRA. EZRA. LBGJ. Check out what that stock is. Okay, Currency Brutus. Thank you. LBGJ. All right, Currency Brutus. Thank you very much. I want to look at right now some other ones that have quickly been called out this morning here. And this is EZRA, ladies and gentlemen, that I just bought into. And she looks like she's building a nice shoulder on her right there with a rising 45 and 50, rising 200. And I just bought EZRA at 395. Nice. They just dropped it and I bought it at 395. EZRA, trade, EZRA. Let me see if I can get it 392 and see if I can get it at 388. 387. See if they'll sell us some 383 and 382 here as well. And look where they're sitting, folks. 2 cents below my dollar cost average. 2 cents below me, and I just got a 394 buy. Nice, EZRA. Now, let's take a look at these other ones. DFNS halted at 52.10. Wow. Man, oh man. Up 88%. And I just got some buys of EZRA at 381. Nice. EZRA, EZRA, enter. 383, 382, 381. I'm taking that all day long. Buy at market, 388. Sure, I'll buy there. Yes, I will. EZRA. Let's see if we can get some 377, 379, 380. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Very nice. And the next stock I want to look at right now is RITR, just called out a little bit ago. RITR. And yes, we did get some 378 and 79 there. Nice. And my dollar cost average is way below where everyone already bought this morning right now on EZRA. Look at all these buyers from 429 down to 408. And look where I'm sitting, 393. Nice. And we're going to try 383, 382 here, buys. See if we can lower that DCA even more. We're going to try for 377, 379, 380. Good numbers to buy. There you go. Beautiful. Just got 379, 379, 379, EZRA. Now we're going to take a look at RITR. We're going to look on the chart at RITR. Oh, that looks good. RITR. RITR. That looks very good. Building a nice shoulder here. Nice shoulder on RITR, which is up 196%. Folks, please don't get in on this right now. RITR. Good call out, Lori, but what is the news? She said it had news on it. RITR. Signs global logistics deal with Canal Group. Okay? Dow surges 600 points. Tyson Foods falls after Q3 earnings. And RITR at 9 o'clock, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, logistics technology arm of Redder Logtech partnerships with Canal Group to capture global smart warehousing market. Okay, so there's a partnership with this company, RITR, with another company. The company announced that its Jingxing HK unit signed a message of intent with Canal Group to cooperate on a small warehousing and automated logistics projects overseas. Okay, that's the move on RITR. Next, CYAB. Let's take a look at it. CYAB, enter. Holy smokes, they beat that thing down. I'm going to come in on that. CYAB right now. CYAB, enter. And I'm coming in on this, buying right now. And I will buy 100 shares right here. Buy at market, 26.66. You bet your butt I'm going to buy a 2666. and even lower, 2641. Yes, indeed. I just got a 2654, and I'm going to buy at market again. Yep. CYAB. What's the news? CYAB. Shares are trading lower. The company announced a multi-year six-figure agreement with a prominent Asia Pacific intelligence agency. Oh, yeah. And so I'm going to buy this at 2666. Look at that, folks. 2666. What do you know? That they would take it down to 2666. CYAB launches AI agent with that automatically investigates coordinated online activity and delivers a verdict. CYAB, this was on 728, but this morning, 9 o'clock, CYBA secures multi-year six-figure contract with APAC Intelligence Agency to deliver AI-powered narrative intelligence. And I'm not going to buy any more of that. I just thought I'd get in because looking at the chart, CYAB, look at that thing spike this morning, and then look at them take it down right out of the gate, just smash that thing down. And the price already 43 cents in the pre-market, CYAB, and now sitting at 26 cents. So that's why I just bought it at 2666. 2666. Of course, I'm going to buy that number. Look at that drop right there to 2520. Okay, that's CYAB. Now, and that was called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. Also, SNES. SNES. Enter. And I like it here, very much like it there. So I'm going to trade this SNES, SNES, enter. And I'm coming in on this one right now. I'd like to buy it at this bottom down here, 149. Let's pick up 30 or 50 shares. 50 shares at 149, 151, 152. Let's try and buy it here at 153. Now, by the way, a lot of shares have been bought at 157 on this already, and I think they will indeed pull it back down to these prices. So I'm going to try to buy at 141, 142, 143. And I'm just going to get in right now, 50 shares at market at 155 if I can. 154 is a buy and 155. SNES. Let's go see what news they had. SNES, enter. SNES. What's the news? SNES, enter. 8:30 this morning. Scenes Tech active subscriber base more than doubles as e-commerce strategy gains momentum. Okay. All right. Like that. Now we're going to look at LBGJ. LBGJ. Going to go to the charts. LBGJ. Oh, that looks very good. Very, very good. Look at the 45 rising off the 50. And I'm going to come in on this. Trade LBGJ. LBGJ. Dang, man, it's almost at its high. Let's try 30 shares at 3. And look at down here. Look at all the shares that have already been bought down here in this region. 313 a share. I'll try 315. I'll try 322. I'll try 333. I'll try 337. 338. LBGJ, just called out by Currency Brutus. The stock is down 9% right now. Why? LBGJ. Why are they down so much? LBGJ, enter. I just bought SNES and they're $1.52. LBGJ. Lee Bang International announces 1-for-200 share consolidation. That was on the 30th. So this stock has been collapsed down, oversold, in my opinion. We'll see. LBGJ. And man, that chart looks good. LBGJ. Don't know whether the volume will stay behind it or not, but the bid is 338 and the ask is 367. There's a 29-cent spread between the bid and the ask. LBGJ, 29-cent spread between the bid and the ask. The bid is 338 and the ask is 367. And the bid just went to 350, 338 now again. The bid is 338, the ask is 367. I'm sorry, folks. CYCU. Let's take a look at it. Yeah. Look at this one-day chart. CYCU. Trying again for the low of the day right now. CYCU. 106 after I just sold it at 118, 119, 120. The high this morning in the pre-market was 134. And I just got through selling it right up there when it hit 118 and 119. I sold a lot of shares of this, CYCU. They announced last week on Thursday a $54.6 million defense contract, CYCU. $54.6 million. And then Friday morning in the pre-market, they did it, exercised warrants. That's right. And added 5 million shares. I'm going to buy this right now. Trade CYCU. I'm coming in. Enter. And I'd like to buy 30 shares. And actually, I'd like to buy 100, not 30. Buy at market, CYCU. And yes, I'm going to buy 107 a share. Now I have 2,400 shares and I'm buying 107.5. And let's try and get it even cheaper. I'm going to zoom out on this. There we go. See if we can get some 106. Just sold BYRN at 482. BYRN, folks. I just sold it at 482. BYRN. BYRN. And I'm going to buy it at market again here. CYCU. I just got it at 107.5 again. I now have $2,600 worth of this stock. And I made a fortune off of it this morning because I had a dollar cost average about 96 cents. And I had a boatload of shares of this stock. CYCU. I had a boatload of shares, and I made 16,000 on this morning. 15,771 is what I made on it because I bought so many shares on Friday after they made the announcement Friday morning, and the price fell to 88 cents. And I just bought so many shares. I bought thousands at 88 cents. And I sold them this morning at 119 and 118 and 117. And now I'm buying them back here right now at 104 a share. 104. I'm going to buy them at 104. And on Friday, I bought a lot of shares here at the same price, 103, 104. I just sold BYRN at 488. All right. And let's go see how many shares I've got left of BYRN. I still have 50 shares left. Up $67 on that this morning. EZRA has fallen, so I'm going to trade it now. EZRA. I'm going to lower my dollar cost average, and I'm going to buy 100 shares of EZRA right now. Buy at market, EZRA. And I just got it at 377, EZRA. And I'm going to zoom in on this now, EZRA. Yep, beautiful. And I'm going to try to buy it at 50 shares at 377 again, 379, 382, EZRA. And they just went back over my dollar cost average. I'm up 113 on this position now. I'm going to sell right here, 50 right now at 395, 397, 399, and $4. I'm up 60.57 on it right now. And my dollar cost average is way below this mountain of buyers that bought this stock already from $4.30 down to 408. And I just sold $3.99. I'm now up $118 on this position. Just sold $3.99, trying to sell $4, which I just did. Now I'm going to sell it at 404, 403, 402, 401, $4, $3.99. I'm getting out. They're dropping the price on me right now. Oh, they dropped it to 380 something again, 370s. And I just bought it there. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. 372 I want. 373. And now back to my dollar cost average. They're sitting on my DCA 382, 383. And I want to buy it at 366, 367. I'm going to try and buy 362, 360. And I'm buying 30 shares at a time, ladies and gentlemen. The stock I'm on is EZRA. And just look how many shares have already been bought up here on this stock from 408 up to $4.30. Mountainous shares bought there from 408 to $4.30. So, yeah, I'm good here. I'm good to buy here. 372. They just hit my number. Now, look over here, folks. You're going to see my buy sell sheet, and it says buy back 72, 73, 71, 72, 73. Right there. Buy back 71, 72, 73. I'm not just buying for some random reason or some nonchalant reason. I know this is a good number to buy. It's one of my favorite numbers to buy back. And I'm buying here 372, 373. It's beautiful, folks. And I now have 1,000 shares of this, and that is the stock EZRA. And it was called out by Lori this morning. And EZRA News is their shares are trading higher after the company announced the sale of its Altruist Benefit Consulting unit for $11 million in cash. $11 million cash, folks. That's what they just sold. And EZRA, I'm going to try to buy it here now at 360 a share. I've got a buy order in at 362. I just got it at 366. I just got it at 364, 362. Going to try that again here, 360. It's beautiful, folks. And my dollar cost average now is 380 a share after they just dumped it to 364, 366. The manipulators are working hard on this one, folks. EZRA. Look at all the shares bought already up here, folks. Look at all the shares bought at 430 a share down to 408. What a massive amount of buying down there. So I'm going to buy here 366, 367, trying to buy 372, 373, some of my favorite numbers to buy at. And now it's going to go over my dollar cost average. They're sitting 2 cents below me. I'm going to buy it for 30 shares at frickin' 372 if I can. 367, 366, 364, trying for 360. It's sitting 2 cents below me, folks. 2 cents below me. How do you like that? 2 cents below me. Yeah, indeed. And there's the 373 buy. Yep, I just got it at 376. Just got it at 373. This is EZRA. 373. They just made $11 million off the sale of one of their subsidiaries. Well, market makers are working this hard. 377. Beautiful. Up, she's back to 380. That's my DCA. Stock is EZRA that I'm trading. EZRA. And now she's over my DCA. Back up to 383. Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. And now I'm going to sell some at 388. Yep, I'm going to sell a little bit. I've got 1,200 shares. I'm going to sell it at 388. I'm going to sell it at 392, 393. EZRA. Now let's go look again at CYCU. And take a look at CYCU. 106 and holding. 106 and holding. Okay. And I just bought EZRA at 365. Just got it at 365. EZRA. Oh, man, and it's already back up to 376. Wow. Nice. And now it's at 380. Just went over my dollar cost average. Now, EZRA, if you look at this on the chart, folks, this morning it already shot up on this news of this $11 million sell, and it hit a high of 119 a share, 119 for the high. And then look at them, take it down here below the 200 and barcode it. Look at them barcoding this below the 200, folks. Do you know how hard it is to keep a price underneath a 200-day rising and a 50-day average up above? It's virtually impossible, folks. Okay, I'm just letting you know, CYCU. So I'm going to trade this right now, CYCU, enter, and I'm gonna buy some of this again. I'm gonna buy 30 shares of it at 106 if I can. 106, yep. And then I'm going to come in here and try to buy 107. 107. There we go. Trying to buy 106 and 107. CYCU. Yep, and she's done. I'm going to buy it at market now, 30 shares. And I just sold EZRA at 391. Here we go, EZRA on the climb. EZRA, as they try and barcode this CYCU below the 200-day and below the 50-day CYCU. Now we're going to trade EZRA. And I'm up right now on it, $125. The stock is EZRA. And we're going to come up here and we're going to try to buy now at my dollar cost average, 379 and 380. And there she goes, folks. I just sold it. 392 just sold, and now I'm up 150 on this position, up 178, and I'm going to sell 397, 98, 99. I'm going to be getting out 30 shares at a time here, right here, right here, right here, right here. Take it from me. Take it, baby. Take it, shorty. I'm up 202 on this position. Just sold it at 394. And I'm up 185, now up 202. And ladies and gentlemen, in case you're not aware of it, I am trading here with Charles Schwab, Think or Swim. I'm teaching people how to trade on this channel. I do not make any promises. I do not make any guarantees. I do not hold a financial degree. I am not a financial advisor, but I do trade since the year 2000. So for 26 years, I've been trading stocks, folks. And how I got into the beginning of trading stocks was I won a bunch of money on the Wheel of Fortune. And if you would like to see quickly, while we take a quick reprieve here, I'll go over here to YouTube, Wheel of Fortune. All you have to do is search up here, Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy. Okay, that's all you do. Put in Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy, and then look down here, and you will find my video somewhere here where I won a bunch of money on the Wheel of Fortune. And I really don't know why it's so hard to find now. It used to be really easy if you put in Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy, but now it's gotten buried in here. And ladies and gentlemen, I am selling something here, I guess, or buying. Yes, I just sold at $397, $98.99. I'm up $251. And wow, it's really weird. I don't understand. Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy. Where'd it go? Where's my freaking video? They got it hidden in here, folks, somewhere. Huh. I wonder if I put in 1999, enter. Wow, they're not even showing my video anymore, folks. What happened? Huh. Wow. That's ridiculous. Where in the world? Well, I was going to give you a 1 minute quick shot of what I won on the Wheel of Fortune, but it looks like, I guess YouTube has decided to now hide my video, which you used to be able to find no problem. Let's try it here. Google Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy. Let's try that. There it is right there. Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy, 1999. I don't know why they don't want to give it to you to watch. Okay, yes, and this is what I did on the Wheel of Fortune. And so I'll just show you real quick here for those of you that might be interested. That's me on the right there. And I kicked ass on the Wheel of Fortune, got a $2,500 space, and I knew the puzzle, and it was Spanish explorer Ponce de Leon, and I solved that, and I won a lot of money on that puzzle right there because I was up 6,400. And then we went on to the next puzzle, and it was really cool because everybody and I went on this letter Discovery. I solved that and got another 3,000, and then as it turned out, we got to almost the final puzzle, and I won 13,000. And we came to the bonus round, and of course, I got that puzzle fingertip right there, and I won the bonus, the biggest bonus at the time, 25,000. And so that's me right there, and that's how I got going trading the stock market, folks. I won 38,000 there on that day, and that was back in 1999 at Universal Studios. Now I do not know why YouTube has decided to hide my video from everybody now, but it is titled Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy. And maybe the reason I didn't find it is because I didn't put the commas, but that sounds ridiculous. So let's just go back here again to YouTube, and let's just put in commas and see if that makes the difference. Why I'm not seeing it. Tyler, Amy, Joy. Tyler, Amy, Joy, and hit search. And it is still not there. It's ridiculous, folks. They are hiding my Wheel of Fortune winning video, folks. I don't know. I don't know why. Let's put in 1999 too. 1999, enter. Hey, YouTube, what up, man? Why you hiding my video? Why the big secret? Oh, goodness gracious. Well, whatever. You can see it. I want it. It's there on Google. I don't know why YouTube is hiding it from the world, but they don't want them to see anybody to see, I guess, anymore. Anyway, it's ridiculous. All right. So I'm done with that. Goodbye. Next, let's move on and get back over to the stocks. And you can see right now I'm up $175 on this position right here. Yep, I just showed somebody on Saturday too, Catfish. Jayhawk says, yep, BYRN making a move. Yep, I knew it would. Aaron, Jack, all right? Jackaaron. All right. Yes, yes, sir. CYCU, let's go. AXTI, again, he's calling out AXTI. And that stock, I think, was called out on Friday. AXTI, Mike Larson. And I just sold EZRA at 402, 413. Selling EZRA at 4. Oh my gosh, I'm up 472 on this sucker. EZRA. Woo! And I just sold a bunch of shares of that EZRA. Nice. What a great call out. Thank you very much for calling that out, Lori. EZRA. Lori called that out today. All right. Up 441, selling at market, up 446, selling here. Oh my gosh, this is fabulous, folks. EZRA. And I would like to know, did any of you buy EZRA with me when it was just down in the 370s? And I'm selling here at 420 a share, EZRA, and I'm going to sell a lot of it. EZRA. I'm selling 30 shares at a time. And I want to know, I'm going to do a search right now on this thing. And I want to know here, are you trading EZRA with me? That's what I want to know. Oh, wait a minute. I got to do it in a poll. Create poll. Did any of you cats buy into EZRA with me when it dropped to the where was it? 372 range. Question mark. And right now, is that right? Yes, at 372 range. That's what I want to know. Did any of you buy EZRA when it dropped to the 372 range? That's what I'd like to know. Start the poll. All right, let's see here. SoFi at $16.99. Thank you for letting me know. CRB Jonesboro. LBGJ. Check out what that stock did this morning. I saw it. I bought a little bit of it. Let's go, everyone. I hope everyone has a blessed morning and a prosperous morning. Let's go. Right, Mr. Mexi Brown. Kim Daniel. Hello, Morning Hawk. Thanks for the safe travels. Okay, got the 4 pair of cheaters. Came back out and was up on EDBL. Got out. Yeah. All right, started dropping right as I got back in the car, but I will take it. Yes, ZBOA, okay? ZBOA, Desmond Cook. Thank you very much, Desmond Cook. I'll take a look at it. ZBOA, AXTI, JACK, okay? Aaron, I'll take a look at it. All right. Heck yes. Yes. Come on. Pre-lunchtime lows. Yes. All right. Let's get back over here. And I'm going to sell some more of these shares at 420, 419, 418, 425, 427. EZRA. I'm up on it $411 right now. And I want to see, did any of you buy into it? 33% said yes, they did. All right. Well, congratulations to you, my friends. Those were good buys there. And now we're going to sell them at 418, 419, 420. We're going to sell them. There they go. Just sold 418, just sold 420. Let's get out 427, 430. Let's get out. Yep, 425. Let's get out. I've got 140 shares left, and I'm up $442 on this position, ladies and gentlemen. EZRA. EZRA. Nice. Now let's go to CYCU. Enter. 105 on it now, huh? CYCU, 30 shares. Man, look at them holding it here. 105. CYCU. There it is on the chart. CYCU. CYCU. And man, I made a boatload of money on this stock this morning. All right, let's take a look at these other stocks that have been called out this morning. Right now, we're going to look real quick at on the charts. And this is CYCU right now. CYCU. Trying to barcode this stock underneath the 200 and the 50-day. And look how they've come together, CYCU. So this is capitulation, folks, and I'm going to buy here. CYCU, trade. CYCU. Oh, sorry, I'm the wrong one. Trade. CYCU. CYCU. 30 shares, buy at market right here. Trying to barcode this underneath the 200-day moving average. And I just bought it at 104.5. Going to buy it again now. And I got bought LBGJ at 332. So LBGJ is falling right now. LBGJ is descending. And I'm buying this stock CYCU right now at 104 a share, up 17%. In case you didn't know it, CICU was at 134 a share this morning in the pre-market. CYCU was 134 a share this morning at 7:30. 134 a share at 7:30 this morning. So it's right now 30 cents below the pre-market high, all right? Just so you know. The price of this stock this morning, you can look at it on the charts. CYCU, if you look at it this morning, I'll show you here now, the price spiked to right there, 134 a share. And ladies and gentlemen, that 134 price was acquired at 723 this morning, $1.34 a share. $1.34 a share. And then after the market opened, it hit 119, 119. And now look at this bottom. They've reachieved once, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times the same effing bottom, people. 7 times the same bottom. 7 times. So I'm going to buy here, folks. I'm going to buy it here. Hello, it's the same dang low they've hit 7 times this morning. And here's what I want you to look at, ladies and gentlemen. How far below this price has it gone compared to how high it's gone? How far below this line compared to how high? How far below this line compared to how high? How far below this line compared to how high? I'll say it again. How far below this line has it gone? It's never gone below this line but once. All morning long, this is the only time right here. And that was at what time? 10:18 this morning. 10:18 was the only time CYCU dropped below this line. Only once, folks. Only once. And so I'm going to buy it again because this is a defined bottom right now. Very well-defined bottom. 104 a share, 103, 104. And just so you're aware of it this morning, I am up $15,000 on this stock this morning. I bought so much of it on Friday when they ran it down 44%. And I made some good buys on this stock Friday morning and Friday afternoon, and I just kept buying it. When they drove it down to 88 cents, I filled my truck. I filled the truck at 88 cents. And so made some very good profit on this stock. Whoops. Sorry about that, folks. Uh-huh. I like CYCU where it's at today. Way better than Friday. I hear you, I hear you, man. Yep, got CYCU at 103, and I'm buying it here with you, my friend. And wouldn't be surprised to see the dang thing go back up to its pre-market high of 134 a share. So I'm just sitting here piling in at 103, 103 and a half. And I feel pretty safe about doing that right now. I feel good. And so anyway, I'm only buying small shares, $30 at a time, 30 shares at a time. But right now, I got $3,000 worth of this stock. 3,270 shares is what I'm holding right now. So I got about 3,000 in it, and I can see the bottom was just formed right there. Boom, boom, boom. Up we go. Let's go, baby. Come on. And, yep. STKH moving. Okay, cool. It needs to. One of my viewers said he was down 1,000 on that. STKH. Thanks for the heads up on that. STKH, Ultra Surfer Joe. See what it's doing. And by the way, there's the bottom on CYCU we just bought. CYCU. Good buying there. And now she's back up to 104.5. Okay, good. And I'm going to put a sell order in here at 109 just so I know when this thing starts to take off. CYCU. So I'm going to put in an order at 109 so I know when it's flying. CYCU. I'll know when it takes off if I put my sell order there. All right. And now I want to look at STKH. And I'll look at these other ones, but immediately I want to look at STKH. And there we go. I've got 5 shares of this. My dollar cost average is $2.88 a share, and it just broke over 307. STKH. And today up 28%. So my viewer that was down on STKH Friday, hey, how do you like it now? How do you like it now? STKH. And I'm going to look at this on the 5-day chart. STKH. All right. Man, it did drop, and he said he was down $1,000 on Friday. But look at it just spike right back up. And I hope you're selling it, whoever it was that said you were down on Friday. I hope you're selling it here. Got your money all back, I'm guessing, or somewhere near it. STKH. Mr. Mexi Brown, I like CYCU where it's at today, way better than Friday, and 30 cents lower than the 135 of shares they put out. Yep. Yes, I agree. It is very much below the share warrants, which were 135, and the warrants can't be exercised until the price hits 165 on that stock on CYCU. CYCU. There it is right now. CYCU. And congratulations if you just bought that bottom right there with me, right there on CYCU at a price of $1 a share and 101, 102, 103. CYCU. Now we're going to look at the 1-day chart. Oh, what a nice bottom to buy there. And ladies and gentlemen, I already told you, look at this resistance right there on this line. Do you see it stop there and run? Then do you see him try to stop it there and pull it down? Try to stop it there again and pull it down? Try to stop it here 3 times and pull it down? then try to drop it to here once, drop it to there twice, drop it to there 3 times, drop it 4, drop it 5, drop it 6, drop it 7, drop it 8 times. And now look at it running. Beautiful. CYCU. CYCU. And this is a very well defined line right here for a bottom, as you can see right now. CYCU. And right now, today, I'm having a good day. I'm up $16,233 on this position on my account this morning. I'm up right now $13.50 on KUST. I'm up $1.48 on XRX. I only have 5 shares of that. I'm up $2.40 on LBGJ, which is called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. I'm up $3.48 on SNES. I'm up $34 on KEEL. And I've been liking this KEEL chart. Let's look at it right now. KEEL. KEEL. Holy smokes. KEEL, everybody. Wow. KEEL, triple upside crossover on the what chart? 5-day. Let's look at it. Oh, KEEL. KEEL. Well, I'll tell you what, this 5-day average line, it stopped here one time right there. You can see it. Let's move this up here. Right there. Look at him bring this down to there a couple days back on Thursday. Then they hit that line again right there. Then they pulled it down to it again 3 times. Then they stopped it from rising there on Friday. Then they stopped it there this morning in the pre-market, and now it has broken over that line, folks. KEEL trade. And you can see that on Friday morning, it actually achieved the blue line, hit this line Friday morning, and that price was at $4.31 a share. $4.31 a share on Friday in the pre-market, $4.31, and just after the market opened, $4.31. KEEL. Well, I'm going to trade this right now. KEEL. And I'm going to sell it at its high of the day right now. I've got 200 shares. I'm going to sell 30 at 416. I'm going to share 30 at 415. I'm selling at the high of the day right now on KEEL. I just sold 415. And I've got 170 shares. I'm going to go again here at 416, 417, try to get out. 419, 420. That'll be 30, 60, 90, 120, and I'll have 50 left. I'll try for 425 too. By the way, there is a spoof sell 9,100 shares at 425 a share. So somebody thinks this sucker is going to go to 425 a share, just so you're aware of it. Because there's a spoof sell, meaning not real, 9,100 shares at 425 a share. A spoof sell there. Yep. Someone thinks it's going that high. I hear a mouse in the house. Good morning, beautiful.
Morning. Here's your
Oh.
runny jam that you
Oh, you didn't like it?
I didn't try it. It's not thick enough.
Oh, goodness. It looks good to me.
Yeah, you eat it.
I'm gonna. Thank you, beautiful. Oh, my beautiful wifey poo just came down here. All my stocks are green. All right. Okay. Well, folks, I'm going to have a little snack here, and I don't really want you to have to listen to me. So what I'm going to do In case you're not aware of it, I'm an international musician. I'm a music artist, and I have over 120 songs originals. So what I'm going to do right now, come over here to my playlist on YouTube. And these are all the songs I have on Spotify. So I'm going to start playing one of these songs for you so you don't have to listen to me eat. And this one is called If I Don't Have You, I Ain't Got Nothing. And we're going to start right now playing you one of my original songs while I eat my snack. And I will be right back after this short, brief break, okay? All right, here we go. And here's the song. I could be rich and famous, might be a movie star, and ride around in a big black limo or maybe drive a fancy car. I can have every single thing, everything this world could give, but I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could earn a diploma, or I could get some degree. I can make a lot of money, and I can buy anything. I can make $1 million, or become a billionaire. But I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. I could travel all around the world from sea to shining sea. But it wouldn't be no fun at all if you weren't here with me. I could have a castle made of gold with servants at my feet, but I wouldn't be as happy as I am when you're with me. I could climb the corporate ladder and go all the way to the top. Be a doctor, a lawyer, or get rich trading stocks. But it's all superficial, and it doesn't mean a thing, because I know that if I don't have you, then I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't, said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. Said I ain't got nothing. No, I ain't got nothing. All right, and everybody, CYCU just dropped again to the native low this morning. Just so you're aware of it, CYCU just dropped to the same low it was in the pre-market, 98 cents. So I just bought some more of it at 98 cents. And this is a song that I wrote for me and my wife's wedding, and I came out and sang this about 30 minutes before the ceremony started. The one who came along and changed my life. She's my only love, and she knows it's true. And I can hardly wait till she steps to view any moment now. that he will help us make it through any moment now. And any moment now, our lips will touch in a kiss that never meant so much. And the moment that we say I do, well, that'll be just like a dream come true any moment now, any second now, any moment now, any second now, any moment now. All right, a little bit of my music here for you, just a sample out there. And I have 120 songs on my song playlist on YouTube. And I just got through scoring a whole bunch of shares of this stock again, under $1 a share. That is CYCU is the stock I just bought at 98 cents, 98 cents, 99 cents. And the reason I did, ladies and gentlemen, is because this morning that was the pre-market low, 98 cents. For those of you that don't know about CYCU, last week on Thursday, they announced that they had gotten a $54.6 million defense contract, I believe it was, and that 54.6 million contract made the price go up massively. It went up 450%. And then on Friday morning before the market opened, they did a public share offering, basically warrants. What they issued $1,012,000 worth of shares, and that's what made the price fall 44 cents and close at 88 cents a share on Friday. Well, when it ran down there, I just bought a whole crap load. And then this morning, I sold them when it got up to 120 a share, and I just bought them back when it dropped down to 98 cents. So here's the chart right now. And I just sold KEEL, by the way. I just got through selling that. And now we're going to look at CYCU. Okay? CYCU. And that is what we're looking at now. And we're going to look at it on the 1-day chart. 1 day. There it is. And there is the manipulation effort one last time to try to get to that price where they were this morning in the pre-market. Same low in the pre-market, and then it went up to $1.34 a share, folks. Same low in the pre-market as they just acquired just then, and I just bought it there. And after they ran it down this morning in the pre-market, it went up to $1.34 a share. So I just bought it again when they ran it down there to that price. I bought it again. CYCU. And now it is at just under $1. 99 cents is basically where we are. 98.27. And look at all the shares that have freaking been bought here, folks. Look at that. 162,000 shares at 101, and then down here at $1, 300,000 at $1, and then down here at 99 cents, only 67,000 shares. And where it just hit 98 cents, how many? Only 63,000 shares at 98 cents. So they don't have jack crap to sell down here compared to how many they were selling this morning Okay? They don't have crap to sell there. They don't have any freaking shares. This morning, 306,000 shares at $1. This morning, 162,000 at 101. This morning, 350,000 at 103. This morning, 825,000 at 105. This morning, 809,000 at 107. This morning, 700,000 at 109. This morning, 362,000 at 111. And at 112, 158,000 at 112.50, 657,000 at 113, 1,400,000 at 115 a share, folks. 1,400,000 at 115 on CYCU. 116, 117 have seen very few shares, only 117, 425,000, 118 this morning, and 119 was the high, 80,640 at 119. But the pre-market high was 134 a share. 134 a share pre-market high. And the stock I'm talking about is CYCU, 134 a share in the pre-market. And now the market manipulators are trying to brag that they bought it this morning at 99 cents, below $1, after the high this morning in the pre-market was $1.34. So I will buy another 30 shares here, right below $1.99. I got it at 99.87. I'm going to buy it again right now, 99.87, and now a 99.51. So boy, howdy, what an effort to hold this stock now at the same pre-market low right here. Pre-market low. Actually, the pre-market low was down here, 91 cents. And then the next low here, 91 cents to 99 cents. And they're trying it again now. The same low, 99 cents. How special. Yep. How special of the market makers to try once again to manipulate it down below $1. Yep. And this is the stock CYCU. CYCU. And I'm going to see if there's any news at all. CYCU. 806. Nope. 12 industrial stocks moving in Monday's pre-market session. All right. Let's get over here and monitor and see what we're doing now. KUST, I'm up on a little bit. I'm up $6 on it today. XRX, I'm up a tiny fraction on it this morning. SNES has fallen since I bought 200 shares, and I'm down $1.90. KEEL, I'm up $39 on. STKH, I'm up $3.14 on. LBGJ, I'm up 16. EZRA up 417 on EZRA. And I've almost sold out of that already. EZRA, I've only got 104 shares, 140 shares left. EZRA. So I'm going to go over to trade. EZRA. EZRA. There we go. And wow, I sold just a little bit ago at 419 and 420, and they've dropped it back down again to 396. EZRA. And right now I am up on this stock $419 because my dollar cost average is $3.69. And you guys, this morning, you might have noticed I started piling in on this stock when they drove it down below where all these shares had been acquired. And man, I love to buy below massive amounts of shares that were bought from 420 all the way down to 408. Man, look at that. Look at all the shares they've hoarded here from 422 all the way down to 397 and even down to 390, 387. Look at that. And the lowest they could get it was 376 in any real quantities, 376. And my dollar cost average is below that. Unfortunately for the shorties, it's 369. My DCA is at 369, and this is EZRA. And I'm currently up $415 on this position today, EZRA. And today I'm having a good day. I'm almost up $16,000 today on this account. I'm up $15,941, and that is because of CYCU, which I had bought so many shares of at 88 cents on Friday, CYCU. And now they're trying to attack it down to 97 cents. Right now, 97 cents. Good, good, good. And my dollar cost average is 94 cents a share, CYCU. And market makers have been working this stock like crazy, CYCU. And so there you go. And EZRA, I'm going to pick up a few more shares right now on that chart, EZRA. Yep, just drove it down. Good. I just got through selling it. Trade, EZRA. And look at that. They've dropped it down below my DCI. Oh, man, beautiful. Buy at market 30 shares. Buy it. I'm going to lower my DCRA even more on this now. EZRA. And I want to thank you for calling this out this morning, Lori. That was sweet. Yeah. And there's a lot of shares that I've been buying on this stock way below this massive accumulation up here. I mean, they got a lot of shares of this stock, 420 all the way down to 376. And now I'm getting to buy it at 352, 349. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 349 EZRA. Beautiful, beautiful buys here. Beautiful buys here. Good market manipulation at this time of day. And I'm going to continue to load my wagon here at $3.49 a share. EZRA. They announced this morning that they sold one of their businesses and made $11 million. And wow, look at them drive it down just now to $3.49 a share. I'm continuing to buy here just below my dollar cost average. And of course, this is always what they do, folks. They want to drive a stock down to just under my dollar cost average every day. And that is what they like to do, folks. Buy on or around my DCA. So they're hoarding shares now, just like I am. I now have 1,500 invested in this. I'm going to buy at market again here. 2 cents below me, folks. 2 cents below my dollar cost average. Have you ever seen that? Let's go SoFi. All right. Yes. What last I saw SoFi, it was at $16.99. Look at these chumps sitting 2 cents below my dollar cost average, folks. Oh my gosh. Now they dropped it even more, man. Golly. Look at them trying to hoard this thing down, EZRA. Man, the manipulation is across the board, folks. EZRA. This group this morning, after the company announced the sale of its Altruist Benefit Consulting Unit for $11 million. Yeah, they just sold one of their businesses for $11 million, ladies and gentlemen. And the stock right now is up 89% as they tried to market manipulate it down, trying to run it down. And I am going to stay in this stock now. I have 800 shares. So I got about 1,800 in it, and they've just driven it down to the low of this morning, $3.43 a share. 343. Yep. Now 339 and 338. And by the way, in case you want to know why I'm buying this price right here, it's on my buy sell sheet, folks. Look right here and you will see it on my buy sell sheet right here. And you can clearly see up here it says buy back the 37, 38, and 39. 37, 38, 39. That's why I'm buying here. It's just not a random number, folks. It's a very important number to buy back shares, and I just did. And now we're back over my dollar cost average in just seconds now. There you go. Sitting 2 cents below me, folks.
Hey, I'm going to work.
All right, beautiful.
Wish me luck on my first day back in 2 months.
Okay. And you're going to be working until
5.
5.
I don't know what we're gonna do for dinner, but
All right.
something else.
Well, I'm going to miss you.
Oh, sure you are.
I sure am. I always do miss you.
Okay.
She doesn't believe me. You guys know I miss her, don't you? CYCU at 92. Thank you. Well, look at him sitting 2 cents below my dollar cost average, ladies and gentlemen, on this stock, EZRA. And now they've hoarded them all up, and now she runs. And I'm going to let them have some shares from me back. I'm just going to be selling. I've got 950 shares. I'm going to sell them 40 shares at a time. 40 shares at a time. I'm going to be selling over my dollar cost average at $3.55 a share. And I'm going to sell right now $3.55. I'm going to sell $3.59. I'm going to sell $3.60. I'm going to sell $3.63. No, 64, 65, and 66. And the stock I'm trading is EZRA as they sit now 1 cent below my dollar cost average. As always, folks, 1 cent below me and where they're trying to hold it. CYCU now. Let's go over to CYCU. CYCU. Thanks for the heads up on it that it was down to 92 cents. I appreciate that. And so I will buy here now at 96. I missed the 92. Well, I'll tell you what, they really have been manipulating this stock today. They really, really, really have. And they've been masterful at manipulating this stock. I just got it at 95. There we go. I just got it again at 95.81. Now got it at 95.82 as it rises. And I'm going to buy it again here now. And I got it at 95.81 again. That's fabulous. Look at that. Oh, my goodness. Look at them trying to hoard it at 95.81. 95.81. And she's back up to 95.99. And we're going to keep buying it at 95.52. That's right. The stock I just sold EZRA at 355. EZRA. And there is EZRA. Sold one of their companies for $11 million cash so they could reduce and pay off debt, outstanding debt, they said. And this is the stock, EZRA, which hit $4.60 a share this morning when I sold most of it at $4.50, $4.54, $4.55. So I sold most of it, and now I just got through buying it back right there, right on the 200. Doing, right off the 200, folks. Boing. That's beautiful. Right off the 200-day average almost. Look at that. Look at that nut sack right there, folks. Nice. Nut sacked it good. EZRA. Market manipulation. Now we're going to look at CYCU. Oh, yeah. That same familiar pre-market low. And that's actually 6 cents lower. I just bought it than it was in the pre-market earlier. And I just bought EZRA at 346 a share. And now I'm going to keep buying. And I just bought 345. EZRA is what I'm buying, 344. Thank you, market makers. That's one of my favorite numbers to buy, 344. And look right over here, folks, on my buy-sell sheet. You will see the numbers 43, 44, 45. 43, 44, 45 buyback numbers. And that's why I just bought EZRA at those numbers right then. Yep. CYCU. Well, I wonder if they're going to run it back up again now to $1.34 after they've manipulated it down here at 11 o'clock. CYCU trade. There it is, CYCU. Notice the 90-degree change on that 5-day average line. Look at them run it down. And then look at the buyers come in there. Buyers versus sellers is 2-1. Here you go, 5-2 buyers versus sellers. More buyers again, even here right now, more buyers. So I'm going to buy here right now along with the other ones that are buying here, and I'm buying at a price of 9555. 9555 CYCU. And remember, this company has a $54.6 million contract coming their way. They announced this, and it says here, CY shares are trading higher after the company announced it was awarded a 10-year contract secured through a partnership with a top 5 global consulting firm valued at approximately $54.6 million. That was on July the 30th. Then they did, of course, a public share offering. Oh, yeah, public share offering. And I'm going to buy here now at 9372. I just picked up 9372. Yep. And this is a 10-year deal that they just signed. And I'm going to keep buying it here. 9372, ladies and gentlemen, is what I'm trading on. And the stock is CYCU. 93.57. And my dollar cost average on this stock is 97 cents. So I'm here happy to buy at 93, 4 cents below my dollar cost average. And I'm going to buy it again right here and hopefully lower my DCA even more. And I now have about $3,800 worth of this stock in my portfolio. And that's the bottom right there. They just got the bottom. You can clearly see looking over here at this candlestick. Look at that drop right then that they just did 10 at 10, 11 o'clock. There was the low right there. See that candlestick, the bottom? Look at the bottom of it. Watch the bottom of this candlestick. Put your cursor right there. See it? See it rising? Just put your cursor right there and watch the bottom of that candlestick, and you'll know whether you should get in on this or not. Look at that candlestick right there, going green. And the stock I'm talking about is CYCU. And by the way, the pre-market high on this stock was $1.34 a share. $1.34. $1.34. So they've run this thing down now, basically 40% from this morning's high. They've run it down 40% from this morning's high. How do you like that? They've dropped it from the pre-market high. They've dropped it 40%. Nice. So I'll buy it there at a 40% discount. 92.81. Nice. Yep. And I just got it at 92.81. Nice. Boy, they're trying to fleece everyone out of this thing and get them away from it. Just got it at 92.77. And the stock I'm buying here is CYCU, $1.34 high in the pre-market. And by the way, the pre-market low was only 98 cents. So this is a nice 6-cent lower price than the pre-market low right now. And that's why I'm buying it here at 92 cents. That's why I'm buying CYCU at 92 cents. And on July 31st, they did it says CYCN stock volatile after following a $4.5 million warrants financing. And that's what happened on Friday to make it fall 45%. Warrants, issuing warrants financing. And the warrant price, folks, ladies and gentlemen, is $1.35. The warrants were purchased at $1.35. So we're buying this now 43 cents below the warrant issue prices. And that's why I'm buying this dang thing here. Because and it just jumps back up. That's the end of that. It's over. No more 92s are here. That quickly ran out right then. Very quickly ran out at 92 cents. And let's see what she does now. CYCU. Yes. Now we're up to 94 cents. And now we're right up to 95. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the stock CYCU. CYCU, $1.34. Gap at 88 cents. Yep. Well, they were 88 cents on Friday. That's when I was buying the crap out of it. Yep. And now she's rising, folks, and she's going to go up over my DCA, which is 96.94. So all I just did was sat there and buy and buy and buy when they dropped it just then. Look at it rising. CYCU. Look at it spiking right now, ladies and gentlemen. And by the way, I like to call this the slipper formation. There's the stiletto. There's the front of the slipper. And she is gone, folks. She is out of here. CYCU. All the shenanigans just ended on it at 92-cent buys. And congratulations if you happen to get any right there. And but these market makers, man, I tell you what, remember, this stock only has 11 million shares outstanding. Let's go see how many shares it's traded today. It only has 11 million shares. CYCU. How many shares have they traded today now? They have 11.47 million shares. Oh, they've traded 43 million shares of their 11 million. Look at that. They've traded 43 million shares today of their 11 million shares outstanding. That's right. Here's the statistics, just so you can see that I'm right. Shares outstanding, 11.47 million. 11, and the float is only 7.43 million shares. That's right. The shares outstanding is only 11.47 million. And the float is 7.43 million share float. That's right. Shares short is 355,000, which is only 3% of the outstanding shares of the float shorted. 3%. So there is no short squeeze possibility on this stock. All right. CYCU. 93 cents a share. And I just got through buying it, a lot of it at 92, up 5.3%. Ladies and gentlemen, in the pre-market, this thing was up 35% this morning in the pre-market. That's right, up 35% in the pre-market. And just so you know, all of the markets are gaining today. The S&P 500 up 84, the Dow up 523, the Nasdaq up 430, and the Russell up 2,000. Let's go see why Yahoo Finance tech stock investors have a $1 trillion problem. PLTR stock jumps ahead of quarterly results. Okay. Stocks rise as Trump calls off Iran attack. Oil eases. JP Morgan seeks to pour $750 billion into housing in the next decade. Amazon joins elite list of stocks to top $3 trillion in value. GameStop seeks to lowest levels since 2024. August 2024, GameStop seeks to the lowest level since August 2024. All right, let's get back over here now to CYCU. Back to 88 cents. This is where it was on Friday's closing. The stock is now where it was on Friday's closing. CYCU. Stock is now where it was Friday's closing, 88 cents. Market manipulators are all over this mother. Everybody's all over it. 88 cents. Trying to get it back down below Friday's closing, folks. And I'm going to sit here and pile in on this mofo right here now. Yep, I'm going to pile in on it at 8888. And now it's back to 89 cents. But 8888, Friday's closing, folks, and now it's back up to 89.67. Very short-lived drop to 88 cents where the closing was. But God bless them for trying, ladies and gentlemen. These market makers, I tell you, 8835. I'm buying here now at 8835. Buying at 8835, and now 88 cents even, where they've only had 27,000 shares at 88 cents. 27,000 at 88. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to load the boat here at 88 cents, okay? That is what I'm doing, and I'm going to do it because that is where this thing closed on Friday. So go figure. Market makers would want to make this thing so it wasn't up at all today. It was actually down one whole penny. And I just bought a bunch of it at 88, and now it's at 89. And my dollar cost average is getting dropped right now. It is now at 95 cents. So thank you, market makers, for letting me get my dollar cost average down right now to 95 cents. And I'm just going to keep buying as long as it's at 88. As long as they can hold it at 88, I'll keep hoarding it. And I'm looking at the stock CYCU. There it is right there on the chart, CYCU. Look at the market makers trying like heck to get this thing down to 88 where they had it yesterday's closing. CYCU. And it is right now almost red. Going to buy it again at market, 88 cents. Thank you, market makers. And I wonder if they intend to now drive it back up to $1.34. Okay? Because they had it at 88 cents on Friday, and this morning it was at $1.34. And now they go for 88 cents again, and now it's at 91 cents. And my dollar cost average is 94 cents a share now. And they just got it back up to 91 cents. So goodbye 88s. Hasta luego 88s. All right, and I just got through filling my boatload up there at 88 cents. Merci beaucoup, market makers. Thank you very much, market makers. I appreciate it. 88 cents. Wow. Again, buying at 88, going to sell. Who knows where I'm going to sell it? And now it's at 90.64. So no more 88s are available. That was just a big dump. And now comes hopefully the pump. 88 cents. Look at that. Look at him drop it down to 80. What did I get it? 85. 85, and she's already gone back up over 90 cents now. Back up to 91. And there certainly are no more 88s. Now we're at 92 cents. Nice, very nice. Now we're over 92. Crossing over 92 cents. What a great stock this is. And they are manipulating the crap out of this thing, ladies and gentlemen. And right now I am up today on this position, $15,000 profit today. 15,000. By the way, if you're wondering, should you be buying this? Well, why don't you just look at my account balance and you can tell. Watch my account balance and you'll know whether you should buy this right now or not. Okay, and I would like to thank you for being here with me today, Catfish Tyler, and I am the name Catfish because I buy stocks on the very bottom, like I just filled my tank there at 88 cents on this one. And that's what I do. I do it every day. And I'd like to thank you for being here with me. I know there's plenty of other channels you could go to, but I really do try to teach people how to trade. Going over here to my monitor right now, and I do want to look at EZRA. Hey, I'm back up 200 on EZRA now. Up 200 on EZRA. So I'm going to go over to trade, EZRA. There it is. And up 189 on this position now. EZRA. And my dollar cost average, 349. So I'm going to pick up some more shares of this here at 330. I love to buy 330, folks. EZRA. So I just filled at 333. So much for that. EZRA, trying to get 332 and 331s. And I'm going to buy 330, 331 if I can. And I'm going to go again at 332. EZRA. Yep. And this is what it looks like on the chart. Easy. Oh, and there's CYCU, folks. There's CYCU. And boy, look at that VAG drop. Look at that VAGI, folks. Look at that. Watch it rise right back up the way it came down. Herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk this thing right off the friggin' screen. CYCU, folks. CYCU. Well, folks, I'm going to take a little bit of a break right here, and I'm going to play you some of my songs, original songs. This song right here is a tribute song I wrote to Tom Petty when he passed away. And in this song, which is called Tommy's Gone, you're going to get to hear in the lyrics 16 of his song titles are in the lyrics of this song. See if you can pick them all up. Here you go, folks, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes trading CYCU right now is the screen you're looking at, and I'll be back in 5 minutes, folks. All right? And I hope you like this song.
They said he was dead, then they said they were wrong. He'd be leaving this place, and I pray that the Lord will show His saving grace. And as I move forward, I'll hear His songs play, and they'll always bring memories of sweet younger days. On the radio waves, now His Spirit lives on, and we'll never forget the way He taught me play the song. But time is gone, long gone. Rest in peace, Tommy. If I were to write you a love song, would you know it was only for you? 'Cause if written, I keep it a secret, that it's you who I'm singing it to. That's right, I would never tell no one who it's written for, I'd never say. But if I were to write you a love song, then the lyrics might give it away. That's what some folks would say.
All right, CYCU on the rebound. All right, we're going to end this song here. And we will be encouraging you to come over and give me a listen on your music provider if you have a Spotify or Apple Music or Google Play or any of those, and enjoy some of my songs. I have about 70 songs that are on the mainstream media, and I have 120 original songs on my YouTube playlist. Come on, give me a listen. I think you'll enjoy your musical adventure. Well, there she goes, folks. CYCU, flushed out. All the weekends are gone. Now how high will she fly? CYCU, flushed out, weekends gone. How high will she fly? Same thing with EZRA, I'm going to guess. Let's take a look at it now. EZRA. And they're flushing that out good, right below the 200-day, a good place usually to buy. Just as they break resistance below the 200-day is usually a good place to come in. So I'm going to come in right there. EZRA. And I'm going to come in for some serious shares here. I see they just ran the low down to 310 a share. Wow, that was impressive. I wish I could have got some 310 there. Dang. And boy, it's bouncing right off of that, just below the 200 here. I just picked it up at 315 a share, and I'm going to try it now. I'm going to buy right here 100 shares, spend $300 on it at 308. And I just picked up 308. All right. All right. And that is sweet. And I got a quick 313 there. And I'm going to buy here again at 315. Yes, I got it at 315. And the stock I'm on is EZRA. And I'm buying it here because I want to drop my DCA. My DCA right now is $3.39 a share. And I just dropped it to $3.37. And I'm going to drop it again here now, buying at these prices. EZRA, they just announced the sale of a company worth $11 million. One of their companies they're selling for $11 million in revenue this morning. $11 million cash, I believe the deal was. And so, yeah, on that news, they spiked very nice this morning, and now they're getting flushed out. And the price I'm buying is at $3.13 a share right now, if I can. I'm trying for $3.13. And my dollar cost average is $3.32 a share. So I just lowered my DCA to $3.32. And I'm now getting 317. So that was the end of that monkey business. And also notice all this, in case you didn't know, the dark area was just dumped out. So I'm going to presume that somebody just went and borrowed a bunch of shares against this stock and sold them 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 until they just ran out. And that let them go in long at 307 a share, Savannah. They missed the 308 by 1 penny. Look at that. 308, they had 1,777 shares at 308. 1,777 shares, folks, at 308. How do you like that? 1,777 shares at 308. Oh, Savannah. Come on, Savannah. It's time to break down. Break down, Savannah, and admit it. The 308 is the collector's dream stock number. 308. And proof of that is it's already back up to 319 a share now. And they had 1,777 shares. That's $3,000 worth of money stock, folks. $3,000 to get a price of 307. 3,000. Why would they run it all the way down to 307 just to buy $3,000 worth of it? Huh? Why would they do such a thing? Why would they put in so much effort of all this selling from, and by the way, above this, folks, there was no selling, all bought on the ask, bought on the ask, bought on the ask. There was a little bit of selling there, no selling here, no selling on the bid. Here, just a fraction sold on the bid. Here, a fraction sold on the bid. And right here, just a small amount sold on the bid. Sold on the bid. Everybody was buying the ask here, folks. Everybody at 331.23 was buying it for the ask price. They weren't even negotiating, folks. Here's where the dumping began right there. That's where the sell-off just began to run it down to the 207 so they could buy $3,000 worth of it. And now she's already back to 323. There's the stock, and it is EZRA. EZRA. This company announced this morning that they had sold one of their companies. I believe this is the one that announced that, EZRA. Reliance Global shares surge after the company announced the sale of Altruis benefiting. All right, so they sold for $11 million in cash. They sold for $11 million cash, folks. And now the market makers are going to try to drop the percentage of it down from a 90% gain this morning to just a 71% gain now. Now, keep in mind something, folks. It's 8:30 in the morning out west in California. So some people would have just gotten up at, say, 7:45 to 8 o'clock and saw their stock was up 72%, and that would induce some immediate selling. Understand? So that puts pressure on the stock here at 11:30 in the morning because people are just now waking up out west and finding their stock up 72%. And so, wow, they're happy as can be to sell here now. So this puts a lot of pressure on the stock to be sold during this moment because of that fact that it's 8:30 in the morning there. People's alarms are just going off. They're just firing up their laptops, looking at their phones and seeing, oh, wow, it's 8:30 in the morning and my stock is up 70-something%. Holy crap, sell, Mortimer, sell. And that is what forces the price down usually from around 11 o'clock or 10:30 in the morning to 11:30 or 12. That's why each morning is usually a good place to come in on stocks that have run up nicely because you got all this pressure selling from people waking up in the middle of the country and then waking up in the Midwest, and then they wake up on the West Coast and they all start selling. So this all puts downward pressure on the stock during the morning time, okay? That's why I'm buying right here at 313 right now at this time, because I know, Well, they just sold it down to 307. So I don't think there's going to be any more panic selling going on because people can all look at it and say, oh, well, it was already down to 307 and now it's rising. Now, that being said, on this stock that was called out by Lori this morning here in the channel, it was up very nice this morning. And I was up at one time about $200 on this, and I sold when it was up there, but now they've driven it back down. So I'm just accumulating shares here now on the low, 313. 311, 313. I'll buy that. I'll buy it. And my dollar cost average on this stock, ladies and gentlemen, is $3.26. You can see it right up here. 326 a share is how much my dollar cost average is on this stock. It's EZRA. Now I want to look at the charts. There it is, EZRA. And the reason I'm buying it here, ladies and gentlemen, well, I look across here and I see something interesting. And that is, I see this line right here has been resistance to a run up once right there and to a rise right there twice. Resistance right there in the after hours, resistance right there in the pre market. So I can presume that this is going to be resistance here. Now, another reason that I feel confident about buying here right now is not just because of two times where it stopped going up there, but I want you to notice when it stopped going up the first time, the 200-day average was way down here. When it stopped going up there right here the second time, the 200 had risen to right there. And then when they run it down to this price now and hit the 200, well, look where it is. I mean, look where it is. It's up here, my gosh, folks. So the first time it was resistance to a rise, and the 200 was down here and the 50 here. Then the second time it was resistance to the rise, the 200 was here and the 50 right there at that point. And now the third time resistance to a drop, the 200 is above and the 50 is above as well. No wonder. No wonder it won't drop. No wonder it won't fall anymore. The biggest weighted averages are up above it now, not below it. All right, I'm just showing it to you guys. I provide, you decide. I provide, you decide. And goodbye 313s and 308s. We're at 321 now a share. 321 EZRA. Just sold one of their companies for $11 million. And and I just went green on it again. I'm up $338. It just went over my dollar cost average. Very sweet, very, very sweet. Oh, yeah, sweet, sweet, sweet. Nice. All right, EZRA. Take a look at me now, EZRA says. Look at me now. Take a look at me now. I was once an empty space, but now you can see I'm a sack while the shorts they attacked, and it seems so out of place. So take a look at me now. You can see that they ran me down. They tried to flush you out, and there is no doubt that she's going about her own way. Oh, boom, bow, bow, now. Okay, EZRA. EZRA, ladies and gentlemen, the stock of the day, EZRA. Called out by Lori this morning very early, and obviously we have to be ready. Listen, there's the main thing that I teach people on this channel on how to trade stocks is that you need to keep your powder dry. When you start buying, you don't dive in buying 100 or 1,000 shares at a time. You nibble. 20 shares, folks. 30 shares here is what I've been buying down at these lows. You're just nibbling. And that's the reason you can lower your dollar cost average so easily down, because you only nibbled when it was up here when you started buying it. You just nibbled. You just got so few shares that when they drop it down so far below, then you can start taking bigger chunks. You can start buying bigger amounts. I mean, I'm trying to buy, bigger amounts here now, but right now I actually stopped buying. I bought 100 a few times when it was here at 310 and 313. I bought 100, and now I'm just buying 30 at a time. And I'm just going to keep putting them in below the price, and I want to try for right now 315. I want to try 316. Yep. And my orders are small amounts, and I leave a bunch of cash dry to buy with, okay? I always keep lots of powder dry every day when I'm trading. I'm always ready for an opportunity, people. That's a good question, Larry. When I'm selling, when I'm buying 30 at a time. But when I'm selling 100 at a time. Okay, and the numbers that I sell out are just the numbers that are on my buy sell sheet. So, for example, right down here, it says right here to buy back. Right there, buy back 107, 108, 109. But then my sells are going to come in at 129, 130, 131, 32, 33. Okay? And I'll even start selling some at 122. And usually if I buy below $1, I'll sell the 120. If I buy 93, 94, 88 cents, I'll always sell 117, 18, 19, 20. Always sell that. And so right now, for example, I just got through buying a bunch of shares of this stock at 309 and 308. I probably bought, at least 60, 90, 120 shares there. So now I'm looking to go up 13 cents. 308 plus 13. Okay? So that would be 318 plus 3, 321. So I want to sell here now, right here. And I'm going to start selling this stock right now. 325, 324, 323. And I want you to look at my dollar cost average. Watch my dollar cost average here. Okay, it's 326. Well, I just sold down there and I dropped it to 325. Did you see that? And now I'm going to sell. Watch my dollar cost average dropping here as I sell the 329 and the 330. Now, I'm just going out 30 shares at a time, but here at 330, I'll tap that 3 times and I'll try to sell 90 shares at 330 and 331. All right. I want to be moving larger amounts at these specific numbers: 30, 31, 32. And 333. So now I've got larger quantities here, just 30 shares at a time at the 28 and 29, which I just sold. But now at 30, I'm going to start getting the big numbers out. I'm going to try to sell 30 shares at a time. And the interesting thing is, you'll see if you put a 90 share sell order in there, it won't fill. But if you go 30 or 10, it will. So right now, I want to put a 10 share order in there just to sell some there at 330, 10 shares, okay? And then I'm going to put 10 shares at 331. All right, because sometimes they're doing just such small share quantities over here that they're dumping that you can't get 30 share orders to fill. Believe it or not. Yeah, I'm telling you. You can ask Jayhawk. He knows this is true too. So right now I just sold 330, 100 shares, 10 shares at 330 and 10 shares at 331. See? So I just sold 10 shares at 330 and 331. But look, none of the 30 share orders sold. But I sold 10 shares there. So that's why I put in 10 share orders. Okay? And I just sold 30 at 327. I don't know how. I did not have a sell order there. But I'm going to try to sell here. And I just sold a lot of shares there. And I'm selling all the way up to 333. And I'm going to come out here for a bunch of shares at 336, 337. I want out. I'm going to sell 200 shares at 338. And I'm selling big numbers at 36, 37. All right, I'm going to sell a lot there, 36, 37. I'm going to sell 1,000 shares there. I'm so sure it'll pull back afterwards. Because 337 and 338 are big time sell numbers. And I'm actually going to take them away. There they go. Ha ha. I just sold 337. And now I'm going to be selling 200 shares at a time at 337, 338, 339, 340. All those are sells. And now I'm going to be coming down here, 30 shares to buy at 525. I want 525. And I also want to see if I can get 522 a share. Okay, and here they come right now. They're coming down to me now. I just sold the 37s. And I'm sitting on 2,490 shares of this stock. And I'm trading right now. I'm up $645 on this position. And this is the stock EZRA. EZRA, called out by Lori this morning. And wow, look at them manipulated all the way down to 307 a share, where they had a whole 1,777 shares. At 308, Savannah, their favorite number, 1,777 shares. There's no coincidence there, folks. There's no coincidence that they got 1,777 shares right there. There's no coincidence about that. They wanted 1,770 shares at 308, folks, and they got it. They got it. Good for them. And here comes my buybacks right now at the numbers I called out. I just got it 325, and I tried 322, and I got that too. And by the way, I'm only buying back 30 shares at a time here, so I'm now going to try for 320, 322. All right, that's what I'm trying for. And I'll go ahead and try 323 here too. Yeah, there's a lot of buyers buying 323s over here, folks. A lot of buyers coming in at 323s. No doubt about it. And this is the stock EZRA, that I just got through selling at 336 and 337. I sold a lot at 330, 31, 32. I just bought back at 320. I just got 320. No, I'm sorry, 321. I did not get 320, but I did get 321 and 322. I'm going to buy more of here now. And the stock I'm buying is EZRA. This company just sold one of their subsidiaries for 11 million cash. 11 million cash. Reliance Global entered into non-binding letter of intent to sell assets of its Atreus. 11 million cash. Atreus Benefit Consulting for 11 million cash. So that's why I have now lowered my dollar cost average down to 317 now. See that? See how it's dropped to 317 now, folks, by me selling all these orders I just sold up there at 325 and 326, 331, 23. And now I'm lowering my dollar cost average by buying 30 shares at a time and trying right now to get it at 319, 320, 321. And eventually, well, within probably 10 minutes, it'll be right back up here to $3.26 because whoever just ran it down from where I sold it there at 326, they just created a gap. They just created a big gap is all they did when they ran it down artificially, selling probably borrowed shares. There's a gap now from 319 back up to $3.36. And we'll probably see that gap filled here pretty soon, folks. Easy RA. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think you're going to see this thing go right back up here, and it's going to be at 320 within about 3 or 4 minutes from now because they just created a gap artificially driving it down. And again, I could be wrong, but just watch and see. You can just watch and tell if I'm right or wrong. DFNS up 70%. Wow, CYCU gets some tailwind again. Good. Well, let me put some buy orders here at 313, 311, 308. We'll try and see if they get down there again during the lunchtime low. They probably will. They'll probably try to get down to 301 at lunchtime low. I'll put an order there too. And but notice where they are now, folks. They're sitting on conveniently on my dollar cost average. And they are at that price. At that price, ladies and gentlemen, I feel good because at the price of my dollar cost average, I can already see the buyers are paying the ask price versus the sellers that dumped to the bid right there. The sellers had those many shares to sell, and then this many started buying on the ask. They ran out there at 317. They just ran out. And then the next number up here, look how many more buyers are here than sellers right there. Look at that. That's why I went over that because there's just too many buyers versus the sellers right here. All right. That's why it went over it. So I'm showing you here, all buyers, almost all of them buying on the ask there. 318.99. My gosh. Everybody putting out that bid price, trying to buy on the ask that much. And then here, this is what was sold on the bid, and look how much was bought on the ask. This is at 319, folks, and 320. Look at the little few shares sold to the bidders and how many were bought on the ask at 320 a share, folks. Same thing here, same thing here, same here, same here, same here. Goodness gracious. At 325, everybody was happy to buy on the ask at 325. There was a horde of buyers there, folks, ready to pay that much on the ask. And here, all these numbers up here, everything, every one of these candlesticks, every one of those shares were bought on the ask. The dark areas were sold on the bid right there. But all these light areas were bought on the ask. And everything up here, when it was in the highest numbers of 599, 570, all bought on the ask. All those shares are bought on the ask, not selling, buying there, not selling. Here's where the selling was. See the dark areas? That's where all the selling was. Look at all the dark areas on these. Look at the dark areas on these. Look at all the selling there. Good Lord, look at all that selling. All that heavy selling there. Man, they had all these shares to dump out. They had 1 million, 2, 3, 4 million, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 million, 11 million, 12 million, about 13 million shares traded right there. 13 million, all dumped out on the bid, all thrown out on the bid. 13 million. They just threw them out, folks. Easy RA. 13 million shares just thrown out on the bid and sold to make the price fall so they could come down here and buy 1,777 shares at 308. So they could buy a measly 1,777 shares right there at 308, folks. That's why they sold all those shares up above. See that? It's kind of funny. They went in all this heavy selling up here to make this thing freaking fall. And by the way, every one of those that were sold on the bid were all shorters. They were shorting the crap out of this thing from this price up here. When it got to the high today, right here, man, they started shorting it. 460 a share, they started short selling this. Well, really, they were trying to short sell it, but everybody was buying it on the ask. Everything up here is light colored. Only until it got down to where did they actually start selling on the bid? Oh, this is bought on the ask. Oh my gosh. But here's where they started buying on the ask, a little bit of buying on the ask. But all this was sold, 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 sold. All of that candlestick was sold. All the volume there was sold. Sold on the bid, sold to the bidders, sold to the bidders, sold to the bid. There was a few buying on the ask right there at the tips of these. The buying on the ask actually started right there. Well, actually here, right there maybe. Some people started buying this stock when the price was 435, paying the asking price. All right? But most of this was sold. Look at the darkness on all those candlesticks. All that volume selling, selling, selling. Millions and millions and millions of shares. They sold up there. And now looking down here, wow, there's just not a lot of dark on any of these candlesticks here selling. Not like up above. Whew, that's for sure. Nothing like up above. There's fractional selling here going compared to what it was above. And everything through this region from right here to there was bought on the ask. Folks, there's a gap on this stock to 333 a share. You're going to see it run. It's going to run from here up to 333 because all that was bought on the ask. Only here did buyers start selling the bid, selling the bid, selling the bid. The sellers were selling the bid. But very few compared to how many bought there. So I'm telling you, there's a gap here all the way up to this price, 331. And you're going to see it in about 15 minutes get to 331 probably. All right. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Watch how fast it goes back up. And where is the shill sell? Where's the spoof? Hey, one thing good, I don't see a spoof sell. Well, maybe 900 at 347. That could be a spoof sell. But this is one stock it doesn't really look like they're spoofing against. I don't see a spoof sell in here. I don't. Unless this is one here, 2,300 at 321. That's pretty close to the current price, though, so I doubt that's the case. Spoof sells are usually 10 cents higher or 15 cents higher, maybe 20. I mean, this is a little bit high. That's pretty high for a spoof sell, so I think that's a legitimate sell there. All right, so what we're going to do now is take a look at CYCU. CYCU. Sorry. There it is. I've got a lot in this one. And my dollar cost average is right where we are right now. So right here before lunch, they're sitting on my DCA. My DCA is 9463. And I just bought it 947. So yep, so they're sitting right on my dollar cost average just before lunchtime. And this is EZRA, folks. EZRA, I'm showing you. Now, I want you to be aware, it's very hard to barcode like they've been doing for the last hour underneath a 200-day and a 50-day average. But look at this thing capitulated, folks. Consolidation, capitulation, and then convergence. Folks, this favors longs. All these C words, all those C words favor longs. Consolidation, capitulation, and convergence. Right now it is converged. Everything coming to a needle point. And all three of those C words favor longs. I'm just letting you know. Now, am I going to guarantee you that it's going to go up from this convergence? No. But what I can guarantee you is it isn't going to sit here very freaking long. All right? That's what I can guarantee you. It isn't going to stay here long. And since I already saw resistance there once and a drop and resistance effort here twice, well, we'll just see. But it won't stay here forever. It won't stay forever there. It has been here too long. It's been here too long. Once for a drop and resistance, twice for a rise and resistance, three times breaks over and gone. That's my call. And this is EZRA, EZRA. And I could be wrong, so don't go in too heavy. It could drop from here, but chances are it's going to rise. Because, like I said, all three of the C words I just gave you, consolidate, capitulate, and converge, favor longs. Okay? So I'm going to buy this here, EZRA, trade, EZRA. Yep, and my dollar cost average is 317, so I'm going to come up here to 318, 319. I'm going to buy at market right now. And I just got it at 330. I'm going to try to buy, I'm going to raise these buy orders up to 324, 325, 327. And I'm going to be selling these stocks up here. This is, oh, I told you it was going to jump to 331. I told you guys. I just called it. And now I'm going to sell at market here, 50 shares. I told you it was going to do that, folks. I said it was going to run, and it did. Just like I said it would. Oh, beautiful. And here we go. I'm going to sell 344, 347, 48, 49, and 50. I'm going to sell all these numbers here. I told you it was going to do that. I called it, ladies and gentlemen. I absolutely called that. And I don't want to say that I'm proud about that or boastful. I'm just grateful to the good Lord above that he's taught me all these things I'm able to teach you here on this channel. And folks, what I just showed you about all those shares that had been bought on the ask and why it was going to fly up there, that you just experienced it. You just witnessed it, everyone. And if you like what you just saw and heard me predict, please hit the like button right now and consider hitting the subscribe button, because you know what? It doesn't cost you a penny to do that. If you like what you just heard and you saw right there me call that out, that this was going to jump all the way past 313 back up to 320, and I called it, folks, and I said it was going to do it. And by gosh, she just jumped up there and we got to sell all those shares. And EZRA now up 701 on this position today. Yep, that's right. EZRA. And I'm grateful for those of you that are here with me that are getting a chance to learn here on this channel. And I thank you for all of you folks who have been calling out these stocks today. And especially Lori, thank you for calling EZRA out, which I'm on. And let's go see how I'm doing on the other ones I bought. And right now, KUST is up $10. I only got 100 shares of it. XRX is up a little bit today. STKH is up a little today. SNES is up. I'm up 5 on. KEEL, I've got only 200 shares left. Wait a minute. It just jumped around on me. 80 shares left. I'm up 41 on it. LBGJ, hey, I'm up on that, $37. I've only got 90 cents. Oh man, that one's moving. LBGJ, folks. LBGJ. LBGJ. So I'm going to go over to the charts. LBGJ. I love Ezra here. I really like the look of that. I like it. Double Tata right there. Madonna. Woo. Oh man. And I just bought EZRA at $3.23 a share. So I do really, really like that stock, EZRA. But now I want to look at LBGA. LBGA. What is it? LGBA? I think I might have it wrong. LGBA, I think maybe. Oh gosh, I can't even see it now. Hold on. It's LBGJ. LBGJ. All right. LBGJ. 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 Enter. LBGJ. And I want you to look at this chart right now, too. LBGJ chart. LBGJ. There it is. LBGJ, folks. There's the chart on it right now. And you know what? Since it's moving up like that, and I'm up $24 on it, and I wonder, should I buy any more? Well, I just look at my balance. LBGJ. Let's try 30 shares of it. LBGJ. Oh, that's a good place to buy. 372. We're going to get the lunchtime low on this right now. LBGJ. There it is. 373. Very nice. LBGJ. And my dollar cost average is 349 on this stock. And my dollar cost average just jumped up 4 cents to 353. So I will not be buying any more LBGJ because I don't want to lower my dollar cost average. I see right now I'm up $14.10 on it. I've got 180 shares. But of course, right now it's really the lunchtime low, so probably, and the bid is 361, the ask is 390. The bid is 361, the ask is 390. And I'm feeling 376 dead in the middle. I'm feeling at 376. I'm going to buy it again and see where I get. I got it again at 376 a share. And I don't want to buy anymore because my dollar cost average is now 359 a share. So I don't want to buy anymore. I'm going to stop there. But I like the look of this chart, folks. LBGJ. There it is, man. I like the look of that, man. That's why I'm buying it here because I like the look of this chart so much, even though it's over my DCA. Man, that looks strong. And listen, I want you to look over here. You can easily see right here, this was a line of resistance right there one time, right there. That blue 5-day stopped on it. And then you can see another line of resistance exists right there. And then the last line of resistance is right there. And right now, when you look over here, well, it just broke that line of resistance. It breaks this one and this one. Man, this thing could really make a move. Now, I'm not going to guarantee you that it's going to do that, but I can tell you one thing. It's hard to herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk and herk and jerk on a 50-day for so long that's rising like this, with the 45 up above it rising. And then the 200 moving day average just shoving all of it up. That's why this thing just cradled around this and moved, folks. This is a good place to buy it. And I know I'm raising my dollar cost average, but I'm going to buy it again here, folks. I'm going to buy 30 shares here at 370. And I just rose my dollar cost average up to 361. And that's because I'm buying 30 shares at a time here at 370. But I love the look of this freaking chart here on this lunchtime low at 12:05, okay? And I'm going to buy it again here, ladies and gentlemen. And I just got it at 375. So it just went from 370 to 375. And look at the balance on my account right now, how much I'm up on this. And then you'll know whether you should buy into this LBGJ or not. Just watch the balance and you can tell, should I buy this or not? And you will know by looking at my balance because I have 300 shares of this. I'm into it for about $900 right now. And the stock I'm trading is LBGJ. All right, CYCU back up to 99. Great. Let's get to CYCU. Oh, she's out of here. Wow. And look at that vag. Now I'm going to show you guys something, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you what's called mirror trading. There we go. there's your mirror right there in the middle, ladies and gentlemen. You see that mirror? Now, what I want you to look at is I use anatomical charting. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is what I call a vaginal drop. Okay? This right here is the labials right there. You see them? There they are. Once it broke this, it jumps up to this same level where it goes sideways. So right here with the 200 day would be a good place for it to go sideways, just like it did here for a little while. And then, ladies and gentlemen, after it trades sideways, we're going to see a drop, or we may not see any trading sideways at all. But from here, you can see that drop right there before it went way up. So this is called mirror trading. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this stage of the game, here comes your drop right there to there, the same freaking line. You see it? There's the drop to the exact same point. And then boom. Okay. So just this is where I'd suggest you buy some, because I call this mirror trading. This is the middle. This is that. This is that. Then it went to here and they tried to yank it back. It went beyond that just to the line that it should have. And then the drop back is the exact same drop to the same line. But this time, the 50 day is down here rising below it, pushing it all up. And so is the 45 rising below it. So they're pushing this upwards. And the 200, the biggest heavyweight of all the moving averages, is way up here at a price of 99 cents. All right. So trade CYCU. I am in. I'm just going to buy 30 shares. All right. Oh, gosh. Trade CYCU. Enter 30 shares. Buy at market. And where I'm trying to buy right now is the very bottom of this green candlestick right here. I'm trying to buy that right now. And I just picked up 97. Looking again here now. Going to buy it again at market. Got 97.31. 97.31. Okay, here we go. They're bringing it after it. Look at them dropping this thing down. Here we are. I'm trying to buy at the bottom of this candlestick, and I just missed it. I got a 97.34 right then. And I'm wanting to buy anytime it's down here. 97.05. That's a good one there. 97.05. That's beautiful. And by the way, look at the market sellers selling off right there at the lunchtime and just drop this thing from all the way up here at 101 to 97 cents for the lunchtime low. And I'm going to buy it again here at 96. Gorgeous. Right on that freaking 50 day. Beautiful. Right on that thing. Gorgeous. Right on that rising 50 day average. With the 200 way up here, folks. Oh, look at it bounce off that. And it should bounce off that line, folks, with the 200 day up here and the rising 50 and 45. It should bounce off that logically. It's just it's just the way it is, folks. The freaking 200 day average is way up here. The 200 day current average price on the 1 day chart is at 99 cents. You know, let's go over to charts and look at this on the 200 day, on a longer day chart, on the 180 day chart. Look at the 200 day average, folks. Can you see that? That's the 200 day average. It just made a freaking 90-degree turn and then tapered back 10 degrees, maybe 15, but it's still rising. You can't even see what the 45 and 50 are doing, but ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you one thing. You see this light blue 5-day line? You see where it's sitting right there just now? You see that? Here's what I want you to understand. Where this blue 5-day line is and where it just dropped to this line right here, has it ever stopped there before? Did it ever stop right here before? No, it never has stopped here. And being that that price is actually falling, it should go right on down through. But instead, it stopped on this line. And that is a very good indicator. Now, I look over here and I don't see that the first time at that line. Do you? Wow, look at all the times they've revisited this freaking line here. Just look at it right here, folks. It's the same price line I'm trying to show you right now. Please understand, this stock already plateaued at that line before exploding up. Over here, it dropped then to that line once, twice, 3 times to that line where the price is right now, folks, where the 5-day is now. It dropped over here to that same line 3 times right there, and it actually dropped a little bit there. So 1, 2, 3, 4 times, 5 times. Then it stopped going up here. That's 6. Stop there again. That's 7. And then right here, it stopped right there. That's 8 times it stopped at that line. And now it comes over and it just happens to stop at that line, folks. It is not a coincidence, all right? And this is the thing I try to teach people on this channel. When you see a drop of the 5-day to a certain point and stop there, why did they stop it there? What was about that line in the past? Well, hell, they stopped it there once, they stopped it there twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. I mean, 11 times they've stopped it on this line. And you think it's coincidence that they drop it to this price now? No, it's not coincidence, folks, unless you want to think it is. But this is the kind of thing I'm here to show people every day so they can learn how this works. They can go, oh, I see why it stopped there now. Oh, I get it, Catfish. It stopped there because this line was a point of resistance way back here a whole crap load of times. That's why it stopping there at that line right now. At that line. I'll try it again. It won't leave a line for me. Oh, I know. I got the wrong kind of line. I want to do the price line. Goodness. Pardon me, folks. All right. So hopefully you've learned something today. Use the past to determine where your future goes. This 5-day has never stopped here recently, but it did stop right there and right there, and it stopped there and there and there and there and there and there and there. And I wonder if you went back any further. Oh, there's more again right there. Oh yeah, it's had more than that. That was the last time though, folks. And I got news for you. This is why it's such a strongly fault line, because if it goes over this line, there's a gap all the way up. See it? Look at the gap. There's a gap here, and there's a gap here, and a gap here. And they know it. They know it, folks. That's why they're fighting this line so strong. Because it gapped up again. There's a gap there. There is a gap there. There is a frickin' gap right here between these 2 points. And I'm going to now extend this bottom line out even further, if you'll give me a minute, because I'd like to take it all the way out here. And this price is at 61 cents. Oh, I'm sorry. It's not there. It's further out. Here it is. 108. Just give me a second here, folks. This is the price here. 111 or so. Okay. So looking back over the history, folks, notice this big gap. There is a big gap right there, how it fell. Okay. Now, when it got here, back up to that big gap again. So I'm going to put another line up here at the top so we'll know where we should be selling this stock. And this gap up, there's actually a couple gaps. One of them is to right about here. And you can see that when it gets right here a couple times. There's resistance there, and then it gaps up to this point right here, right there. All right? And there's a gap, as you can see, right there. And there's a gap right there, and there's a gap there, and a gap there, and a gap there. And then it gaps all the way up to right here, ladies and gentlemen. That's the next line of resistance for the 5-day average right there. So there you go, folks. As this thing rises now, and it stopped at this line right here where it just stopped, try to figure out why. Why did they decide to stop it there? Go back at history and see how often that's been a line of resistance. Why did they decide to stop it on this line right there? Why? Go back and look. That price is 62 cents. Yep. $6.366. Okay, so I'm watching this now. And sure enough, this is CYCU. It dropped first the 5-day to this line. And that price level was what? 86 cents. The second drop right now is to this line. And that price, 94 cents. 94 cents. So the first drop of last night in the after, or Friday night, no, last night after hours, Friday night after hours, I'm sorry. All right, I got my eyes on this thing. CYCU. And I just sold KEEL at 425. Trading KEEL, just so you know, it's moving. There it is. There it is on the chart, KEEL. And I just sold it at the high of the day, 425, folks. And I've got now 20 shares remaining, so I'm going to sell the rest here. And I am selling KEEL. All right. There we go. I'm going to get out right now. And I made $45 on that position, KEEL. Not bad. I'll take it. And 30 goes in my pocket. $12 goes into my savings account that gets very high yield interest. And that way I can have a 33% taken out and put into my every sell you make, you should put 33% into a high interest savings account, folks, because then you can pay your taxes quarterly, ladies and gentlemen, and you won't have to pay 33%. You'll only have to pay about 30%. But if you set 33 aside every time, at the end of the quarter, you'll not only have enough money to pay your CPA with what you made off of the interest and the little over allowance, but you'll also get a little kickback check if you want to yourself, a little bonus check to yourself if you want to, because you'll have more in your account than you actually owe, even after you pay your CPU, whoever does your taxes for you, all right? So I suggest you put away 33% of what you make every time you sell something, folks. And that way it goes right in. You don't miss it. You made it. You put it away. You're making good interest off of it. And when your taxes are due every 90 days, you'll have it sitting there. So I just sold out of KEEL, and I do not own any more of it. KEEL. And I'm going to go back over here. And I'm up very nicely today, as you can see. The only stock I'm down now is LBGJ, and I'm down $13. LBGJ. And BYRN, folks, looks good. CYAB looks good. SNES looks good. EZRA, I'm kicking ass on. EZRA. Very nice. Back up over my DCA now. Oh, as soon as I get over on it, they drop it to $3. Well, heck, I'll do that. Buy it there. Geez, who decided to attack that just then? Man, I'm going to pile in on this right now. I just bought it at 302, 303, 304, 304, 305, 306, now 307, 307. And I'm piling in on this, folks, 20 at a time. 308 now. Beautiful run down there. That was sweet. Man, I caught that right at the perfect time. EZRA. I was up $500 on it, folks, and I got over to it, and I saw them take it into the negative right then. Right that moment. Right then, they trashed it down. They took it down big. And holy cow, I was just up $500. I went over to sell the dang thing, and as soon as I moved over to sell it, look at that massive attack. Look at that massive attack. Wow. What in the world? I'm down 100 on it now, 292. They must have done something like an offering or something. Wow. What did they do? EZRA. Well, I got the cash, and I'm going to buy it here. And I have no idea what was just announced, what just happened, 1225, or is this just borrowed a bunch of shares to sell it down and then take up long positions at 290 a share? I don't know. I don't know what the attack was down, but I just went from 500 up on this stock today to 280 down. And I mean, I did it as soon as I clicked over to it. It just got attacked right then, because I looked at it and I saw on my monitor that I was up about $565 on it. So I said, geez, I'm up $565. I'm going to go over and sell that thing. And as soon as I made my move to come over and sell this, man, they attacked it right that second. That very second that I went over to sell it off, they attacked the crap out of this EZRA. I mean, right then, the very moment that I noticed I was up 550 on it, I went over to sell it and they attacked it right immediately at that moment. And now we're back over $3. We're going to go back over three. But what a massive attack. And they just let me lower my dollar cost average to $3.11. But what a massive lunchtime quick drop. And man, oh man, what a massive attack right there. And I don't know why either was an attack or they made an announcement of some sort. And I'm going to go over and look at EZRA now and figure out what in the heck just happened to EZRA. What happened? 2 hours ago, signs letter of intent to sell Altruist subsidiary for $11 million in cash. I don't see any news other than, man, somebody wanted in on that deal and they wanted to get in below $3, people. That is all I can say. They wanted in on that news and they took lunchtime's low volume to get in under $3 on it. And I just really filled my coffers up. And I'm gonna end up having over $6,000 invested in this stock right now. And I just went green again on it. I'm back in the green on it. But man, what a drop right there. Holy smokes. And now I got to keep buying it. I'm going to keep buying it. But as long as it's below three, I'll keep buying it. But I won't go in such ferocity. I'll just kind of nibble at it once in a while. But man, oh man, what a manipulation. What a quick lunchtime plunge. Lunchtime plunge. I'm going to try to buy 289, 288 here. I have no news that I can find on the stock to figure out why it just dropped so drastically. Like I said, when I went and looked at my monitor, I was up 594 something dollars on it. I come over to sell it and I'm down freaking 200 as soon as I went to sell it. I went down, my balance went down $700, ladies and gentlemen, in literally 5 seconds. In 5 seconds. What about CYCU? I'm not sure. I don't have time right now. Just let me please deal with this right here. I'll get over and look at CYCU, but man, I've made a fortune off of it this morning. I made a lot of money off CYCU this morning. I sold it when it was at $3.19 a share, and I made a boatload of money on it, or $4.19. I can't remember what the price was, $3 or $4.19, but I sold it and made a lot. And I'm still up about 14 grand today on my account. Wow. Wow. And now I'm going to keep nibbling at this as long as I see it's rising. It's at 297, now 298, now 299. And you know what? I want my dollar cost average 308, so I'm just going to keep buying this until my DCA hits 308. And right now my dollar cost average is 309. So I'm just going to keep buying this until my DCA hits 308. And I want my DCA at 308. And of course, I'm going to buy it under $3 here. Somebody wanted in on this. They saw the news. They must have just heard the news, maybe. And they said, "Holy crap, man! They got $12 million in cash coming into their coffers. I want to buy it below $3 at lunchtime," and they did. And now my DCA is 308. So I'm going to stop buying it now. And I just got my dollar cost average down to 308. And the stock I just bought a whole boatload of is EZRA. And look at all the shares bought above the price that I just got it. Look at all those shares bought up here starting at $4.21 a share. Look at all those shares bought at $4.21 all the way down to $3.73. Wow. And then look how few shares compared to that just got bought at the low just then. Look at that, folks. You can't even see. You can barely see these candlesticks here. You can barely see them. That's because they don't really have very many shares to sell here, folks. That's all there is to it. Up above there in the 420 range, they had hundreds, they had millions. They had millions there. And then down here, what's the volume? 29,000, 50,000. I mean, you're talking freaking peanuts, people. Peanuts here. Down at the low of the day that they just acquired, 285 a share. How many shares did they get? 29,000 at 285. That's $60,000, maybe $75,000, folks. Whoop-de-doo. 75,000? Anybody could do that. They only had 8,000 shares at 286, 287, 5,000, 288, they had 6,000. So you're talking $12,000. You're talking $50,000 in the bottom three prices combined. 50,000, folks. That's why I'm buying here. It's such a thin, slim number of shares compared to how many they had to sell when the price was just up here in this price range. When it was $3.74 a share up to $4.20. A 50-cent range of massive accumulation on this stock today. A 50-cent range of massive accumulation of EZRA. Yes, a 50-cent range. And I'm trying to buy now at 392, 393, 94, 95, 96, 97. A dollar cost average is 308 a share. The stock I'm dealing with is EZRA. I just looked at my account balance about 10 minutes ago, and I was up $590 on this stock. As soon as I moved over to sell it all, they dropped the price instantly. As soon as I went over to sell it, they dropped the price like a rock. I'm not kidding, folks. The very minute that I looked at my balance and told you guys, easy RA, man, I'm up 590. I'm going to move over and sell that. I had 1 minute to get over there. And the next thing you know, the dollar cost average had gone from way above me to way below me in literally 30 seconds time. In 30 seconds time, this stock price totally collapsed. And I had to figure they must have put out some news, but I go over here to look it up, and I don't see any news. Let's go over here and see. Is there any news yet? I mean, they're still up 61%, but what happened? 2 hours ago, they signed a letter of intent to sell Altruis subsidiary for $11 million in cash. Yeah, so why the big sudden lunchtime drop right when Catfish went to sell it right there? It went from 330 a share, and my dollar cost average was around 312. And man, what a rocket drop. In an instant, they sold it before I could sell it. I was up big time, $590. I went over to sell it, and in an instant, they dropped the price. Well, I want to thank them for letting me get it here. Unbelievable. Wow. I guess I'm going to lower my DCA a little bit more. Buy at market here, 294, 293, 292. Easy RA. Lunchtime low. My son's favorite time to buy stocks on the lunchtime low. EZRA. I wouldn't be surprised if he isn't buying it right now because he loves to wait till lunchtime to buy. And he says so. He told me, man, I love the lunchtime lows, he said. And he's right. And I do too. That's why I'm going to sit here and buy all these freaking shares here. Anything I can get. 293, thank you. My dollar cost average is 307 a share. 292, thank you. I'm going to ring my bell every time you give away shares to me. Every time you attempt to drop the price. Stock is still up 60% today, ladies and gentlemen. I got my buy order in now at 291. I'm waiting for 291. And I'm just going to go again at 292 because I don't really care about 1 penny. But wow, EZRA spanked me right there. Spanked me good. Man, they saw me. Some more buys at 288 just then. I knew that was coming. Oh, gosh, yes. You know they were going to go for that 288 lunchtime low. Man, this is big news, man. They want to buy in at their favorite number, 288, people. This is huge news about this millions of dollars they've got coming into their pockets. And they want in at 288, lunchtime low, ladies and gentlemen. Selling away to me at 288. Now we're getting some 277s and 273s, 274s. And ladies and gentlemen, something has either apparently happened with the entire market or this stock in particular. I'm not sure which, but I just got to buy this at 273 a share. And another thing I find very interesting, they have not halted the stock. They do not concern themselves with halting it here, which seems a little bit odd, doesn't it? Why wouldn't they halt this stock right here? Why wouldn't they halt this? And I'm going to pick up my orders to 50 shares now. Forget about 10. I'm going to 50 shares here. I just bought it at 382, 380, and I'm going to be buying 10 shares at a time here, folks. 280. I'm buying 50 shares at a time. I apologize. 50 shares per buy. Something seems extremely suspicious about this rundown on the lunchtime low. And I'll take a chance on it. I'll take the risk. I'm up so much today on CYCU that I'm going to buy this here. I don't care. I will take the risk at 372.73 because these are numbers for sure on my buy-sell sheet. Now, if you're wondering why I'm coming in heavy here at this number, I'll tell you why. And that is because this is on my buy-sell sheet. This is one of my numbers right here. Buyback 72.73. 72.73. And so I buy there because of my buy-sell sheet. That's the only reason. And I haven't even looked at the chart yet to see why they would bother to run it down to this price or what the previous low was that was similar. But I can tell you one thing, I'm going to buy every share I can at 372 and 273. I promise you. And I'm down 1,300 on this position right now. And my dollar cost average is now going to come down below $3. I'm going to get my dollar cost average down below $3 right now. And I'm done with the 372s and threes. I'm now having to fill at 275. I'm sorry. I keep saying three, but I mean two. And my dollar cost average is now 301. So I want to get my dollar cost average below $3 to 299. So I'm going to keep buying here until I do. And look at all the dumps at their favorite number to acquire, 272. One of the big numbers on my buy sell sheet. And so I'm going to keep buying at this number until there are no more. And it looks like that just happened right then. They closed the door on this. And my dollar cost average just went down to $2.99 a share. And you know what? This is the same thing I did with CYCU on Friday. They ran that sucker down to 188 or whatever it was, and I bought the crap out of it there. And hold on. And it let me make a bunch of money today. I mean, the market makers let me make a fortune off that stock today. And now look, we're already up to 283s on these things. So where'd the 270s go? And by the way, look over here, folks. They don't have any dang shares down here to sell. 18,000, 18,000, 18,000, 18,000, 8. What's up with the 18,000s at every number? Man, that even makes it look more like manipulation to me when I see that. 18,000 shares at every single number down here. 18,000, folks, you're talking 36,000, maybe 45,000 each of these numbers. There, and there, and there. 45,000. You're talking 250,000 shares traded in the lowest 10 cents today. That's all. That's all. $250,000 worth of stock in the lowest 10 cents per day. And my dollar cost average is now $2.98 a share. And all I can say is I'm grateful to whoever just executed this execution of this stock. All right? I'm just going to call it out. I want to say thank you for whoever just executed the execution of this stock, because that was very well done during the lunchtime low. And now I'm having to buy 8 cents higher than I was just buying a moment ago. And it won't be long before this thing will be back over $3 by the end of the day. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And as a matter of fact, I think the reason that they just gave me all those buys at 270, 271, 272 is because they want to hold it under $3 by the end of the day. So right now they got a freaking 4 hour and 15-minute buffer. For 4 hours, they get a chance to try to hold it down below $3. You understand? And that's why they ran it down so much, because now they got a whole 4 hours to try to keep it under $3 by the end of the day. And that's why they just ran it down to where you could buy it just now with me at $2.72 a share, because they're going to try to hold it under 3 at the closing. You think they care about 281? Do you think they want to hold the price at 281? No, they don't. Why would they care about 281? Why? Why would they care about 277 other than to accumulate it there? They don't have any options at 277. They don't have any options at 278, 279. There's no reason in the world for them to care one rat's ass about holding this price at 277, folks. They don't care about that. All they want to do is buffer so they can keep it under $3. That's why they have it here now at lunchtime. Like I said, it gives them 4 hours to hold it down and hold it down and hold it down and keep it under $3 by the close. This stock is going to close today. My call is $2.99 a share. All right? That's my call. EZRA is going to close today at $2.99 a share. That's my call. And I'm going to go back over here and just make sure I didn't miss any news about it. EZRA, let's go over and see if we can find any news. No, 2 hours ago, they're going to be selling one of their subsidiaries for $11 million in cash. And somebody on that news, they wanted in on the lunchtime low, folks, and they just got in. And here they are at 272 again. Their favorite number to hoard shares. And gosh, I can't even get an order to fill there. They got a market order in, and they won't even let me fill it there. They went all the way up to 276 before I could buy the dang thing. Well, next time I'm going to get it at 272, dadgummit, if they drop it there again. And just so you know, on today's account, I'm up right now $14,000 on my positions today. Up 14,000 profit loss today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Jayhawk. Okay, nothing's happening in here, so I'm heading out. Good luck today. The Savvy Travelers, nothing's happening. Easy RA. Nothing's happening. Okay. All right. You say that, and then I'll let you know what I'm selling these Easy RA shares for at the end of the day. All right. Let me fix this camera, folks, because it's pissing me off right now. There we go. So that Easy RA. Well, again, I want to thank all the market makers for letting me at lunchtime drop my dollar cost average down on this stock to $2.95. Thank you. $2.95 a share, folks. And all I can presume is they must have run out of all the 272s. The lunchtime twos are all gone, folks. They all got used. Yep, the 272s. You can be singing the blues. Those. Might as well pick up a little 276 here and 275. 274s. Nicely done. Oh, yeah, I'm going to end up with a lot of cash invested in this stock here today, gentlemen, but I'm buying it here at the low, I believe. And my dollar cost average has just dropped to $2.94. And I still do not see the negative news on this stock. And I see that it is up 51% today. Right now, still 51% today. The stock is still up 50% on the news that they sold one of their subsidiaries for $11 million cash. And I tell you what, in my opinion, some entities had their eyes on this stock all freaking day and said, let's wait till lunchtime when the volume's really low and let's buy the shit out of this thing. Let's get it down at 272 a share. And I just want to take a quick look at something here. There's the chart right now, folks. You can look at it. I think she's done. I think it's over. The 5 days crossing the 10-day as we speak. And we are now at 283 a share. So goodbye, so long, farewell. Goodbye, so long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, good night. There goes all the shares at 272, 273, 274. And again, ladies and gentlemen, looking over here, they have had virtually no shares for sale in this region. Understand? Look up here at how many shares they sold here from a price of 311 up to 338. And then look how many they sold here from 346 up to 364. Look how many they sold up here from 374 to friggin' $4.20, people. Look at all the shares of this stock, EZRA, that people were paying $4.21 for this morning. And look how many of them bought it there. And those that bought up there, you don't think they're buying right now when this price just dropped down at lunchtime so they could lower their DCA? Of course they were, just like I just did. Just like I just did there. And right now, I was down over 1,000. Now I'm only down 300 on it, and I'm going to be green by the end of the day on it because the reason they just drove it down so far is so they can close it at $2.99 a share. At least that's my thinking. That's the only reason that they went for 373 just then was because they want to close this stock under $3 today, and now they've got a whole 4 hours and 10 minutes. They've got a whole 4 hours and 10 minutes that they can hold it. Oh my gosh. It's about to go over my DCA, folks. I'm going to be green here in a minute on it. Oh, yeah, she's going over my DCA right now. And I just went up 169 on this position. And there is a perfect example, ladies and gentlemen, of market manipulation at lunchtime. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. And I want to look right now at CYCU. And my dollar cost average is 94 cents on this. I want to lower my DCU right now a little bit, so I'm going to sell a little bit right here. I know it sounds crazy, but you can lower your DCA quite a bit by selling these higher numbers. There we go. And my dollar cost average is now 93.35. So I'm done selling there. And the price right now of the stock is 93.48. So today on this stock, I'm up $15,000, folks, CYCU, because my dollar cost average was 88 cents, and I sold it this morning at 119. My dollar cost average was 88 cents, and I sold it at 119, and I had thousands of shares of it. So I made 15 grand on this stock today. And right now they're sitting right on my dollar cost average. My DCA is 93.35, and they're sitting at 93.78 right now. So they're just barely over my DCA right now. CYCU. And if you look at it on the one-day chart here, CYCU, you can see right here, folks, you can see this was a lunchtime low right there. Nice little lunchtime stab at a nice hairy sack, and then boom. Come on, baby, let's run up over this 5-day. Come on. 12:54 p.m. CYCU, 92 cents. And rising. Lunchtime low achieved at 12:49, 10 minutes till 90.97. Lunchtime low 90.97. Lunchtime low 0.9097. Nice. And they have just now gone over my dollar cost average. And I'm sitting on about $3,000 worth of this stock today, right now. My positions are 3,700 shares of this stock. And my dollar cost average is 93.35. And of course, That is exactly where they're sitting, basically 93.75, 93.47, trying to hold it around my price. Look at that. They even got one at 93.35 on my DCA. Nice. But they're holding right on my DCA right now. Don't matter to me. I made a ton of money off this already. And CYCU, there is the chart on it right now, ladies and gentlemen, with the light blue 5-day just crossing up and over the 10-day average. And you can see the buyers coming in. You can see on these candlesticks, more buyers than sellers, more buyers, way more buyers than sellers, more sellers by a little, more buyers and way more buyers than sellers now as this crosses the 10-day. Way more buyers than sellers on this. Oh, yeah, they're coming in. They're coming in. CYCU. Yep. CYCU. There it is on the chart right there, CYCU. Now I want to look at EZRA. Ah, what a massive lunchtime low drop. Look at them drop and then pop, and then major VAG drop, and then up here. And ladies and gentlemen, nothing should stop it at this price line. Now, the only reason they tried to just then offer some resistance at that point that you see right there is because if you look back over history, you will see that in the morning, yeah, I'm going to be a man you think I ought to be. There it is. All right, there's right there the drop this morning to that line right at 4 o'clock in the morning, probably. Yep, no, it was at 8:54 a.m. 8:54 a.m. There's the bottom, 8:54 a.m. They tried to reach that bottom again at what time? 9:20 a.m. So they tried to reach the 5-day there once. Then they tried with the price there. And now the last point they tried to stop it from rising was right there again, folks, where they stopped the drop once right there, stopped the drop twice, tried to stop it from rising, and now it rises above, ladies and gentlemen. And from here, ladies and gentlemen, it should go right back up to a minimum of that price. And from there, it should go all the way up to right here. That's what I'm calling for. I might be wrong, but I don't think so. Now, the one thing I want you to notice, do you see how they sat on this? Got a nut sack here, another nut, then herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked on this line? You see that, right? Everyone can see that. Everyone can see how they dropped it to there, dropped it to there, dropped it to there, dropped it to there, dropped it to there. Then it went below it. Then they herked and jerked and herked and jerked and herked and jerked, herked, jerk, herked, jerk. They did all that, folks. I want you to realize that they knew there was a gap down because there was one already here this morning. But I want you to know one thing. This line that they were so stubborn to sustain and hold this morning, right there, that line, ladies and gentlemen, they never stayed there before. The 5-day never stayed on this line. Ever there, or ever there. Never has it. This blue, light blue 5 line has never, ever stopped at that price. And right now, it most likely is not going to stop there now or there. When you look at where they just drove it down to and where it's sitting now, did it ever stay here? No, it never stayed there. Did it ever stay at this price? No, it did not. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. This price that they're sitting at right now, right there, I want you to know it has never stayed there more than a few seconds at lunchtime, or when was this? 8:50 this morning. It was only there for a few seconds, maybe 5 minutes this morning at that line right there. 5 minutes. So it's probably not going to stay more than 5 minutes there now. All right? It never was here very long here, was it? Look at that. It just was there for, again, probably 2 minutes. 1 minute on that time right there. And now it's just going to hang there and stay there forever and ever. No, 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 it won't, because it never has before. It's never stayed at that number. You got it? It's never stayed at this line, and it won't stay here now. It won't stay. No matter what they do or try, it won't stay there, because it never stayed there here. It never stayed there. When they drove it down to this line, it didn't stay there. When they got it there, it didn't stay there. And it's not going to stay here now. Okay? It isn't. It didn't stay there when it got there. And it fell right through it and didn't stay there. So why should it stay here now? The only reason it would stay here now is accumulation. They're accumulating it, folks. That's the only reason it would stay here now, is by accumulation. EZRA. So I'm going to come over here to EZRA, enter, and I am going to raise my dollar cost buys here now up to here and up to here, because I don't believe that they're going to keep the prices here at all. I see no way it's going to stay here. We're going to try for 30 shares at 283, 284, 285, 286, 287. And by the way, they are now sitting right now 5 cents below my dollar cost average. 5 cents below my dollar cost average as we speak. And I already told every one of you that they had so few shares down here on this stock that there's no way it was going to stay down here at this price. And there is no way it's going to stay here, folks. It isn't going to happen. It just is not going to frickin' happen. Now, I want to share something with you guys real quick that I watched last night on. I want to share something with you guys that I watched last night on YouTube. And I'm sorry, it wasn't on YouTube. It was on a network on available through Roku and some other possible providers. It's called the Angel Channel. The Angel Channel. And the documentary I want you to watch, if you don't mind, is titled, Thank You, Dr. Fauci. I will say no more. Give that show a watch, and you will learn more about what happened in America and all over the world than you could ever have dreamed possible. I'm asking you now, if you have the time, find the show on the Angel Network. It's titled, Thank You, Dr. Fauci. And I am certain it will blow your frickin' mind, okay? The web is woven like you would not believe. And the perpetrators of what took place, you just won't believe it, folks. Go watch it. It's on the Angel Network, titled, Thank You, Dr. Fauci. And I guarantee you this hour-and-a-half documentary will blow your mind. Thank you very much at MQ Sadok. No options for this. So there is no reason for him to hold it under $3 even. That's even more encouraging for me. I like that a lot. Thank you for sharing that with me. I appreciate that very, very much. I appreciate that. That tells me even more that I like to know there's no real incentive for him to hold it under $3. I guess the only reason they just wanted to drive it down to 272 just then is because they just want this stock at 272 during the lunchtime low on low volume. And they knew it was easier to work down against the light volume of lunchtime. So they just did. They just did it. And so I'm going to keep trying to buy here right underneath this, 30 shares at a time, $60. And I'm trying to buy, and it's going over my DCA right now, ladies and gentlemen. Here it goes. They're sitting 1 cent below me, and they just hit my DCA. And I am now up $443 on this position. EZRA, ladies and gentlemen. Yep. Oh, yeah, looking it up now. Oh, man. You've got to watch it and just make sure you've got a cold beverage or a hot cup of tea or coffee. Sit down and give yourself some enlightenment, okay? A mind-blowing show that will just completely pulls all the veil is pulled off and ripped off of this nasty, nasty virus. And not only that, the one we just had, but going back to previous ones, including what happened to the poor African people during the polio epidemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I tell you, you will not believe what you watch. You will not believe how incredibly informative that show was. You got to watch it, folks. Look it up and find it and watch it, okay? Oh, my gosh. Wow. Wow. You just have to watch it, folks. Oh, that would be my recommendation if you want to know the truth. If you can handle the truth. And listen, you'll be disturbed. It will disturb you, I can promise you. It is very disturbing. Let me just tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, man, I couldn't even hardly sleep last night after I watched that. My mind was just going, and I just was thinking of all the relatives and people that I've lost and family members and everybody. And oh my gosh. Oh, check it out, folks. Oh my gosh. Get on in there and get you some, all right? If you can handle it. Yep. That's right. Ultra Surfer says, I'm already disturbed. Yo, I just went green on Ezra. EZRA. Boom. Off she goes. As they sit now and try to accumulate on my dollar cost average. Oh, yeah. Let's buy where Catfish tie buy. Oh, my gosh. And now it's time to start selling some shares here in the profit zone. I want to thank you all. I'm up $700 on this position, and you bet your butt I'm going to sell $2.98, $2.99, and $3. I'm going to sell 301, 302, 303, 304, 305. Yes, I am. I'm going to sell 297. I'm going to sell 296. And right now I am up 660 on this position, and I'm holding a lot of shares. I have $16,000 invested in this using Charles Schwab Think or Swim. And I am showing you how to trade day trading, ladies and gentlemen, with zero risk. Zero risk. I want you to learn how to use the method of trading that I use of buying in very small quantities and then selling in about 4 times as many quantities as I buy. And I am going to continue to make money on this EZRA, the stock is. Here is the chart on it right now, EZRA. This company announced this morning the selling of one of their subsidiaries for $11 million cash. And that is such great news that during lunchtime, some entity decided I want in on this, but I don't want to pay premium. I want to rip all the retailers off and run this thing down and get some panic going on and get them to sell it to me at 272 a share. And when that happened, I love to buy that number. I showed you why I bought that number. It's on my buy sell sheet. It's right here to buy 71, 72, 73. That's why I bought so many shares there. I'm no dummy. I've been around a while, folks. And right there was the place to buy it, 72, 73. A double teeny tot on the lunchtime low. And look at that sucker blowing now. Look at it go. And let me tell you something, folks. From this line right here, there's a gap up to here. There's a gap. You can see it right there. There's a gap here. There's a gap here. There's a gap. There's a gap up from there to there to there to there to there to there to there and now to there again. There is a gap. There is a gap, and you're going to witness it filling right now. And they know the gap is there. They know it's there. They know it's there. They know when it breaks this line, it's going to there. And this is going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. You watch. Because it's never stopped here. It's never stopped here. I already told you that. SoFi Tech is surging, baby. All right. SoFi up huge. All right. Tell me about it. Oh, yeah. All right. Goodness gracious, up 9%. Good deal. Also, LBGJ. Take a look at it, folks. LBGJ. LBGJ. Oh, gosh, dadgummit. LBGJ. LBGJ. Oh, my gosh. LBGJ. Oh, wow. LBGJ. There it is. LBGJ, folks. All right. Great call, Currency Brutus. LBGJ. I love it, man. Great call, Currency Brutus. And I showed you guys this morning, and I bought it right here when it came off of that 50-day. Right there's where I bought it. LBGJ. And I showed you, look at the 50 rising here. Look how they tried to yank it back down. Boing, right off there. Look at the 50 rising again. And look, folks, from the last time the 50 came up and around this, they dropped the price from right here, and that price was $375, and they dropped it from $375 back to $350. They dropped it 25 cents. So as it curves here now around again, they're probably going to drop it 25 cents. And that's 415 to 490. And look at it right now. 366 bid, 405 ask. So I'm going to buy this LBGJ. I'm going to buy it. LBGJ. There it is. And they're sitting on my dollar cost average right now, basically. Let's just buy here. I've got 300 shares of this at the price right now. I just bought Ezra at 288 again. Boy, they're sure trying, aren't they? So I just got 30 LBGJ at 385. 385, my dollar cost average is 364. And I just bought it at 386. And I just got Easy RA at 287. Well, LBGJ. LBGJ. What was the news on them this morning? Lee Bang International announces a 1-for-20 share consolidation. That was on the 30th. And right now they're sitting 386. They're sitting 18 cents over my dollar cost average. And they just dropped EZRA to the low for right now this afternoon. They just dropped it to the 66. EZRA. Well, I tell you what, somebody, and they're trying to buy it now again at 270s, 266. Oh, buddy, I'm going to buy here for sure. I don't know who and why they're selling these shares here. I have no idea. Maybe because it's still up 46%, and they're just trying to shake all the weak hands out of it. And the stock, again, is EZRA, called out by Lori this morning. EZRA. And I'm going to buy it here, folks. I'm going to buy it all the way down to 249, 250, 255, 56, 257, 258. And again, I'm down now on this 1800. But look, man, they've been manipulating this thing so hard. They're just trying to get everyone out here. They got their fingers in this pie, folks, and I'm going to buy at market now because they won't even fill my dang orders. And I got 266. I'm going to buy it again here. 266. Thank you very much. Now I got a 267. And these prices aren't going to be here long. They never will. They never are. And I just got a 268 now, and I'm going to go in at 269. Just got it at 269. So much for the 260s, 61s, 62s. There is no more of those shares. No more at 256. And how many shares did they have at 256, I wonder? 1,600 shares at 256, folks. They just went so hard at this stock. So at the lowest price of the day, they could buy 1,624 shares. Alexa, what is 1,624 times 2.56?
1,624 times 2.56 is 4,157.44.
Alexa, stop. So they worked that hard to shove this price down to 256 so they could buy $4,100 worth. Oh, I laugh. I have to laugh, folks, when I see this kind of thing. I'm sorry, but it just makes me laugh when I see how hard they just worked to get $4,000 worth of the stock at the low of the day. And it is just so weak, folks. They don't have any shares down here to sell. They don't, folks. And I'm just going to come in at market now at 272 again because this is obviously the number that they love to acquire. I just showed you this about an hour ago. At lunchtime, this was the same number where they just were. But got to give it to them. They wrote it down to 256. And I'm sure that put the fear of God into everyone. I'm sure that scared everyone out of this stock when they got it down there. And my dollar cost average now is $2.90 a share. And I'm going to keep buying it at market. I just got it at 272, now 273 again. So farewell to the 270s and the 266s and 255s and 54s. Whatever they just got, goodbye, so long, farewell. Goodbye, so long, and farewell. And I'm taking away all the buy orders I had on this stock way down here. I'm taking them away because they're just not going to fill. There are no more 256s, 57s, 58s, 59s, 60s, 61s, 62s, 63s, 64s, or 65s. And again, I want to make sure you understand something. Look at the few shares that were able to get maintained down there compared to up here. Look how many were bought. Look how many were bought. Look how many were friggin' bought up here at $4.20 down to $4, down to $3.70. Look at all the shares that were bought, $1 higher than these prices right now. Just look at all of them bought there. And I will never get these prices again here, so I'm just going to raise them up. No way I'm going to get that. And I'm not going to get these either. No 266s, 267s, 68. Probably the best I'll get is a 269 here, 270, 271. Yep. And the stock I'm buying is EZRA. And they're still up, ladies and gentlemen, 48% on the day. They just sold one of their subsidiaries. They announced that they are selling one of their subsidiaries for $11 million. And ladies and gentlemen, just so we can check and see something here, EZRA has how many shares outstanding? EZRA, let's go find out. EZRA. EZRA. How many shares are outstanding of this stock? It's traded 101 million shares, folks. 101 million shares have traded, and the statistics tell us that shares outstanding is 820,000 shares outstanding. 820,095 shares. The float on this stock is 493,000. 493K float. And believe it or not, as crazy as it sounds that they only have shares outstanding, 820,000 shares outstanding, the short position is 32% on this stock. 32% shorting this stock, folks. This is a huge short squeeze possibility. 32% shares shorted. Shares short, it says here, shares short 32,000, and then shares short last month 44,000. So they've actually reduced their share short position by 12,000 shares over the last month, but they still hold a share short position of 32%. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. That is 32,000 shares short. That's not the percent. So the share short is only 4%. Shares short of the float is only 4.16. So, ladies and gentlemen, there's really not going to be any chance of a short squeeze on this stock. All right? Not with that. All right, but EZRA. Man, oh man, look at that manipulation during lunchtime. Look at them fleece it out good with a double ta-ta. Come over here, give it a cup, a handle, a drop, and pop, baby. Okay? This is called cup, handle, drop, pop. That's my call on it. Days range low, 256 just 10 minutes ago. 256 10 minutes ago, and now it's at 276. 20 cents higher in just 10 minutes time. 20 cents higher in only 10 minutes time. Boy, they sure ran out of those shares quickly, didn't they, at 256? Man, they ran out of those things so fast. I don't even know how they had any shares to sell at 256 when there's only when they've reached 101 million shares on a stock that only has less than a million outstanding, 820,000 shares outstanding. This stock has 820,000 shares outstanding and has traded 101 million. Uh huh. Okay. Yeah. Sure, it has. Sure, I'm sure everybody was just scared to death of this stock, knowing that it just increased its cash flow by $11 million. And they said they were going to pay off debt with that money. And that's frightening. That's very frightening. I can see why they sold so much just now during lunchtime. That's scary. That's scary. Scary news. No, what it is news worth scaring people out of the stock. Okay? That is what it is. It's not scary news, it's news to induce scaring people out. Okay? That is what it is. It's not scary news, but it's news that induces scaring retailers out of it. Yes, this is something they have to do. Scare retailers out, man. Get all those dang shares. This is a great company news break of selling their subsidiary for 11 million. Scare everyone out. Scare them to death. And then once you get it down there, then hold it there and let it go up a little and then pull it back to it again and then let it go up and then pull it back to 272 and then up a little more and then down to 272 and just attrition people out of it. Just attrition them out. Oh, I can't take this anymore. I just can't take it anymore. Well, I can. I can buy it here. And I am going to buy it here at 272 if I can. That's right. I'm going to try to buy 272 and 273 until there are no more shares of that frickin' left. And the reason I'm buying so many on these lines is because this is my favorite number to buy, one of them, 272 and 273. And if I could show you how many times on a chart that number was the low for the day, it would blow your mind. 272, folks. 273. I've seen that, the low of a day on a stock, dozens, if not hundreds of times. 72 and 73. And that's the reason that those numbers are on my buy-sell sheet. When you look at my buy-sell sheet and you see right up here and you see those numbers, buy back 72, 73, right there on that chart. There's a reason those numbers are there to buy back that number, 72, 73, because I've been trading for 26 years. And I've seen how many times they'll run a price down to those numbers and accumulate the crap out of it. I've seen it dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of times. And if you'll notice, there's not any real volume here at this price. There's not many shares available at 273. As a matter of fact, how many? 243,000. Look up here, folks. They were buying up here at 292, 727,000, not 240. And up here they were buying 1,240,000 at 320 a share. They were buying a million here too, 1,000,001 at 330 a share. They were up here buying how many here? A million at 356. They were buying millions and millions and millions from a price of 375 all the way up to friggin' $4 plus. Millions in shares up to 421 today were sold. I mean, look at all those shares. In the 420s, folks. In the 420s. And now I'm getting to buy it back $2.50 frickin' cents less, or whatever it is, at 271, 420 to 271, 420 to 269. Alexa, what is 4.20 minus 2.69?
4.2 minus 2.69 is 1.51.
Yeah, so I'm buying this. Alexa, stop. So I'm buying this stock right now at $1.56 below where it was selling earlier today. Right now, buying it at 266 a share. That's right. I'm buying it at 266 a share, folks. And that price was 420 a share this morning. 420 a share. And like I said, they were buying millions and millions of shares up there. Down here, they've only gotten 79,000. Oh my gosh, people, come on now, really? It's 267. How many shares were bought? 80,000. 88,000. 88,000 shares. And up there, you have millions and millions of shares bought in the 420 range. You don't think those people that bought it at 420 a share that had enough money to buy those millions of shares, they can't buy it here at 266 and lower their dollar cost average in half from 420 down to like 380 or 370? Of course they're going to do that. Of course, all those people that bought it up above $4 are going to buy here now and lower their DCA at this great price of $266 a share. God bless America, $266 a share after the price was at $420 a share this morning, EZRA. And the news, ladies and gentlemen, has not changed. The news has not changed. At least I don't believe it has. Shares are trading higher after the company announced the sale of its Altruist Benefit Consulting Unit for $11 million. So I got news for you. The freaking news that drove it up to $420 a share this morning, it hasn't changed. And a lot of buyers have this stock for way higher than it is right now during this 1:30 p.m. rundown to 265 and 66. And yep, I'm going to keep buying it. I'm just sitting here buying 30 shares at a time. And I've still got 5,500 in cash to buy with. And I guess they just ran out of the 266s. And ding dong, the shorts went long. Right there, folks. That is apparently the end of it. No more 266s available. They mysteriously have melted away. And now there are no more 267s. Ding dong, the damn shorts went long. Trying to buy 26601, folks. Look at that. I love it. They're trying to buy 26601. 26601. Man, you know they're getting weak when they can't get any more 66s and they try to buy 26601s. Oh, man, that's a sign, folks. An Achilles heel on them. That shows a chink in the armor right there. 26601 they're trying to buy. Chinky frickin' armor there. 26601. Well, she gone, ladies and gentlemen. If you missed a chance to buy EZRA at 266, man, oh man, I'm sorry. $1.55 below today's high. Right here, $1.55 drop in price. And the stock is still up 46% today. Up 46% as they try and maintain the price at 266 a share. And all I can buy is 267. All I can get is 267. And there are no more 267s. Now I'm having, and they just drop in a buy of not 267.01 like the 266.01, but now they're trying to buy 267.9. They're trying to buy 267.9. Man, I wonder who's coordinated this attack against this stock today. Who is it that has the power to keep it at 266 a share? Now, granted, there might be some profit takers here that are still up 40% and they're getting a little scared because they're seeing their money go away. But that's exactly what these market manipulators wanted to do. They want to get you to keep giving up your shares, folks. They want you to give up your shares. They want you to give up. They want you to throw in your towel. They want you to concede that they've got control. But again, I look over here, I don't see any candlesticks. I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing any volume here. I don't see any real volume at all. I look up here and I see way more volume and way more volume up here and way more volume of buying and way more volume of buying up here. I mean, I just see massive amounts of buying of this stock when it was 370 to 420 a share. And then I just see minuscule little shares available here. Like nothing, folks, available at 266, 267. It's just market maker bullshit, folks, is all there is, okay? Market maker bullshit is what I'm calling out on this stock. Look how few shares they're selling here to try to hold you and scare you and make you think that this isn't worth it. All right, well, there she goes. And I guess they finally said, okay, we don't have any more shares. There's only 850,000 shares outstanding. There's no more. And there's just no more. And just no more. They must have just sold. They must have just sold. Let me go over here and see how many it was again. I guess they finally sold out of the 820,000 shares available. They must have just sold out of EZRA. They must have just sold out right here, shares outstanding. They must have just sold 820,000 of them. They sold them all. 820,000 shares just got sold. And in fact, you can see that that's true because the volume is 820. Oh, it's not 820,000. The volume is 101 million. I have a feeling they ran out of these shares a lot longer than you think. And that's why now it's at 269. They finally decided, I guess, not to sell any more of their 800,000 shares. They stopped when it got to 101 million. They stopped selling, ladies and gentlemen, these shares that were available in the amount of only 820,000 shares. They finally stopped selling them when the volume got to 101 million. They must have just run out. They finally ran out of shares, folks. They ran out of the 850,000 shares when it reached 101 million. Isn't that hilarious? Doesn't that make you wonder how? Wait a minute, the stock only has 800 and something thousand shares, and they just announced they pulled in 11 million clams from selling one of their subsidiaries, but all of a sudden, that 850,000 shares has sold 101 million, and they must have just run out at 266 because now the price is 277. I guess they just ran out. And then look how quick it goes from 277 back down to 270 because they found some more shares. They had to have found more, folks, because it just hit 277 a share. 277 I saw just literally 1 minute ago. What happened? How did it run up to 277? And then again, how did they have any more shares to make it go back down to 267? There's already 101 million shares traded, people. 101 million. You're going to insult everyone's intelligence by trying to tell us that now another million shares have sold. We know there's only 800,000 out there. How could another million shares have just sold of this stock? Good Lord, folks. And it just hit 263 and then jumps right back to 269. What? Now 272? What? Where are the 263s now? Oh my gosh. Wow, folks. I don't know what to tell you. EZRA. I mean, if this isn't the definition of manipulation, I don't know what is. How could they possibly, after reaching already 102 million shares, there's only 850,000 outstanding? How is it possible? Well, yep, Dr. Q says buy them up at 265. DFNS up to 135% up. Come back when you can't stay longer. Nini Guru, stop by to give your like going to check my tickers, LOL. Got it, Nini Guru. Somebody must be doing the opposite. Buying high is selling low. Yeah. It's FUD. Yeah. Digging riches. You got a thumbs up, Catman. Thank you, Nini Guru. Hadn't seen you in a while. Good to hear you're here. Yep, Nini Guru, you got it, man. Nini Guru. All right. Piyush Bhatka, hello. Well, listen, I don't know who controls the number of shares available and when they decide to finally stop letting them pick off the tree. I don't know. I don't know who's in control of it. I don't know. But I do know that it's something we witness every day. 102 million. Now how many more? Where are they now? Another 100,000 just sold. Yep. So 8% of the shares outstanding just sold. Yep. In the last 2 minutes and in the last 5 minutes, 8% of the shares outstanding just sold again. And look at the market maker number they're holding at, Savannah, 266. 266, the good old accumulation number. 266, get yourself a fix. 266, 267. Another million shares are going to be sold, believe it or not, right now at $2.66. Yep. Of all 800,000, another million is about to sell at 266. You see them over here? Look at the quantities they're selling, folks. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 5. 5 shares, 5 shares. 165, 265, 266. Oh, yeah. 265, 264. Yep. Oh, no. There's more shares out there. There are more. There's more. Don't think they sold out when they reached 101 million, folks. There's more. No. You can see there's a lot more than 102 million now available. They've just kept them coming here, folks. Keep the shares flowing. Keep printing synthetics. Keep on printing synthetic shares, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting how hard they've tried to hold 265 here, 264. There's just an endless number of shares at 264 for you to explore and get more. My dollar cost average now is $2.86. Man, I feel good having a dollar cost average at 286 because, man, look at these people that have all the averages up here at 324, 25, 326. Look at the dollar cost averages at 350, $3.60, 366. Look at all the dollar cost averages up here at 372, 73, 375, 380, $4, 401, 410, 412. Look at all the DCAs at 420 a share. God dang, man, $4.20 a share. And my DCA is $2.86. And I'm just going to keep buying here, folks. I guess at some point in time we have to reach reality, right? They have to stop selling shares. People have to stop selling shares sooner or later. They got to. At some point in time, you've just got only people holding left. They're not going to sell. They bought it at this price, and it's been down here for freaking 2 hours now. And so, how for 2 hours are people just sitting here buying over and over at 265, 263, 264? How? For hours. Well, I got news for you. Look over here. Look at this candlestick. More buyers than sellers. That means right here, there's more people that want to buy and hold than sell it. Right here, more want to buy and hold than sell it. Right here, more want to buy and hold than sell it. Right here, way more want to buy and hold than sell it. Got it? Right here, more want to sell. And right here, twice as many wanted to sell versus buy it. Oh, yeah, sure. So everybody that just bought all those shares, all those shares, all those shares, all those shares, all of a sudden they want to sell them now, right? And right here again, they want to buy versus sell 2-1. Here, the whole candlestick is buyers. There's not a friggin' single seller on there you can see. And over here, way more buyers than sellers as we speak right now. And there it goes, folks. They finally gave up. They finally ran out of shares, I guess. There she goes. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. And I could be wrong, but something tells me that we got a situation here. And I think if you were to put your head down to the tracks, you might hear something off in the distance. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. What happened? What happened to that doggone train? They must have finally got it fueled up. They finally got all the charcoal in there and got it frickin' thing lit. And the steam pressure finally built up. And there she blows, ladies and gentlemen. And she's going to fly over my dollar cost average right now. Here we go, over my DCA. And I am very happy to be selling here right now on my DCA, and I'm going to be very happy to sell above it. I'm going to sell 288. I'm going to sell 289. I'm going to sell 292 and 293, 295. I'm going to sell 296, 97. I'm going to sell all that stuff, folks. And like I said, I guess finally, they ran out of frickin' shares. And LBGJ still looks fabulous, folks. LBGJ looks good there. And now we're going to look at CYCU. They've been trying to hold it under the 200-day for an hour and a half. No big deal. I made a lot of money on that stock today, a hell of a lot. EZRA. Here we go. Well, there you go, folks. The smoke and mirrors and the charade and the fakeness. Somebody finally decided to let it run. Somebody decided to say, okay, Catfish is making this too obvious. There's only 800,000 shares and we can't sell 105 million. And so they finally did, oh shit, before he gets too much attention on us. Look at that thing go, folks. EZRA. EZRA. Today's volume now has reached an amazing, how many shares? 102 million. And ladies and gentlemen, EZRA only has outstanding, just so you know, 820,000 shares. That's right, folks. This stock only has shares outstanding 820,000, period. That's all they've got. So, how in the world, with a stock that has a float right here, the float is 493,000 shares in the float. How many in the world, how many shares can they keep selling when they've only got 820,000 and only 493,000 in the float? Okay? Doesn't it seem a little bit odd that they've now traded how many? 102 million? Today alone, 102 million, folks. Well, like I said, at some point in time, you might think that everybody that's buying them from everyone that's selling them would just hold them. They'd stop selling them. They'd go, okay, I'm bought it at a great low price. Now let's see how high it goes. Right? That's what they do. Seems that way to me. And there it is right there on the chart. And the price of the stock, and the stock I'm buying is EZRA. 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 There it is on the chart right there. And she has finally, I guess, run out of the fake shares to sell. Look at that. I guess there's just no more. And like I said, I don't know who's in control of this little button that they push that says, okay, all the shares are gone. Let's let it go now. I don't know who it is that controls that. I'm not sure. But somebody's controlling it. Somebody's controlling it. Claims I thought I was only the one that uses that terminology. That's funny. Hey, what's going on with STAK? Who is John Galt? Hey there. I don't know what's going on with STAK. But EZRA's on the fly. STAK. Well, it had a nice little spike this morning. It had a nice little fleece out at lunch. Fleece out again. Fleece out again. Well, here's the 5-day chart. 5-day chart. Where's that 5-day line? I can't even see it. Well, it's barely green today, but it has a lot of upside potential if it can just get over this price here. $2 a share, folks. It busts over $2, and then the 5-day is going to go all the way up here to 213. 213 is where it's going to go to after it caps $2. It's going to go to 213, and you should sell some there. All right, that's what's going on with STAK. Now we're going to look at CYCU. And the interesting thing is, they are trying to consolidate this stock underneath a 50 up here and a 200 up here. CYCU. Man, that's not easy to do, people. Okay, that is not easy to do. When you try to barcode a stock down here in this region with the 50-day above and the 200, that is very hard. Man, eventually this 5-day is going to get drawn up to the higher, heavier weight 50 and 200. It's just a matter of time, folks. They're just consolidating this thing right now, capitulating and converging it. So be ready for CYCU to make a move, all right? Because the 200-day average is right up here at around $1.13 a share. So that's where I expect the price to end up going to, up there. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so. CYCU is most likely going to rise to meet the 50 up here. and rise to meet the 200 even higher. CYCU. That's my call on it. And one of the things you can clearly see here is looking at this today. I want you to look right here. Look at these two lows right there just achieved. But what you need to know is here, this candle had a nice thick top to it. But right here, they ain't got no top there anymore. This thing's starting to go up. CYCU. CYCU. Just a moment ago, and all these candlesticks have more buyers than sellers on them down here. They're not big, huge volume here, but that's more buyers than sellers, 2-1. And right here, more buyers than sellers on that one too. Who is John Gall? I'm with you on Ezra, my friend. Yeah, cool. Got it. Yeah, clams. I use it. Chart. In case you're not aware about EZRA, ladies and gentlemen, this morning, this stock made a big announcement that they had sold one of their subsidiaries. And that announcement was made. I'm not sure when the announcement was made, but you can see the price this morning. It hit a high of right up here, and that price was $3 a share. $2.99 and $3 a share there. $3. EZRA. And then they tried to fleece everyone out of it in Friday's aftermarket. So that would have been, this would have been Friday morning. Oh, I'm looking at CYCU. I'm on the wrong one. I knew something didn't make sense about that. There it is. So EZRA makes an announcement this morning, and the price skyrockets on this announcement, okay? Because they sold one of their subsidiaries, and that gives them $11 million in revenue. Well, once that news came out, what do? Drive it below the 50-day average to get them some. That's what they're doing, EZRA. It's by intent, folks. It's accumulate, consolidate, capitulate, and converge it right on the 50-day average, folks. And then it's going to pop. And that right there, folks, is what I call the crocky gator. You can clearly see right now, he's got his eyeballs right up here above the water. You can see his snout, and look at that rise. And oh, my goodness gracious, that's a crocky gator on the rise. Folks, you're going to see this thing bounce off this here line like that right there. That's where he's coming off the bottom. He's going to force his tail down and get right on up. Yes, I did sell DFNS. High just before noontime on Ezra, 336. EZRA. All right. I hope that's your prediction. Hey, man, that thing is going to climb, man. EZRA. I've already told people this stock only has 820,000 shares available to trade. All right. There are only supposedly 820,095 shares. STKH, yes, I saw it was up today a little bit. I have a little bit. I'm holding just a little bit of that to keep an eye on it. I did see it was up. You're right, STKH. Yep, good. And this morning, I was hoping that the person that was complaining on Friday because they said they were down 1,000, well, that's because they probably bought it here and they were down 1,000. But this morning, I hope they sold it when it got up there. One of my viewers said to me on Friday, I'm down 1,000 on S, whatever you just said, STKH. I said, well, don't worry because that stock has been very, very volatile and will probably go right back. Well, sure enough, this morning it went almost as high as it did a couple days ago. So it was almost that high. And the chart looks good on it right now. I like it. I like it, man. That looks good. That's a crocky gator right there for sure, too. Oh, man, that looks good. Should bounce right on up here with this rising 50-day just crossing the 200. You know, this right here is a long-term chart, and that's a triple upside crossover on it, folks. Just so you know, this chart here is a 5-day chart, and this is a triple upside crossover on the 5-day right now. As we speak, the first price went over, then they tried to yank it down to the 50-day, and then it rose, and now the 50-day is crossing the 200. And ladies and gentlemen, that looks superb. That looks superb right there. And that stock is STKH. Triple upside crossover, up 19% this morning, and it has a triple upside crossover forming right now on the 5-day chart. Let's look at the 10-day chart. Jeez. And let me tell you something, folks. This stock has never stopped here before. It didn't stop going up right through there, did it? And it didn't stop when it fell through there. And it didn't stop right here, did it? And it probably won't stop here, folks. It probably won't. I'm looking at the light blue 5-day line. And when I look at that, the only time I see it ever stop on this line where it is right now was right over here. You can see this came up to right there and stopped once and fell a little. And then it came up to right there and it stopped and fell just a little. But when it dropped from that one, it was freaking off to the races after that, gapping up big time. Folks, listen, there's a gap from this line to this line on this stock. And from there, there's another one up to there. There's 2 gaps on it. And this one up here really should be moved down just a touch to there. Because you can see the resistance is right over here, folks, right there. But I'm telling you, if it breaks this line, it's going to jump up to there. It's going to jump up to there. And that price is going to be $3.36 a share. It's going to go to $3.36 if it breaks this line. Now, you see a little bit of resistance, just a tiny bit before, right there, right at that point, and right here, and right here, and right here. So there's a little bit of resistance also at this price, and that price is $3.11. So first it goes over $3.11, and then it's going to spike all the way up to this price here, and it could even go higher. But this price here is $3.38. $3.38. I like it. STKH. Right there is what it looks like now. STKH. Triple upside crossover on this chart as we speak. With the current price going over the green 200, then the 10-day orange line crossing, and now the 50-day has crossed the 200. It's a triple upside crossover, folks. A golden cross. A golden cross on the 10-day chart as we speak on this stock. A golden cross. Now up 20% today. And I own, nope. Yeah, I do. I own I only own 5 shares of it, but tempts me to buy some more. EZRA. Let's go take a look at that again now. There it is. And take notice, folks. Interestingly enough, this stock has decided now to stop and get accumulated right here at that point where it has never stopped before. All right. It didn't stop through this price, and never has it stopped at this number, folks. But all of a sudden, they drove it down on a triple crossover here, too, folks, of course. So this is a triple upside crossover right here on a freaking, what's this term chart? 10-day as well. This one also has a triple upside crossover on it. On the 20-day chart, folks, it's showing a triple upside crossover. No wonder they tried to drop it down to this line just then. No wonder they just tried to drop the 5-day average down to that line right there, 287. That's where they're trying to take the 5-day down to 287, okay? But folks, on this 20-day, I got news for you. This 50-day is crossing the 200 right now. This explains why they've come at it so hard this morning. They see this happening. This is a golden cross on a 20-day chart, and they got to get everyone weak hands out. They've got to. They've got to do it. Yeah, this thing's going to go from here, folks. I'm coming in for 20 shares. 20 shares here, buy at market. I guess, like I said, at some point they have to run out of the shares. There's only 820,000 shares available. I'm going to try to buy at 277 here. And my dollar cost average is 285 a share. I just want to let you guys know also that in the chat here, ladies and gentlemen, in the last 2 days in this chat area, we have had over 1,000 statements in the chat area, both Thursday and Friday. Over 1,000, folks. On Thursday and Friday, each day, over 1,000 messages in the chat area. Golly, man. Jayhawk, thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right. RITR is falling. Thank you for letting me know that. Rudiggity. PLTR is reporting after the bell, Cat. Are you holding through earnings? I usually do not hold through earnings. I don't usually. But that happens to be one of the stocks that's in my long folder. So I probably will. There's no reason for me to sell it, really. It's done so freaking well since I've held that over the last 2 years. That stock has just been phenomenal. Golly. 3 years ago, man, that thing was sitting at freaking $13 a share. My long chart on that one, man. Whew, I've made a lot of money on that. I'm not going to worry about it. Hello there, Tom, and welcome. Welcome. Stock we're trading today, EZRA. Supposedly it only has a few 100,000 shares out there available to trade, but somehow it's traded today 105 plus million. So it's kind of one of those very strange stocks where somehow there just seems to be an endless number of shares available to sell. It's already been up in the 277s and low 280s and then down to 266. Then back to the 277s and 80s and down to 263. then back up to the 277s, 280s, and then down to 254. And then back to the 276, 77 now, and then probably back down to 260. I don't know how they do it. I don't know. But maybe they finally freaking run out of the fake shares and they're just going to let it run now. It looks like they're doing that now. So I'm going to try to buy 275, 276, try to buy the last of 277 here. And maybe now, finally, the manipulators have decided, okay, we got them all. We got them all. We got them all. We got all we can handle here. Now let's take it long and let's watch this sucker run, folks. And I want you to be aware on this stock, EZRA, that there have been very few shares in this region from 260 up to 280. Very few. But look how many they've had up here from 291 to 299. Look how many they've had here from 314 to 336. Look how many they've had from 346 to 360. And look how many they've had from 372. Oh my God. 372 up to $4.20. Look at all the shares acquired there. Look at that in the 372 to 420 range. Good Lord. And they've only got how many shares outstanding? 820,000 shares. So how could they have 1.6 million there if there's only 820,000 shares available? And how can they have 1.6 million here if there's only 820,000? How can they get 2 million here if there's only 820,000 shares outstanding? Okay? So this is another one of those days where the impossible seems possible. I don't know how. I have no idea how they can keep popping out shares. I just don't know how they do it, folks. I have no idea, but it's back over 280 and it's going to go over my dollar cost average within 5 minutes. And you can clearly see there's the Crocky Gator, folks. Look at that chart right there. EZRA. I'm going to show it to you right now on the 1 day. There it is right there. You can clearly see it. Oh, my goodness gracious. Look how they drove that thing down there. Drove it down once, twice, 3 times, and 4. That's a triple ta-ta total recall formation. Everybody's seen it here before. The total recall. And there it was, right there. Once, twice, 3 times a lady. And off she goes, folks. Oh, my goodness gracious. Oh, that Crocky Gator's got a long snout on her. Looking good, and she's going to rise right back up over this thing and draw right up to the 200-day average and go above it. Most likely, folk. I don't know how in the world they could even have any shares left. They've already sold how many now? How many ridiculous number of shares have sold? I'm going to look right now. Hold on. CYCU, 92 cents. Sitting a penny below my dollar cost average right now for as long as they can. And they've been sitting here now for about $1. And by the way, that's a Crocky Gator right there. Look at the head on that thing, and look at the snout growing out on that thing. Oh my goodness, CYCU. That looks good too. Now we're going to go to EZRA. EZRA. And I need to move this one over. There it is. EZRA. There we go. Ezra. There she goes. Any announcement lately? 4 hours ago. Signs of letter of intent to sell Altruist subsidiary for $11 million in cash. $11 million in cash. 4 hours ago, that news came out, And 4 hours ago, EZRA crumbled down on that news. I mean, look at that collapse after they announced they sold their subsidiary for $11 million. Isn't that interesting? They announced that they've acquired $11 million in cash selling one of their subsidiaries, and the price of the stock falls like a herky jerking mofo. Look at them jerk that thing around. And again, they're only supposed to have 820,000 shares, but it somehow has traded over 105 million. Huh. Well, when will the fake shares run out? When will they run out? And look over here. Look at the buyers versus sellers right there. And the buyers overwhelming the sellers here as well. And there should be no sellers here anyway. Who's selling the stock here? Who is selling it here? I am. I'm going to sell it right now. Oh, yes, I am. I'm going out at 289, 288. Hasta luego, baby. And I'm up $300 on it now. 394. I'm up now up 476. And I'm going to sell 295.96. I'm going to sell 297, 98, 99, and $3. I'm selling here. I'm going to sell all these numbers. I'm definitely going to sell these freaking numbers right now. And I'm up 851 on this. Now up 1,300 since I opened the position. 1,160 is what I'm up. And I guess, like I said, I don't know who controls the game and when they say, all right, we're out of shares. I don't know who. But somebody does. Somebody does. Somebody says, okay, let's be out of shares. Let's just I don't know who it is that does it. I have no idea that makes the decisions that we're out finally. I mean, there's only 820,000. They can't just keep, I guess, making them over and over and over all day long. They have to, at some point in time, they have to call the bluff. And they go, all right, well, there's no more shares, obviously. We can't just keep it here forever at the same price and keep it there forever, or we're going to get too much attention, because that starts to throw up a little red flag when they start that crap. So they finally decided now to go ahead. All right, it's logical. There should be no shares left. Let's sell some here at 289. And I just sold 290. And I'm going to be selling some large quantities of shares now at this price. And my buyer orders are down here now at 282, 283, 284. And this baby is gone, baby. Look at that chart right there. EZRA. Not a bad day's profit, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Profit loss today, 16,200. Made most of it on this stock right here. 15,000 I made today on this stock, CYCU. My dollar cost average, 93 cents. Well, it was 88. It was lower. And today, the price of the stock jumped up to $1.34 in the pre-market. And man, I sold that thing when it was up at 118, 119, 120. And I had a lot of shares that I sold there. A lot of shares. And I made a pretty penny on those. And this is on the stock EZRA. And I tell you what, somehow or another, they keep manufacturing shares that they can sell. I don't know how. All day long they've been doing it. But now you know why I just sold just then. I'm going to come over here and look at the one-day chart right here. And I just sold it when it got to 280, 294, I just sold it. And I don't know how they even have any more shares to sell of the stock. to be honest with you. I just don't know how. I guess it's a mystery. And I just bought it again at 282 after I just sold it at 294. I just bought it back 12 cents lower than I just sold it for. Easy RA. And my dollar cost average now is $2.75. Nice. 275 is my dollar cost average. And my profit since I opened this position is $576. But somehow or another, they keep yanking a bunch of shares out that dump out every once in a while, and they run it down. I don't know how, man. I just don't know how. I really don't. All right. Well, let's go look at CYCU again. Oh, goodness gracious. Look at the chart on CYCU here, folks. Aha. CYCU. All right. Well, look at that. How many times they've tried to. Now, this is a line of resistance now, right here, ladies and gentlemen, right up here, right there. I got news for you. If this 5-day average crosses this line, it's going to frickin' take off. All right, it's going to go up to this line next, and that price is at around 94 cents a share. Oh, well, what do you know? That's where it is right now, 94 cents. Oh, this is looking good. CYCU. I'm going to trade this. And I've got quite a few shares of this. My dollar cost average on this is 93.35 is my DCU on this stock. And CYCU. Let's see if we can get out some here at 96. $96 right there. Try and sell 96. Try and sell 97 here. There we go, 97. Going to sell 97. Going to sell 98. Right there. Going to sell 99. There we go, 99. I'm out there. And the stock I'm trading here is CYCU. Next, I want to look at all the stocks that have been called out today. First one is DFNS. And that one's still climbing, folks. DFNS looking great. Up 145%. But I would not buy this stock at all at this price. No way. 72 is a sell. And it just hit, what was it? 70.91. It just hit 71 cents. And there's no way I would buy anywhere around that number because 72 is a sell. Next stock I want to look at is, Lori called it out, RITR. Man, that one has crashed down through the 200-day average. RITR, quite a big faller right now. The stock is still up 338%. So there's no way in the world I would buy this stock right now because there's going to be some profit taking this afternoon after 2:30 to 3 and 3 to 4. No way should you be getting into RITR here. No way. No. Next, called out CYAB by Mr. Mexi Brown. CYAB. Okay. Hey, I'm up on that. I'm up $15.32 on that. CYAB. I bought 400 shares of it. I'm up a smidge. Let's take a look. There it is. CYAB, I'm sorry. There it is. CYAB. Hey, you know what? That looks pretty dang good, guys. That is a nice, steady, rising 200-day, and the 50-day staying up above it. Man, oh man, I like that. CYAB. It's down 2% today, but I like it. CYAB. All right. Thank you for calling that out, Mr. Mexi Brown. Next, SNES. SNES. Oh, looks just like it. Another one that looks identical. Very nice. Very good call outs, Mr. Mexi Brown. Congratulations if you're holding those. That's fabulous. Nice. Very nice indeed. CYAS, ladies and gentlemen. That looks good. Good call out there, Mr. Mexi Brown. I like the look of it. SNES is called. SNES. It is up 16% today. SNES. Okay, next. LBGJ. LBGJ. And that looks very good too right now after that little dipsy doodle right there. LBGJ. But you know what? I think I'm going to sell this. I have some of it. LBGJ. And I'm up $37 on this. And I just think I'm going to sell it here, folks. So I'm going to try to sell 50 at 379, 50 at 380, 50 at 382. Hey, she's jumping. 50 at 383. I just sold 383, 386, 386. Now I'm going to go out 388. And this is LBGJ. Called out earlier today by Currency Brutus. Thank you, Currency Brutus. That was a good call out. And I'm up $65.75 on this today. And that is LBGJ. And I do want to sell it here at 388. And I'm going to try to sell 392, 393. That's 30, 60. That's 110. And I'll have 80 shares left. So I'll go out 20 shares here. 383. So we'll try and sell 397, 98, and 399 as well. And the stock I'm selling here is LBGJ. LBGJ. I'm up $65 on it. All right. And on the chart, here it is, LBGJ. And it still looks good, man. It's got a nice 200 rising underneath it. The 50's up above, so I'm expecting this to pull up this price with the pushing 200 up below. I expect to see it pull back up over this. And I think I'll be able to sell it at that maybe even as high as $4.10. We'll see. So I've got my orders up to 4 on it now, up to $4 on it. LBGJ. Next, I want to take a look at CYCU. CYCU. There it is. And ladies and gentlemen, that is looking very, very, very tasty. I like what's happening with this price moving up right now. CYCU. CYCU, folks. And look at the big sell effort against it right there to try to stop it from going up over that friggin' line. Oh my gosh, they know if it breaks over this line, it's on its way, CYCU. So look at the massive sell to try to dissuade people right there. They don't want it to go over that line because it's going to take off if it does, CYCU. Oh man, that's some desperate selling right there to hold that in check, CYCU. This morning I sold this at $1.18, $1.19, all the way up to $1.20, and it hit $1.34 for the high in the pre-market. $1.34 a share this morning in the pre-market. That's how I made so much money on this, because my dollar cost average was 98 cents. So I made about a 35% profit on this, and I had tons and tons of shares when I started selling it. So I made some serious money on this stock today because I was holding so much of it from Friday afternoon. Man, they pissed me off when they ran that down to 88 cents on Friday. And I just kept loading my wagon at 88, 89 on Friday. And then I watched it in the after hours and I liked what I saw. So I said, well, it probably is worth holding on to. And sure enough, look at it today. This morning it was up 35% when I was selling it. Nice. And then I got to buy it back when they dropped it all the way down to the 88s again and the 72s and 73s. All right. Next, we want to look at JACK, called out by Aaron. JACK, called out by Aaron. And holy smokes, did they beat that thing down? Beat it down from 1806. And now they're trying here to maintain or get the same established low for the 5-day right there. And that price is at, they're trying to get it again right now, 1685. And that low was achieved at 130, 1685. And they're trying it again right now to reassert that number, 1685. All right, I see it. It looks like it made a nice run up for you this morning, Aaron. I hope you sold that. Now, another one, Mike Larson called out, AXTI. AXTI, let's look at it. Oh, yeah, Mike. Nice. Oh, man. And I missed that one, up 16%. Man, I should have been watching that one out of the gate. Look at that low right there, 53.66. And it's gone from $53.66 to $71 for the high. Nice call there, Mike. Dang, I missed that, man. Brian Littlefield, I too held for the weekend on CYCU at 99, yes. Well, I hope you sold it this morning when it jumped up there to 134 in the pre-market. Right after 7 o'clock, my friend, it hit 134. At 7:27 a.m., it was at 134 a share. Let's see. Man, AXTI. Let's take a look at this on the 5-day chart. 5-day. Dang, folks. And here's what I like about this so much. All right. There's no one that owns it for more than that or more than that. Hold on. Or this right here. Now, let's go back and look at the 5 day chart and see if these numbers were achieved over the last 5 days as points of resistance. Let's go see. So let's go look at the 5 day chart. Well, that is the 5 day chart. Now let's go look at the 10 day chart. Were they ever on the 10 day? No, they were not on the 10 day chart. Ladies and gentlemen, this has never been in this range on the 10 day chart. Now let's look at the 20 day chart on it. Aha! And there you can see the lines of resistance. Let's stretch this on across 62.29. Let's run it across to here. And let's go look at where it was there before 62.29. Oh, shoot. Hold on. There it is. 62.29. That's been a point of resistance to a drop right there one time. You can clearly see it. When they tried to drop to that line, it stopped there once, 62.29. Now, what's up with this line here? 65.66. Well, yes, you can see that was a line of resistance over here a couple times. Right there. 65.66. See that line of resistance right there on the blue 5 day? Come up and hit that and drop. So it should not be a surprise, but it went right over that. It should have dropped from that back down, folks. It should have fallen from 65.66, the blue 5 day. It should have stopped there. So this shows a real sign of strength on this stock now. It should have stopped right there at 65.66. Now let's take a look at this number here where the 5 day is right now. Let's go see where was the historical line there. And that price was, and let's move this out now instead of 20 days to 90-day time frame, 90 days. Okay? Aha! And now on the 90-day, do we see this as a line of resistance in the past? No, we do not. Okay? No, we do not. Go on over here. And no, the 5 day never, ever stopped at this price right here before. Never has it done it, folks. It hasn't done it. See right here? Take a look at it run right through this price previously. Right there, it dropped right through it. Here, they touched it right there. But ladies and gentlemen, the 5 day is most likely not going to stop here now. And I want you to notice something. When it was here the last time, right over here, notice the 200 was falling and the 50-day was falling. The long-term averages, the trend was down. The long-term trend was down when it was right here, okay? Now, you're at the same line and they're up. The 200's rising, the 50's rising, and they're at the same line, okay? I just want to show you that so you can understand. The very last time it was at this price was 90 days ago. Let's go back over and drag it out even further out. Oh, man, that line, look where it goes from there, folks. Look at that. Man, oh, man, look where it goes. It gaps all the way up here to there, folks. And there's where I've got a line of resistance right there, too. That price is at $75.77. AXTI, folks. Listen, in my opinion, if this thing can break over this line right here, the 5 day, there is a freaking gap up to right there, right here. Let's put a line. All right. So if this 5 day average can come up over this line, it's going to go to this line. And when it gets to 71.92, you should sell this stock, whatever the price is. Because there is going to be definitely resistance at that line when it gets to that line. Now, when it breaks that line, it's going to gap up to there. There's nothing going to stop it. It's going to go all the way up to there. And that price is 75.22 is where it's going to. It might pull up just a fraction less right there at that little hitch one time. You can see one right there too. All right, everyone? You can see a little hitch right there, and then the next one's here, and then it jumps all the way up to there and there. All right, that's what you got going on here with this stock. If it breaks over, it's going to have quite few resistance because this is 90 days ago. There aren't any retailers that hold this over that time period. There aren't any retailers. I doubt it. I doubt there's any retailers holding on to this stock. And I just sold LBGJ at $397. All right. Yes. I just sold it at $407. LGBJ, I'm up $92 on it. Woo! Nice. LBGJ chart. And this is AXTI right now. Now we're going to look at the 1 day for this. There it is. It's been chopped down almost to the 200. Might be a good place to pick some up. But let's look at LBGI. LBGJ, I'm sorry. LBGJ. LBGJ. There she goes. LBGJ. Looks good. And I just sold all out of it, and I made $92.60. Hello there, Clubber Lane. Welcome to the tank. Rudiggity says, I think you're trolling us, Catfish. LOL. Should I buy JSPR, Thomas Abbott? Let's look at it. Let me look. Hold on. I got to write it down. JSPR. And we got to put your name down, Thomas Abbott. Thank you. All right, let's take a look at it. JSPR. And I really like this LBGJ, folks. It really looks good. It's crossing the 50-day right now. And I just sold it, so. But let's look at JSPR. Oh, man, nice looking chart. Yeah. And they just tried to yank it down to right here, and this is recovering right there. JSPR. Now, I want to look at this on a longer-term chart, JSPR, and see what that looks like on a longer-term chart. So let's go over here, JSPR. Now, here's the gig. Listen to me. This stock has already stopped once right there, okay? It's already stopped once there to falling. Then it stopped right there to a rise right there. And right now, it's at the same point. So this is a known line of resistance. If it breaks over this line right now, it's going to go to this line right here that it achieved in the pre-market. All right? Now, let's go look at a further back chart to 5 days ago and see if this chart has seen those lines before. Heck yes, it has. You bet it has. Now, here's what I want you to be aware of, my friends. If you look at this line, which I just put as the top line of resistance, you will look across this page and you will see that at 64.56, this stock never stopped before at 64.56, okay? Right there. So I just want you to know that this stock has never, when this line gets up over this, it's never stopped at this point before. It's never stopped there. See that? It's going to go all the way up to right here. And that price is 65.66. And then it's going to jump to right here. And that price is 66.50. And then it's going to jump to here. And that price is 67.84. Now, another thing you want to look at is since this stock is priced under $1, have they ever done any reverse splits? So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to come over here and I want to go to a split history chart that I have up here that I haven't saved. So we're going to come over here to this, and we're going to click on favorites, and we're going to click on stock split history. And now we want to look at this stock you just called out, JSPR, and see, do they commonly do reverse splits to get back over $1? JSPR. JSPR, I'm sorry. There it is. And ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite some time since they've done a reverse split. January 4th, 2024. But they are under $1 a share. Now, how long have they been under $1? Well, the only way to know that is to go over here and put in JSPR. Hold on. JSPR. Oh, gosh, Tyler, come on. Type it right. JSPR stock. And let's go see how long has their price been under $1. Historical data. Okay, so they've been under $1 since August 3rd, July 3rd under $1, June 3rd under $1, May 3rd under $1. The last time they were under $1 and were over $1 consistently, folks, was in March 25th. And they were also over $1 April 17th and through April the 23rd. So May, June, July, August, folks, they're in their they're over 90 days, and they're going to get a letter they're going to get a letter here pretty soon. So be careful with this, folks. Be careful, because May 8th was the last time they were over $1. And they got to get back. Well, I see over here May 22nd. They were May 22nd at 102. But man, June, July, August, man, they're going to have a letter here coming to them from the NASDAQ soon that if they don't get their price back up over $1, they got to do something. So be careful, my friends. That's one thing about that one you got to be careful of. Whew, man, don't get caught with them doing a reverse split on you. Man, oh man. How many shares are outstanding? $33 million shares outstanding. 47% of the shares outstanding are held by institutions. That's strong. And there's virtually no shares short at all. 6% of the float is shorted on this stock, so that's not much. But their EBITDA is negative 69.94. Yuck. Their cash flow is negative 42 million. Please avoid this stock like the plague, okay? Their cash flow is negative. They're going to need cash. They're going to do it with a public share offering sooner or later. All right? Not good. JSPR. And if we go to the summary page and we look at JSPR over the last year, this stock is down 65% over the last year. And all it's been doing is dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping, okay? So please, not a good place to be messing around here. One of the things that you can look at on this chart is look right here. You see that bottom right there? It did come off that bottom and go up to there. So if you get another bottom here and it comes off this bottom, expect to sell it somewhere around that price. And that's 88 cents. Okay, because you can see they've stopped it at 88 a bunch of times, and they drop it every time. So if you want to trade this between 63 cents and 88 cents a share, that's fine. But don't expect it to go back over 88 cents anytime in the near future, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but history shows it stopped here at 104. It stopped here at 105. And it's got to get back over $1, folks. It's got to get over $1. JSPR. And the only way they're going to do that, most likely, is with a was with a reverse split. Steve J says $1 bid price rule. On July 22nd, 2026, the SEC approved a new NASDAQ rule requiring components to maintain a minimum 5 million market value of listed securities, MVLS, for continued listing. Okay, good to know that, Steve. Yep. SKYQ. Okay, let's get over on that. 1 day chart, SKYQ. Well, you can see that JSPR is having trouble getting over that line again. They're stifling it there again, which they will do because they don't really want it to set a precedent and break that line where they stopped it before. So they're stopping it there again now. And I want you to notice something. The last time they stopped it at this level, the 50-day was all the way up here. Now they're stopping it at this level, and the 50 is weaker down here. Just be aware of that, okay? All right, that's JSPR. Now I want to look at SKYQ. Nice. Oh, yeah. Well, look at that thing. Nice. Tried to get everybody out of it this morning, I see. All right. Now I'm going to look at CY. I'm going to look at CYCU. Oh, man, look how long they've tried to hold this under the 200-day average. Oh, my God, look how long they've tried to hold it. They're waiting for it to all capitulate, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the 200. Look at the 50-day average. Look at the 45. Look at them all tight, tight, tight. Man, you can't get any more consolidated than this. Man, this is the definition of the word convergence right here. And I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, see words like consolidation, capitulation, and convergence all favor longs. All of that favors longs. The consolidation, the capitulation, and the convergence. All C letters favor, all C words favor longs. So this is likely going to rise off this. You can see it. Watch it with your own two eyes. And this is CYCU. Oh, yeah. Look at it go right now. CYCU, just as I called. Man, oh, man. And I'm going to tell you something. This is a critical line right here. If it breaks over, it's going to go beyond. And not only that, this line here has been stubborn. You can see over here how they tried to stop it right here on this line one time before. And I want you to know that is a stubborn line, and we're about to go over it. So please be aware that this line right here, that line where it stopped dead in its tracks, right there on that price, and I'm going to try to get right on it, right there where it stopped. Look over here. We're beyond that, folks. CYCU. This line that they put up a fight at, and then they tried it here again, it has broken that line now. And look at the next candlestick starting up here, unenveloped. Stick. Well, nearly anyway, very close to man, CYCU. Oh, yeah, we got yourself a flat top green candlestick right there. CYCU. I guess they're going to let it go now. They're going to let it rise. CYCU, folks. That's the stock I'm looking at right here. CYCU. Oh, my gosh, look at that thing. And that is an absolutely unenveloped candlestick. No enveloping of this one at all. Totally freestanding. Oh, man, that is beautiful. And it's on a flat top here, a needle there, a flat top, and another flat top. There's a little bit of a wick on this one now, but you got a flat top, a wick, a flat top, and a flat top, and totally unenveloped candlestick here. Oh, totally unenveloped. CYCU. CYCU. And you look down here and you can see nothing but buyers coming in here over the last 5 minutes. Over the last 5 minutes, this was way more buyers, more sellers fractionally, and such a small sell compared to that one and that one. Look at that little sell. But buyers, major buyers over sellers. And then look at the little sell effort there. Look how small. It's the same as this dinky thing. And then here you got more buyers and sellers overpowering this. So there she goes, folks. And we got another nearly unenveloped green candlestick forming now here. Take a look right here. This is unenveloped. And if it goes on up, this will be fantastic. This 5-day breaks this line and it's going to be gone. This 5-day breaks the 200 and this thing's going to be out of here. CYCU. CYCU. And look, that JSPR, man, it fell like I said it would. It could not break that line of resistance, and it tumbled. And I'm going to get over here now. CYCU. Look at that, man. The freaking 5 days breaking the 200 right now. CYCU. Nice. I'm going to sell 95. I'm going to sell 96. I'm going to sell 97. I'm going to sell 98. I'm selling 99. And I'm certainly going to sell the $1. There we go. $1, please. There we go. $1. There it is. $1. Sell there. And I'm going to quickly put in a 101 sell order here. Get out at 101. Now, one of the reasons I go ahead and put these sell orders in here like this is because sometimes when entities realize that a price is about to rocket over the dollar mark, man, they just buy it so much at the 96, it runs it right up to 103. Once they realize that this thing's going to go over $1, they'll pile in so heavy that they shoot it up to 102, 103. So I'm going to have my sell orders here right now at 102, and others are smart enough to have them, you can see there too, and 103. I'm going to put some sell orders at 103. And then, folks, from 103, because of the momentum, the market makers will pull it back down to 97. I'm also going to try to sell 104 here just for kicks. Right there, 104. And man, I tell you what, this thing can spike up so fast and then right back down. You just wouldn't believe it. So I'm going to put in 105 too. See, a big enough market order will bounce this thing up to 106 even, and then it's right back down. But if you have those orders in place at 106, man, you can make some serious money at 106, okay? And 107. You should definitely put in a huge order at 107 as well. And of course, 108 is the ultimate sell. 107 and 108 are ultimate sells. So I'm going to try to sell 107. And somebody else already knows it. See, they've got a 200 share order there at 107. They know what I know, and they're smart to have them there. And now I'm going to go out at 108. And I'm smart to have it here. Now, if some big entity buys into this stock right now, CYCU, a big whale starts in on it, I'm telling you, folks, it can rocket, especially right at 3 o'clock if there's going to be a power hour. And take a look at this dang stock now. Look at that freaking blue 45-day jumping off the 50-day average as we speak. Look at it springboarding upwards off of the 50-day average as we speak. This is on CYCU, ladies and gentlemen. CYCU. And that is a beautiful looking 545 rising off that rising 50. Oh, man, that looks strong. Look at them got together right there. See how they got together there when they gave this a little sideways and a little bit of a nutsack? See how they came together right there? Well, now you got your red belly blue back right now, and that blue is rising off that 50, looking good. The 45 rising right off the 50. And this looks good here, folks. And I'm sitting on a bunch of shares of this stock. I'm up $15,000 on this stock today. That's right. My dollar cost average was 98 cents. And I sold it this morning for $1.18 and $1.19. And it actually went all the way up in the pre-market at 7:27 a.m. And it hit $1.34 a share. Nice. And that is my profit today on this. Larry Pitts, nowhere to go but up. Brian Littlefield, yes, already seen this. CYCU feels extremely like Friday. Yes. Yep, CYCU goes TK 95 cents and I get happy. LOL. Yep. Well, right now, ladies and gentlemen, CYCU springboarding, and that right there formation, I call this the praying mantis. You guys have seen this before, and I call this the praying mantis. Oh, and that female praying mantis looks hungry right now. Oh, look at the shorty's bloody head coming off right now. Oh my gosh, the mantis. Oh, chop, chop. Oh, come to me and let me devour you. Oh, yes, she says. The mantis, the female. Look at this shorty right here, getting this shorty female all satisfied. And then she bites the little shorty mantis head right off, spits it to the curb, and then swallows the innards. Oh, yeah. There she is, the mantis. Look at the beautiful mantis formation on this stock now, ladies and gentlemen. CYCU. CYCU. The praying mantis formation on CYCU. We still got a freaking hour to go, folks. 55 minutes. Watch this. Ultra Surfer Joe Camongo. Hey, it's true. The female mantis. Hey, Alexa, does the female praying mantis eat male praying mantises?
From Answers.com. The female praying mantis is known for eating the male praying mantis after mating.
Wow. Alexa, stop. Man, that's just freaking ruthless. She eats him. That gives a whole new meaning to the term eat me, biatch. Oh man, that's just freaking mean, man. Hey, big boy, Why don't you come on upstairs? I'll show you a good time. We can have dinner after. We work up an appetite. Oh, really? What are you thinking about having for dinner? Oh, well, we'll think of something. Don't worry. Come on up. Come on in. Enjoy yourself. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. And look right now, the praying mantis chopping it to bits right now. The head's coming off. The head is coming off, boys and girls. The head is coming off this thing right now. And you can even see all the blood down here. Look at that. It's just atrocious down here at the bottom. Look at it all dripping off and creating a big puddle down there. Jeez. I'm sorry, folks. My phone fell out of the case. But just look at that freaking mantis munching on his head now. She just chopped it right off. Yeah. Yep. Goodness gracious. Now let's get back over and check out EZRA now. Oh, man, how many shares of this dang stock are you going to continue to manufacture today? Huh? How many dang shares can you keep cranking out here? How many? It's astounding for you. It's astounding how many shares they've been able to throw out on this stock. And I just bought it at 260. I just bought it at 260 again. This countless number of shares available at 260. And didn't you think they just bought them all at 288 just moments ago, where I was selling up here to 291? Oh my gosh, I'm going to get rid of all these sell orders now. I'm just going to get rid of them. I don't want them there. And man, EZRA. Buy at market, folks. Once again, the same drop in price to 260 that they've tried over and over and over again. They've tried to drop this to 260, I think 3 or 4 times today. And all it does is bounce right on up. And there it goes now. So I'm buying here at 260, 262. I'm buying at 263 right now. They've never held it under 266, not once. Not once have they held it under 266 for long. And I'm buying it right now, 20 shares at a time. You can hear my little dinger going off repeatedly as I buy it now at 261, 262 a share. And there certainly will apparently be no more shares here at this price of 260, which I just bought. And this is the last of them being thrown out at 261. As you can see, that's the last ones thrown out at 261. And now we're at 262.99. Dumpers are coming up with mysterious, strange shares here. How do they have any shares to sell here? How do they have any shares to sell here at all? No freaking way, people. They don't have any shares to sell at 258 a share of this stock. That is such a crock of crap, man. They've had everybody buying the shit out of this over the last 20 minutes at 270s and 280s. And you think they're selling their shares just now that they bought at 270 and 280 15 minutes ago and 20 minutes ago? No, they're not. Absolutely, they're not. This is all fake and bake, shake. I don't know where they're coming up with any shares. I have no idea how they could possibly have any freaking shares here at all. And in fact, I'm so certain they don't, I'm just going to keep piling in right now, ringing that bell one after the other as they try to claim to have shares to sell at 258 a share and 259 with EZRA. And they supposedly have shares now where they have had virtually no shares all day long. Look down here. They've not had jack crap down here, ladies and gentlemen, at these prices. They haven't. They haven't had shit down there. And right now, they don't have them again. They don't have them. At the low of the day, 252 just acquired. They've only had how many shares? 4,000. 4,000 folks at 252. 4,000 at 252. That isn't even freaking $9,000 worth of shares at 252, folks. And they've sold how many millions today? How many millions have they sold now of this stock that has only 820,000 shares outstanding? EZRA. Let's go look and see how many they've manufactured now. EZRA. How many shares have they been able to manufacture? EZRA. There it is right there. How many shares now? It was 103 million. We know they only have 820,000. And now it's sold 105 million, almost 106 million, folks. Now they've sold another 3 million shares of a stock that only has 860,000 shares or something available, 820,000. Where do they keep selling these? How? Now, don't get me wrong. The stock is still up 41% today. It's still up 41%. But goodness gracious, folks, please stop insulting our intelligence and telling us that a stock that only has 820,000 shares has sold 105 million now and still selling. Please give me a freaking break, okay? I mean, come on. Let's not make manipulation seem that obvious, okay? That's getting overboard. You guys are taking it too far, trying to claim that this stock that only has 800,000 is now traded 106 million. What a crock of crap. Man, what a bunch of bullshit, people. I just call it like I see it. I've been around a long time, and I've seen a lot of BS, and this is the capital of B and capital S. Ladies and gentlemen, $2.59 a share, my butt. You don't have any friggin' shares for sale here. And nobody's selling their shares here. They just bought them all for $270 and $80. They just bought all the available shares, 800,000 of them. They just bought in the last hour for $270 and $280. Come on now. Come on, SEC, step in and try to figure out what the f is going on with this stock. All right, please step in, take a look, figure out how this stock with only 860,000 shares can now be trading 106 million. And in the last hour, I've been sitting here watching 4 million shares trade between 277 and 280 at the near the bottom of the day. The price was up here at $4.20. $4.25, $4.30, $4.40, $4.50, $4.60 a share. $4.60 a share, for God's sake. $4.60 a share. And up here at $4.21, they sold more shares than exist of this stock. At $4.21, they sold 1.6 million. Folks, that is twice as many shares at the highest number here that exist of this stock. At $4.21, they sold twice as many shares than exist. Oh my gosh, it is just so insulting to anybody's intelligence to make you try to think that they've sold now 106 million shares of this freaking stock. And that they sold, someone thought it was a great deal to buy all the shares at $4.20 a share this morning. And they did. They probably thought, man, this is fantastic. I just bought all the shares there are. There's only 800,000. And they probably thought when they bought right up here at $4.21 a share and bought 1,600,000 shares, they probably thought, shit, we just bought all the shares there were. We just cornered the market. We bought every single share. We bought twice as many shares as exist at $4.21. And they probably thought, man, oh man, we're going to make a fortune off this thing. They just sold one of their companies for $11 million, and we just bought every available share at $4.21 a share. This thing's probably going to $8 is what they were thinking. That's probably what they were thinking, folks. After they bought every single share available at 421, they probably thought, man, this is going to be great. But then who sold them? Who sold them at 420? And sold 2.4 million at 420. Who sold 2.2 million at 419? Wait a minute. Who bought them there from the ones that sold? See, here's the thing that doesn't make any sense. Somebody was selling them there. That means somebody was buying them there at 419. Oh my gosh, folks. Wow. Just look at all the shares of this stock that were bought supposedly in the $4.21 range, all the way down to $3.73. And look at all the millions, folks. And there's only 820,000 shares available. It's disgusting, folks. It's just freaking disgusting, folks. You realize that up here, when the price was at 460 a share to the 420, they sold all the shares there were. There's only 840,000. Then they sold all the shares there were again there, and they sold all the shares there were again here, and they sold them all here, and they sold all the shares that were available here, and they sold all the shares available here and here, and they sold all the shares available there. They sold them to somebody that bought them here expecting the price to go up. But what a surprise. Somehow or another, they kept having shares to sell, even though all the shares were sold 50 times over up at this price range. All the shares were sold 50 times over at this price range. Hey, man, I show you like it is, folks. I make you understand it's all bull crap. They don't have any shares here to really sell. I don't see anyone that has any shares. And by the way, look at all the massive number of shares that were accumulated, supposedly accumulated when the price was up here. Look at all the shares that were bought and stuck in people's pockets. They bought them all there so they could sell them all here? Are you shitting me? No way. That's not how the world works. They didn't buy and hoard and accumulate and grab up all the shares available 10 times over at these prices so they could then sell them. I don't believe it. No, I'm sorry. I don't believe it, folks. But I've seen this happening a lot lately, sadly. It's a sad thing that's happening to the stock market because it really is. And listen, I'm talking to you, SEC. This delegitimizes the stock market. None of this seems legitimate, okay? Every bit of it seems totally rigged. This is the perception that the average retailer gets is, man, I'm not getting into this freaking rigged market. Man, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. This stock only has 800,000 shares available and it's traded 106 million. So people just go, no, thank you. That sounds worse than odds at a friggin' casino, folks. And I'm telling you, I don't blame people for going no and backing out and not investing in this market that's so manipulated and so rigged. So, oh man, it's beyond anybody's sensibility or logic to think that there's any shares here still left to be sold. But I guess it's, dark pool. They say dark pool. That dark pool is freaking nasty, folks. Dark pool is nasty. It must be just full of trash and bull crap. That dark pool is just a cesspool is what it should be called. Hey, I call it like I see it, folks, and I don't see a dang share here available to sell. I think this is absolutely ludicrous to make you think that in this candlestick they just sold another how many? They say they just sold another right there on that candlestick. How many shares were just sold there? 68,000. Are you kidding me? 68,000 shares just sold right there, folks, if you can believe that. 68,000 of the 800,000 available just sold in that 1 minute. Can you believe that? No, no one believes it. No one believes it. Nobody believes it. I don't believe it because it doesn't make any sense. Last call for the bullshit sales at supposedly 251 a share, where today they've had a whole how many shares? 12,919. And by the way, I want you to be aware that 12,919 is really a 12,616 inverted. Okay, that's what that is. 12,616 inverted at 251 a share. Wow. What a tricky little number to hit. 12,616. You know, I just wonder sometimes, do they absolutely, I mean, are they that clever that they can actually make that happen and get the 12,919 exactly how many they want at the price of 616, a 25,616? Well, I'm still buying this stock, ladies and gentlemen, at 253 a share, and I find it a fascinating ability of them to keep selling shares here. I have no idea who is selling shares and where they bought them from. Where are they getting them? Where are they getting these shares? 68,000 shares in the last minute. Where? Where are they coming from? The share machine. And now we're back over 250. And someone told me earlier there is no options on this stock. So why in the world should they care about holding it under 250 a share? They don't. There are no options on this stock. There's no options on it, folks. And I just bought it at 249. I just bought it at 246. And I guess they just ran out at 246 of all the fake bull crap. I guess they just ran out at 246. And at 246, how many shares did they have? 7,000. $14,000 worth of this stock was just made available somehow at 246, folks. Isn't that incredible? And I'm buying at market here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to keep buying this stock at 252. This one was called out this morning by Lori because this company just made a sale of one of their subsidiaries, and it gathered them $11 million in profit. And that made the price skyrocket to $4.20 a share, where all the shares were sold. All the shares were sold at $4.20 and $4.21. All of them. All of the 800,000 were sold there. And now, as you can see, strangely, I guess they finally ran out of fake shares at 246. And who decided to stop it there at that number? Why not just take the frickin' thing down to $2 Okay, if you've got all those shares to keep selling, why don't you just keep selling it all the way down to $2 instead of stopping at 246? Who decided to stop it there? Who decided to stop it at 246 and say, okay, that's all, that's it, game over, 246, game over, now we're at 257. Who decides that? Who's the one that's got control over it, folks? Who is it that says we're going to let them keep selling shares until the price gets to 246? And then we're going to stop letting them sell shares there. Who decides it? That's what I often wonder. Who's in the control room, controlling the volume level and the price? Who is it? Who is it that decided, okay, let's just let them keep selling it today, even though there's not any shares left to sell? We're going to say there are and let them go to 246. Hey, Tom made the chat. Mike Larson says CYCU's got a nice cat. Are you on real money or paper money? Well, I trade both. I have on this account here, this is a paper money account, but I trade with my other accounts over here on the left of me on my laptop. Lately, I've been trying to just really stick to. I did buy some SKYQ 2 days ago on my real account, but lately I it's too distracting to keep having to log in to my other accounts and step away from the channel. And sometimes they cut off my stream when I do that, and I know YouTube doesn't like me doing that. So I've decided to just stick with my paper money account and keep trading with it, showing people how to use paper money, how to use it and get familiar with trading. It's the same thing as the real account. It's exactly the same. And some people go in, oh man, paper money, man. He doesn't have any money in the bank. He's got no cash, blah, blah, blah. And I say, but you got to understand, everyone else who's trading with me is trading the same format with Charles Schwab, Thinkorswim, or their own Robinhood or whatever they're using, and they're using real money. They're using real money. So today on my account, as you can see, my profit was $13,270 today because of CYCU. And on tomorrow, EZRA, I guess eventually there won't be any shares left of it too, and they'll finally decide to let it go, just like they do these other ones. They run them down, and they have millions of shares to sell that don't exist. They keep working it down all freaking day long. And then tomorrow, somehow or another, it'll go up 35 or 40% in the morning. And that's when I'll sell it tomorrow, EZRA. And all I've seen here today is a hogwash bullshit selling of shares that don't exist all freaking day long. Black market, dark pool, whatever it is, it's all bullshit, folks. Every one of it, every bit of it is 100% bullshit. They do not have any shares left to sell here, folks, with this stock up 31%. They don't. Everybody's bought them all. They've already bought them all. They bought every freaking one of them. And I'm going to keep buying here. Oh, my, they just ran it. Oh, look at this. They had, 10 shares at 239 and 10 shares at 240? Oh, my gosh. You got to be kidding me, people. Oh, please, give me a break. You don't have any dang shares here. Nobody has a single freaking share here to sell. This is so freaking insulting. It isn't even funny. And I'm going to sit here and I'm going to swallow up all these shares at 238, 239 that I possibly can. And I do not buy this. I am buying it, but I am not believing that they have any shares in actuality at all here to sell. And it makes 0% chance to me, no logic whatsoever, that everybody was just buying all these shares at 270 and 280 a share just 30 minutes ago so they can sell them now at 243. No, I just have a hard time understanding how that could even be possible. Why in the world would they buy all those shares that were available at 288 a share just 30 minutes ago and then sell them now at 244? And my dollar cost average right now is on this stock 269. And there she goes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I guess, like I said, and I don't know who controls it. I don't know who controls it and says, all right, now let's shut the shares off and let's run it up to 269, 270. Now let's open the door and sell them all again. Now we'll shut the shares off and go up to 288 like we just did. And now let's shut them off and open the door and there's more shares again. I mean, who in the world is controlling this bullshit? Who is it is controlling this bullshit? And I bring it up like it is, folks. I am buying here like crazy because I don't see any freaking shares here at all. This is all dark over here, folks. There's literally nothing here. There's nothing here to run it down. There's no panic selling. There's no massive candlesticks here selling here. It's all bull crap, folks. And it just jumped back up to 247, now 248. And that's because there's nothing been here. There's nothing here. There's such thin shares here, so few being sold. That's why it's not going to stay here at 246. We now have 30 minutes till the market closes, folks, and that was it. That was the final countdown right there to 240, 230, 235, right? Everybody that just bought at 280s to 288 just sold all their shares at 235. Yeah, sure they did. Oh, yeah, that makes perfect sense. They just sold 4 million of the 800,000 at 287 a share, 4 million of them, and now everybody wants to sell those at 240, 235 a share just 5 minutes ago. What a crock of crap it is. And I'm sad for people that did happen to buy into this, that are getting their stock, their accounts reamed by such fraud and such deception, such bull crap. I mean, it is. It totally is. Yeah, they had shares to just sell at 235. Oh yeah. Yeah, they had shares just now to sell for 235 a share. And now it's up 11 cents to 246, some mysterious reason. I don't know why. I just was saying a minute ago, why would they stop it here? Why don't they just take the frickin' thing and just keep selling shares all the way down to $2? Who decides to stop it at 235 and go, okay, that's it. That's all, folks. That's it. We're all going. The blue light special's over. There are no more 235s. There are no more 230s. Now, when it was at 290 and $3.04, there were just plenty and plenty of shares to sell. Plenty. But now, they just ran out at $2.35. That's where they decided, we're done. We're done there. And now she's at 245, 10 cents higher. But they got plenty of shares there to sell at 245 now. Yeah. But you know what doesn't make sense? Everyone that just sold at 245, they're not going to sell now. The ones that just bought them from them at 245, they just bought them freaking 10 minutes ago. They're not going to sell them now for what they just stole them away for. I mean, it doesn't make any logical sense that they would. If they just stole them away like I just did at 245, why would they sell them now 10 minutes ago? Why would they sell them now 10 minutes later? Oh my, there they go. Well, I guess they are run out now. 245s are gone too. And now the 246s are gone, and 247s are gone, and 248s are gone, and 249s will soon be gone as well. All you'll be able to get are 250s for some reason. I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. And I can only tell you this. I got plenty of money from what I sold this morning on CYCU. Lots of cash. So I'm just going to keep buying this because I want my dollar cost average to 266. All right, and something tells me that's what they're going to try to close this stock out today out is 266. So that, and as a matter of fact, that's why they just let it get run down to 235 because their objective is to close this stock at 266 a share today. That's how market manipulators work. They like to show that power they have and how they can make it stop at 266 at the end of the day, and they like to show off their power and their ability to manipulate the market in such a way. And they're going for a 266 close today, is my opinion, and that's why the price was just let to fall to 235. So now they can buffer for the run up to 266 by the closing. And I'm buying here right now because I want my dollar cost average at 266. So I'm just going to keep buying 20 shares at a time here. And I see others are trying to buy now at 248.98. And why not give it to them at 248.98? If you gave them all away from 288 down to 250 here, why not give it to them at 248.98? But my dollar cost average right now is 268 a share. And I really want it to go down to 266. So I'm going to keep buying here. And I'm not the only freaking one buying 249s, folks. There's a lot of shares being bought at 249. There's a lot of shares being bought now at 249, and I don't blame them. Maybe now, finally, they've run out of shares. They've run out of the 800,000. And let's go see how many shares they've sold now. They just went from 105,954 to what? 106,8. So they've, again, just sold all 800,000. They've sold all 820,000 shares again in the last 30 minutes. It's amazing. It really is. They've now sold the whole 800,000 shares over again in the last 15 minutes. Pretty impressive how they can keep doing that. Well, the one thing's for sure, somebody's working and pulling the strings on EZRA today. Somebody manipulated the shit out of it all day long. And somehow they just kept selling each other shares. They've been short selling it to each other all day long in a circle. That's the only thing I can approve of or perceive is that they just take up a short position when it was at 420 a share, and then they just sold to their buddy, short sold to him at 419. He sold it to his buddy at 418 short. He sold it over to his friend at 417 short. Then he shorted it and sold it to the next one at 416, and it just went back to the original guy, and he shorted it and sold it at 415. And then his friend again bought it again at short at 414, and then he sold it to his friend short at 413, and they just kept doing that in a circle over and over and over and over all day long. Every one of them short selling the stock repeatedly to their next friend, and that's the only way that you can trade 109 million shares on a stock that only has 800,000 is by selling them repeatedly to someone that you know. Apparently, I'm guessing this. I don't know this. This is my theory that they just keep selling short to their friend in a big circle. There's just a whole community of short sellers selling the shares short to their network over and over in a big circle, around and around and down and around and down and around and down and around and down and around in a circle again. And now they've run out at 249 and they've run out at 250. A lot of shares being bought here at 249, swallowed up. Another, I'm guessing, 800,000 shares has now probably traded hands in the last 2 minutes. And there she goes, folks. She just took off, and they just closed the door. They just closed it off. They just closed it off, ladies and gentlemen. I guess the game is over. I guess all the fake shares are gone. And ding dong, the shorts just went long from 249 a share. Ding dong, the shorts have now gone long. And who knows how high the freaking thing goes now, because there's just a massive gap here all the way up to friggin' $3.72. And man, have they run this thing down the day. And this has been quite a sight to witness, folks, and to learn from. I hope you've learned something today. And I'm going to continue to try to buy 10 cents more than I just was buying for literally 2 minutes ago. So somehow, folks, they ran out. Somehow they've just run out right there. See that? They just ran out right there when the price was at what? Yep, at 227. They ran out of shares at 233 or 234 or whatever it was, 235. And they cut it off. They cut off the flow of shares at 328, folks. They cut off the freebies, I guess. I guess they stopped the handouts. They must have just finally said, okay, that's it. 235. There's no more. We can't just keep selling it down. Let's take up a long position on it now and let's watch it go up to 350 in the hour after hours. Oh, yeah. There she is right there, folks. Breaking over the 50-day as we speak. What a surprise, huh? Look down there. What a surprise that the buyers would suddenly come in and on this one candlestick trade how many shares? 115,000, folks. 8% of the shares available of this stock just sold in 1 minute again. Yeah, sure they did. Oh, yeah, sure they did. Yes, they just had another 100,000 shares in the last minute. And by the way, those people that just bought that 100,000 shares in the last minute, ladies and gentlemen, those people that bought that 100,000 shares in the last minute, they don't know how lucky they are to be able to get those shares. Or do they? Do they know? Oh, I think they know. I think they know. Well, there she goes, folks. 255 bid, 256. And again, now remember, there's only 800,000 shares available of this stock. So since in the last 20 minutes, they've sold 67,000 plus 76, that's 130,000, plus 20,000, that's 150,000, plus 66, that's 210,000. And remember, there's only 820,000 available. So there are 210,000. And then here's another 40, so that's 250,000. And here's another 30, that's 280,000. And here's another 15, 295,000. And here is another 25. So that's 310,000 shares of the 800,000 available sold in 5 minutes. 300,000 and 310. And then here they sold 130. So that's 440,000 of the 800,000 available. And then they sold another 35,000. So that's 470,000. And then here's 38,000. So that's another. Now you're at 510,000 shares. And over here is another 100. That's 600,000. And here there was probably another. So you're at 700,000. They've already just sold in 20 minutes all 800,000 of the shares available of this stock. Okay? I'm just showing you how it's working, folks, how it mysteriously works. Isn't that wild? I just showed and proved to you the volume just sold 800,000 in 10 minutes. And that's all the shares that are outstanding. Oh my gosh, it's just so sickening to see this kind of deception go on and this kind of crooked market that this is right here. And I like to make sure people understand that it is very, very, very corrupt. And you have to understand that, and you need to learn to take advantage of it, just like CYCU on Friday when they ran that down to 88 cents, and then this morning they ran it up to $1.34. So you need to know how corrupt it is and why, because they want it to be that way. They want you to be furious about it and just disgusted and just, throw in the towel and go, oh my gosh. Well, not me, man. I know what they're doing. I know what they're doing. I know this. I've seen this before. I've seen this movie before. Creating shares that they don't actually have to sell. Now sitting at 252 with an endless number of shares, I guess at 251. Well, I still haven't been able to get my dollar cost average down to 266 just yet. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for them to run this down even more into the closing. I hope they do. 15 minutes left. 15 minutes left. I wonder if they'll sell another 1,800,000 or 2,600,000 or whatever in the next. of these 800,000 shares available. I wonder how many they'll drum up now. And someone said there are no options on this stock available, so they're not trying to hold it under 250 for any options going on. You know, this news is so big today about this stock. This news is so big, it's no surprise that it would sell 109 million shares, is it? Because the news is huge. They just sold one of their subsidiaries for $11 million. $11 million. Uh-oh, there it goes. Uh-oh, there she goes, folks. I guess they're not going to get the 250 close. And I knew that, and or I was presuming that, and I just bought it at 253. And they're going to run out of these shares at 253. Now we're at 254. My dollar cost average is still 268, so I'm trying to get my DCA down below 266. And I'm going to try to buy now at 254. I really would like to get my dollar cost average down to 266. They just, unfortunately, haven't dropped the price anymore. $253, huh? Huh. And there's the KY flag at 253 and a half. They're actually trying to buy 253 and a half now. Look at all these shares. Look at all these shares they've apparently got at 252 now to sell. Yeah, that's the shares they just bought in the last 30 minutes at 235 a share. They're going to sell them now at 250s. Yep. And the ones 45 minutes ago that were buying all the shares at 277 up to 280, I don't know what happened there. I don't know why. I don't understand. I don't understand why they'd sell now. All those millions, 4 million shares that were bought between 270 and 288 about an hour ago. So I guess they bought them so they could sell them 30 cents less an hour later, because that's where the price was. I just got through selling shares at 286, 287. And now I see they've somehow worked it back down to 251 some mysterious way. And so I'm thinking, so all those people of just an hour ago that bought all those shares in the 270s and 280s, they did that so they could sell them at 250? Huh? They bought all those shares just an hour ago, and it was less than an hour ago. I was selling those shares at 288, literally, I don't know, 30, 35, 40 minutes ago. Well, they sure have done an incredibly good. Oh, and I just dropped my dollar cost average to 267. All right. I'm 1 cent away from the dollar cost average I want, 266. And I guess I should be grateful to the market makers for giving me shares here at 252 so I can keep lowering my DCA, because if it got up there around me, then I wouldn't be able to lower it. Even if I bought hundreds, I wouldn't be able to get it down to 266. But now that they're sitting 13 cents, 15 cents below my DCA, man, it makes it good to buy here, because now I can drop my DCA to 266. So I want to thank you, EZRA Market Maker Manipulators. I appreciate it very much. I look over here and look at this. 5 shares. Look at all the shares they're selling. 5 shares, folks. 5 shares at 251.5. All the 5 share orders. Cell phone farms, folks. Cell phone farms. 5 shares. Look at all those orders. Uh-oh, there she goes. She gone. She done took off, folks. Get your last share order at 253, 254, 255. Adios, amigos. Adios, amigos. Yep. Todos los shares por $2, 15.5. 255. Oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. Bye-bye, bye-bye, Miss American Pie. Here we go. 258, 259. Come on, let me get some more here. I want to get my DCA down to 266, dang it. Because I know that's where you're trying to close the price today, 266. I told people this an hour ago. I said, you market makers, I got you, man. You're trying to close this stock at 266 a share today. That is what you want to do, and that's why you ran it down to 235 to buffer for this closing coming right now. 266 is going to be the closing, folks. Yep, 266. 266. And even if it's not, that's where it's going to be in the after hours. They're going to take it up there and freeze it at 266, folks. And I want to get over to my CYCU real quick here because I do want to sell that. I'm up a lot on it, and I want to just sell it all. Oh, my gosh, this thing is going to take off. And, folks, I'm gonna sell 266. I'm going to sell 267. I'm going to sell 265, 264. And I'm going to come over here now to CYCU. And I'm up 15,000 on this stock today. I'm going to sell all of it right now. I'm going to be selling all of my shares of this right now at market. I'm up 15 grand on this stock. And my dollar cost average is 90 cents. So I'm just going to be getting out of this right now. My dollar cost average is 90 cents. And by the way, I sold a bunch of shares of this morning when, yep, and I'm almost out. Sell at market, 91.37. Selling at market here. Selling again, 500. And I'm going to sell it again one more time, 500 shares. I just sold it again. I've got 1,000 shares remaining. And I made $15,260 on this position today. And that is on CYCU. And right now I have only 500 shares remaining. I'm going to sell 200 now, sell at market. And I am going to have only 340 shares left. And I think I'll hold on to that. I'll sell 40 more right now, and then I'll be done. I'll hold 300. I'm going to sell 40 shares. 40. Yep, sell at market, and I'm done. I'm going to hold CYCU 300 shares. Now I want to go over to the monitor page. Going over here to monitor again, I want to see what else I'm up on. And right now I'm up on, let's see, BYRN. I've got 50 shares left. I'm going to go over and sell that. BYRN. I'm going to trade BYRN and CYAB. Trade CYAB. CYAB. Enter. CYAB. And I'm going to sell all 400 shares of that right now. Look at it springboarding into the closing, folks. CYAB looks fabulous with a triple upside crossover right now. And you know what? I'm only going to sell 200 of that right now. I'm only going to sell 200 because, man, that is one awesome-looking chart, and I'm going to keep 200 shares of that, all right? And that's CYAB because I want to be able to watch it tomorrow as well. Now I come back over here and I see I'm holding 200 of SNES. I'm going to get rid of that. SENS. And I am going to get rid of SNES. I'm sorry. SNES. There you go. I'm sitting on 200. I'm going to get rid of it all. Goodbye. 200. And that one didn't ever go any further down, and it didn't make a move up. It just sat there all day. Sell at market, 200 shares. I'm out. And I now have 4.5 minutes left to make a move. And we're going to go back over here now to monitor page. And right now I am down on EZRA, $526. We're going to go over to trade. EZRA, EZRA. Oh, she's up to my DCA almost. What in the world? They finally ran out, huh? They finally frickin' ran out. Goodness gracious, folks. They finally friggin' ran out. And now they're going to go up to my DCA. And who told you they were going to try to close this at $266 a share today? Who told you that? Moi. I'm the one that told you that. And now if I just start selling here at these numbers, this will be beautiful because I'm going to lower my DCA as I sell these numbers right now. And you might wonder why I'd be selling under my DCA here, but I'm going to sell because I want to lower my DCA. You'll see how it works. Holy crap. They finally gave out of the fake shares, huh? Wow. Man, oh man. They finally ran out of the fake. Yeah. I guess they did, folks. It seems more than obvious. They sure as heck don't have any more at 249, which they did just 5 minutes ago. They don't have any more at 250, 51, 52, 53. All those shares they had 5 minutes ago. Crock of bull crap that they even had any there, supposedly. Don't have any friggin' shares there for sale. 1 share, 2 share, 3 share, 4. $255s. Well, they like that number too. 255 is the number they love. Thank you. And we now have 2 minutes left till this market closes. Thank you. And my dollar cost average has just dropped to 265 a share. 265. We now have 1 minute and 20 seconds till the market closes, folks. And the stock I'm trading is EZRA. Uh-oh, we're selling 258s now. 259s. Oh, yeah. Here we go, 260s. Oh, yeah, here we go. 260s I just sold. Oh, my. Who's buying at 261 now? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, and my dollar cost average is 265 a share. Oh, man, they've run so far out of these fake shares. We got 30 seconds left. We got 30 seconds left, and they're sitting on my dollar cost average right now. Oh, yeah, they're over my dollar cost average, and I'm up 219. And I'm selling here, folks, a lot of shares here. Oh, yeah. And we now have 1 second left. And I just sold up to 270. Oh, $415 profit. Oh, yeah. And I now have 1,900 shares left is all I'm holding. Holy smokes. Look at the fake bull crap. And I told you they were going to try to close this stock at 266 a share. I told you guys that they were going to try to close it at 266 a share. Wasn't I right? And look at the price closing. 265, folks. Who called it? Oh, man. And my dollar cost average is 249 a share now. 249 is my dollar cost average on this freaking stock now. Holy smokes. 249. Beautiful. Wow. Well, folks, you just witnessed it. Oh my gosh. Uncle Cash, new sub. Thanks. Oh man, thank you. Yep. What stock is this? The stock is EZRA. EZRA. And the interesting thing about this stock is that it supposedly only has 800,000 shares outstanding. But today, somehow it sold. It was, the last I checked, 106 million. And now, how many did it end up with at the end of the day selling? Even though it only has that 820,000 shares outstanding. It sold how many? 107 million shares. It somehow, folks, sold 107 million shares, even though they only have 820,000 shares outstanding. Ha ha! Nice. 820,000 shares outstanding, and they sold 107 million shares, and they ran it down all friggin' day long. And you know what the news was? The news was that this company sold one of their companies, one of their subsidiaries, and they made $11 million. And on that news, the price spiked up to $4.48 a share. And then they just sold it down like shares were unstoppable flow all day long. Just sold it all the way down. And look what it did in the last hour. And I'm glad it did, because my dollar cost average right now on this stock, as you can see, is $2.49. My DCA, $2.49 a share. And oh my gosh, what happened? Finally, they ran it. SoFi is back over 18. Woo! Looks like we're holding CYCU overnight. Well, you can if you want to. I'm holding only 300 shares of it. I'm only holding 300 shares. And as a matter of fact, the only share I held any major amounts of was EZRA. And I don't even have a lot of that. I've only got 1,900 shares of it. But you can see today's gains. Today's gains, ladies and gentlemen, right there, 14,542. Holy smokes. 14,542, folks. Now, I want you to know something. If something takes off here in the after hours, I will restart streaming tonight at 7:44 p.m. So if this EZRA starts to rocket here, or one other one here, if they start to rocket, I'll let you know at 7:44 p.m. I'll start another stream with my midnight, my nighttime stream that I sometimes come back on at 7:44 p.m. If I see any of these stocks that were called out today, including RITR, CYAB, SNES, LBGJ, CYCU, AXTI, EZRA, ZBOA, STKH, CYCU. If any of those stocks, JSBR, if they take off in the after hours, I'll come on at 7:44 p.m. tonight and I'll tell you, hey, this one took off, get out. All right? So look for a notification for me to notify you tonight, and that time will be at 7:44, and I will come up and I'll tell you which ones are taking off. Plus, some of you, others of you, um, might know that when we do come back on at 7:44 p.m., you'll have 16 minutes to sell out of your real accounts, okay? And hopefully we will see one of these make a nice run tonight so I can come on at 7:44 p.m. All right? I can't make any promises because they don't always take off. But if CYCU or any of these other stocks takes off tonight, I'll be watching it and I'll be telling you at 7:44 p.m. to get out. I'll come on with a live stream. We'll just do it. And some of you will probably have some hot stocks tonight that we can start for tomorrow's list, okay? All right? So we'll look to start tomorrow's list. And I got grape jelly all over this here today. And just give me a second here, folks. And I'm going to do some extraction. All right. There we go. Grape jelly all over my desk here today on my snack that my beautiful gave me today. So I'm going to get the grape jelly all off here right now. And then tomorrow we'll be able to start with this sheet. And we'll see where we are tomorrow. Uh-oh, I just tore some of the sheet up. Oh, well, sheet happens. All right. Okay, everybody. Well, what a day today was, huh? Man, that EZRA, it took us for a ride. It took us for a ride, Lori. That was your call out, man. Did that thing take us for a ride and a half today? And, dadgummit. Give me just a second longer here to try and get. I got grape jelly all over this thing, even on the back. So we'll scrape it off here now, and then tomorrow we'll be able to use this piece of paper because I like to be as yeah. I even tear my paper towels in half, folks, on the paper towel rack. Even though they've made the towel sizes smaller now on paper towels, which I really appreciate them doing, I cut them in half even at that rate. So. All right, so here we go. We're going to be doing 8-4. And have a blessed rest of year. Thank you, Mr. Maxie Brown. I appreciate it. Catman, you demand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Maxie Brown. 8-4. All right, so we'll be look for me tonight, folks, at 7:44 p.m. if one of these stocks takes off, all right? I want to thank you all for being with me here today. And before I go, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at all the stocks that were called out to me today since this morning. And Mr. Maxie Brown is calling LIFE out for tomorrow. All right, LIFE. I'll write it down. LIFE, Mr. Maxie Brown. We'll have a look at it tonight at 7:44 if I come on back on. All right? And INSP. All right. Well, we'll have a look tonight. If I come back on, we'll look at those tonight. Thank you, Hey, thank you, Richie. I saw that. Richie 644, thank you. And your name is now on the list again. We don't have a lot of donations today, but Jayhawk came through, I saw, so I'll do another one for him. And like I said, now, right this second, before I leave, I'm going to look at the stocks that were called out this morning, and we'll see how they worked out today. Pat Yeager, all right. Thank you, Pat. All right. Appreciate that. Now, before we leave, AEIS, got it? Let's hold off on calling them out, please, because I'm going to look at some other stocks for a while. I'm not going to be able to look at those right now. I'm going to look at the ones that were called out this morning. So right now, we're going to take a quick look at all the stocks that were called out this morning and see how people did. Oh my gosh, EZRA. Oh yeah, EZRA. What is that? 275 in after hours. Oh, ho, ho. EZRA. 275 right now, people. Oh, man, I guess they ran out of the fake shares in after hours, folks. Look at that. EZRA. All right, let's go. Yep, I got it for tomorrow. I understand. I see it. I got it. And holy smokes, everybody. What a great day today. All right, now I want to quickly go over here to take a look at these stocks that were called out today and see if anybody made any money. So here we go. The first one was called out this morning out of the gate. We're looking at the one-day charts on all these. And the first one that was called out was this morning, FFAI. FFAI, that one was called out, and it dropped all day. So holy cow, Peacemaker. It was up 10% on Friday, and it was very, very volatile, running way up, way, way down, way, way up, way, way down, and they just beat that stock up just like they did, the one I was trading today. They just ran it all down all day long. All right, sorry about that, but we'll watch that one tomorrow. FFAI. See if it recovers tomorrow, down 16%. So I'm going to write this down. FFAI down 16% yesterday. At close. All right, thank you. And that's good to know. Closed at $4.93 a share. And the high was how much in the pre-market? $7.03. It was even higher than that, I think. The high in the pre-market on this son of a gun was freaking, wow, 770. 770 high pre-market. Wow. That is a massacre, folks. FFAI. All right. Next stock that was called out today was HYFM. HYFM. Called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. Well, they sure did hold that one in place too, didn't they, all day? HYFM. So that one did nothing. ATKR. These are all stocks that were called out today. Wow, ATKR. Look at that consolidation flat line. ATKR, man, that thing was totally under control. Closed at 72.96. The high this morning was 93.50. 93.50 at 8 o'clock. Wow. And then it just never moved, folks. It never moved. Oh my gosh. ATKR started out at 72.96, went up to 93.50, and that was the end of it. Next one we're going to look at is called out by Mr. Mexi Brown, SUPN. SUPN. And that looks like many other charts today, just down, 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 down. And I'm going to write this down for tomorrow too, because I think it was oversold. SUPN. Mr. Mexi Brown. And that stock hit a high of 57.20. Oh, man. High 57.20. And then they beat it all the way down to 44.17. Low 44.17. Closed at $46. Man, that's pretty sick right there. That's just as sick as the stock I was on today. All right. Man, that might be oversold, though. We'll see. The next one was called out by Mike Larson, UPC. Let's go look at it, UPC, before we close things down. UPC, man, what a herk and jerk today. Let's look at the 5-day. Are they doing this every day to this stock? If they are, I want in on this. No. It's just a one herky-jerky day today. Herking, jerking, herking, jerking, herking. Oh, man, UPC up 105% today. Man, we might get a pullback in the morning. UPC up 105%. UPC up 105%. Mike Larson called it out. And it hit a high of 1061 in the pre-market. High 1061 pre-market. Low from 1061 down to 555. Oh my God, low 555. Wow. And then it went from 555 back up to what? 845. Up $2.90, up 290. To 845. And from 845, they took it down to $6. Oh my God, down $2.45. Man, down $2.45 to $6. All right, well, man, that's a herk and jerk, a lot of herking and jerk on that thing. UPC, man, I'll be watching that tomorrow for sure. Good call out right there, UPC. Thanks for calling that out, Mike Larson. Man, I should have been day trading that one today. Now let's go look at EDBL, which I warned people about this morning. I said it doesn't usually hold a spring very well. Let's look at EDBL. EDBL, enter. Nope, it did not. It did the same thing today, folks. I was right. I told you to stay away from that. It was danger, danger, danger. I showed you the history of this stock over the last 20 days, and I showed you that this stock is famous for running up big and not holding the gain, running up huge and not holding the gain, running up big, not holding, running up big, not holding, running up huge, not holding, and today running up and not holding. Man, I tell you, EDBL, man, I warned everybody that is danger, 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 okay? And I warned everyone about it today, and it went down 2% by the end of the day. So there you go. There it is again, the same thing it always does. The same as always. Next, we're going to look at one that was called out by Mr. Mexi Brown, Mood, M-O-O-D. Mood. I think this was an IPO today. That's the one-day chart on it. M-O-O-D. Let's look at the 10-day. Yeah, I think this is just a one-day. Today it hit 43.92 and a low of 43.24. Not a lot of movement on this thing. I'm not going to mess my time with that one. Nope. Scratch that off. Next, also called out by Mr. Mexi Brown, was KIDZ. KIDZ, enter. And this is what it's been doing over the last 20 days, KIDZ. And that is springboarding and failing, springboarding and failing, springboarding and failing again. Man, that's the same as that other one. That's the same as EDBL, folks. All right. Next and last, we'll do a couple more that were called out this evening. GXAI. GXAI. This is the last one that was called out this morning. GXAI. And again, it fell all freaking day. And we're going to watch this tomorrow. GXAI. And just so you can see this on the 1-day chart, GXAI, and this one was called out this morning by Lori again, Lori. And GXAI, it almost looks like the other one she called out today, Ezra. GXAI. And I want to write down a few things. Number one, the high in the pre-market was 888. Oh my gosh. High pre-market. 0.888. Oh shit. And then after they ran it up to 888, they took it down to 777. Down 0.11 to 7.777. And then they went back up to 0.8163, up to 4 cents to 8163. And from there, they ran it back down 5 cents to 7674 to 7674. All right. Then from there, after the market opened, it ran up to 0.91 from 76, 15 cents up 0.15 to 0.91. And from there, they ran it down to closing 0.8165. So they ran it down almost 10 cents. Down to 0.81, down 10 cents. 0.81. All right. Got it. That's GXAI. GXAI right there. GXAI. And the last ones I'm going to look at are the ones that were just called out this evening. And that is one called out by Mr. Mexi Brown, LIFE. LIFE. Oh my gosh, look at that. LIFE called out by Mr. Mexi Brown. Earnings 0.185 estimate, 8/3/26 after hours. Well, what did they actually get? 3:30 is when they doing the after hours, 3:30 p.m. I got Central Standard Time, so that'll be 4:30. So they're releasing their earnings, and LIFE closed at 22.83. I'm going to put down here earnings at 4:30. I don't know if they're going to beat or not, but they closed at 22.83. Closed at 22.83. And then after hours, up 27.39. 22.39 to 27.39 would be 5. So they're up $5.45 in after hours, up $5.45 to 27.39 high of 27.39. All right. Well, we'll see what their earnings call is going to be here in 5 minutes. They're doing their earnings call in 5 minutes. They're coming out with earnings in 5 minutes, and the stock is LIFE. Next, another one called out by Mr. Mexi Brown was INSP. And they're in the same boat. They're doing earnings. Earnings was 0.218 estimate on 8/3 aftermarket Central Time. So they're going to be doing their conference call at 4 p.m. Central, which is 5 p.m. our time. And that also INSP earnings 5 p.m. They closed at 52.22. After hours up 59. Whew. Man, that's up $7.38. Wow, up $7.38 to high of 630. What? No. 63. Oh my gosh, $63. So 52 to 6, up $11, not 7. Up $11. All right. We'll keep an eye on it. Okay, you guys, let's take one more look now at EZRA. EZRA. And let's see where it is now. EZRA. Rising nicely now in the after hours. Now, listen, guys and gals, if one of these stocks that I just called out here, or if any of the stocks that we traded today takes off in after hours, I'll come back on tonight at 7:44 p.m., okay? If they don't and nothing's on the move, I'll just see you tomorrow at 7:48 in the morning, all right? Yep. Aaron, AMD is a fantastic stock that I've owned since the price was $66 a share. And it was my second stock that I bought with my money from when I won on the Wheel of Fortune. And I bought with AMD. I had about $24,000 to invest, and I invested $10,000 in AMD that I bought at $66 to $88 a share during the first week. And then the thing has just gone up, and I love the stock. I love it. All right. Mr. Mexi Brown, PAY, is that a stock? Is that a stock? Pat Yeager, SGLY. Tom, we'll see you later, Tyler, okay? And you have yourself a great night. SGLY, let's take a look at it. Well, it's getting slammed in after hours, so let me just tell you about this stock. It's having a hell of a time getting over this price right here. So I would suggest if you buy it here that you sell it right here, because this is the this is the price it can't get over right there. It can't get over that. And by the way, the low you should buy it at should be at this price here. Right around this range, right here. Right there. That's where you want to buy it there. You can say they hit it there once, they hit it there twice, 3 times, 4 times. That's the low. They're trading in a trench right here, trading in a trench. And another low that they love is this one here. So you've got two lows, and they're trading between here and here and here and here, and then back down to this, they come again. SGLY. All right, thank you for calling that out, Pat Yeager. Yep. Let's take a look at this on a 20-day chart. Yep. I'm sorry, SGLY, enter. Well, that 20-day chart looks pretty good on this, man. That 45 and 50 are rising nicely. So is the 200. And, man, they just keep dropping it below it, dropping it down to it, dropping it down to the 50. Man, it looks pretty good. SGLY. I'll have it down for tomorrow. SGLY. One-day chart. It needs to break 588, Savannah. Look at that. 588 for that 5-day. 588 high resistance. And then they keep dropping it down to what? 577? 507. Oh my gosh. 508 from 588, folks. Goodness gracious. Low 508. All right, I got it. Okay. I'm all over that. Well, not a bad day today, folks. Up 14 grand. All right. Well, I know some of you guys bought EZRA with me at 372 today, but I hope you had dry powder like I always do. And I hope you were able to buy it when they dropped it down to the lowest price when they got it down there where I was buying it. And if you were able to get your dollar cost average down to 249 like I did. And right now the price in after hours is 250. What do you know? A penny over my dollar cost average in after hours. All right, well, not a bad day, everybody. I hope you guys have a great afternoon, a great evening. If any of these stocks or any of these take off in the after hours, I will let you know. I do want to look at the one that's doing the earnings call. Right now, that's LIFE, and I want to see if they beat earnings. So I do want to look at that right now, LIFE, before we go, because their earnings call is happening right now. LIFE. Earnings is 0.185 estimate. And they're supposed to do their earnings after market Central Standard Time. They must have beaten. That's all I can tell you. Let's go look over here on the news. LIFE, enter. Here it is right here, ladies and gentlemen. Right here. Ethos Technologies raises forward 2026 sales guidance from 561 million to 565 million to 727 to 731 million. So they had raised from an estimate of 561 million and 565 million to 727 to 731. Holy crap. That is a huge difference. So that is why that stock is taking off. So I'm going to put down here beat earnings, and this is on LIFE, earnings beat. Beat big on earnings and forward guidance. Forward guidance is the main key. Guidance hugely up. All right. Yep. And their estimated guidance was how much? $561 to $727. Wow. $561 million to 727 million. All right, there you go, everybody. Thank you all for being here with me again. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your dedication to the channel and your support. And I hope you've learned something today again. And all of you that were new to the channel, I hope you had a good time. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. If I don't come on tonight at 7:44 because nothing happens to be running, no big deal. Let's take one quick look at CYCU just now. And it's staying down in the after hours, so no big deal there. All right. Well, guys, I'm going to get on out of here. You guys have a great night. We'll see you either at 7:44 this evening with a little late night thing, or we won't be doing 7:44 tonight, and we'll come on tomorrow morning at 7:48 a.m. Same cat time, same cat station. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your generous donations today. God bless each and every one of you. Catfish Tyler prays that you all have great financial success in all your endeavors, and that you're in the best of health that you can be in. And last but not least, I pray for you that each and every one of you are surrounded with love, because each one of you deserves it. Catfish Tyler, over and out. Bye-bye, everyone. Bye-bye, Mr. Mexi Brown. Adios, mi amigo.